Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? 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 How's everybody doing today? Today has been crazy. Woke up, literally saw what the President of the United States said. Absolutely unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. I'm going to make sure to let everyone know here in a quick second. If you are on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Those are the best places to do so. I appreciate you everyone very much. Make sure to hit that thumbs up if you're on YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate it. It is the best possible way to help send out the stream, everybody. So make sure to hit that thumbs up. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet the criteria that'll be listed up on the TikTok screen here in a quick second. I am going to put this on the background, actually let everyone know. The President of the United States, by the way, YouTube isn't telling me when you're live now. That's crazy. You are in the beginning, so that is good. That is good. What's up, everyone joining in? I'm going to let everyone join in. This is what the President of the United States decides to tweet on Easter, everybody. Look what the President of the United States just decided to tweet. He says Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one, in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. People saying that's fake, Parker. This is a screenshot I pulled myself from Donald Trump's Truth Social. It's still there. Go look. Go look. This was posted at 5:03 today. You can see the date on it. I got this screenshot myself. I pulled it. It's actually my thumbnail. Take a look at this. It's in my thumbnail. This is actually my thumbnail. You can see, and I just made it. This is my thumbnail for YouTube. And I just literally did this so that you could see it. Because I just made this thumbnail because of how fucking crazy and insane this shit is. Yeah, this is what the President of the United States is choosing to do on Easter. By the way, when he thinks that Christ was risen, we're going to start getting some people up here for some debates in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We're going to start getting some debates. Do only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get everything going right away. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25. How are you?
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. How do you feel about what the president said today? Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there'll be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be Allah. President Donald J. Trump. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty typical. Typical Trump stuff.
Pretty typical is not a thought. That's just like saying, oh yeah, I'm used to this happening. But do you have like an issue with it? What are your thoughts on the certain circumstance?
Well, my thoughts are like just like kind of out of my control. I can't like stop it from happening.
It's out of your control. You know what's within your control? Who you decide to support, right?
Yeah, I mean, like when given like two like terrible options, like.
How is Harris a terrible option as compared to Trump? After Trump has basically
on
violated
paper, she's a very good
voted for
option, but like on the campaign trail, like she, I just don't know. Like,
okay, what on the campaign trail did she do that is at all comparable to anything Trump's done recently or anything in general?
I just don't have a good gut feeling about her, And I think that's what it comes down to.
Wow, that's such a solid argument. I've never considered that before, bro. Just vibes, dude. I never considered that if I just had different vibes, bro. Push the galaxy. Can you give me an actual reason, bro?
I mean, she just doesn't seem to be. It's insane because they're both like completely out of touch. I mean, like one's just like
you
a
still have
billionaire.
yet to describe how that's true about Harris at all.
I don't know. I mean, like anytime that she was like interviewed or anything. Everything just seemed like set up, and she seemed like really rehearsed, and that sometimes spells like
Wow,
inauthentic.
you know what's crazy? She studied. She was actually like ready for her job. You know what I mean?
No,
Like it
but like
feels
you know
so
how we're having a
dishonest that
conversation
like
right
a
now.
politician is ready for their job.
No, you know how we're having a conversation right now, and you're like responding to the things I'm saying, and it makes sense, and it doesn't sound like you're just like reading off a script. Are you reading off a script?
No, I'm not reading off a script.
Well,
But
that's what it seemed like with her, and a
but
lot of people felt that
obviously
way.
there's a difference in format with what I'm doing right now versus what a president typically does. When I'm making a video, I'm not having a conversation. I'm going to sound like I'm either reading off a script or I'm trying to recite a certain type of thing. That's how it sounds for video content. That's just that's just how it works. This is live stream. This is like a consistent all like in person live thing. Not everyone's doing this at every point in time, right? So if I was specifically trying to record right now and I wasn't on live stream, I would sound differently. That's just literally how it works.
No, I understand the difference in mediums. I'm not disputing that. What I am saying is that like she couldn't win me over domestically. So then I put that idea
What
into
about
like
her
a world
domestic
stage.
politics?
It wasn't so much the politics. It was just her as a person.
Okay, what about her as a person?
I just didn't trust her.
What about her
She
did
just
you not trust? You
she
trust the
just seemed.
pathological liar who said no new wars and obviously
I don't
brought
know.
us to
I'm not
war,
saying
who
I'm
said
not
he
saying I
had on the
trust him.
Russian war in 24 hours, that obviously didn't happen, who said that he was going to repeal and replace the ACA, that hasn't happened, who said he was
I
going
think a
to.
lot of that stuff was going to happen anyways. I didn't believe a word. I didn't vote for Trump because like I was a Trump supporter. I mean, indirectly, sure. It was I was just following. Honestly, out of the choices, I thought RFK was fine. You know,
Okay, well,
he
that's
was
another
the
delusional
one that
take.
was.
Dude, why are you doing this to our country, bro? Why do you want to support the people who like literally don't believe in science and like actively deny reality? Like what's why? What benefit do you get from that? They like try to parade themselves as trying to create more healthy conditions. What conditions have they created that's more healthy?
I think that these things go in cycles. I mean, I think we've been due for a recession and a depression to follow since like 2018, 2019, and it's just been pushed back due to I mean, I think COVID was a really
So
big
you said
factor.
we're going to a recession and a depression because of Trump's administration, and you still support him?
um I think that like it just has to happen, and I don't think that
No,
any
no good
administration.
argument for this at all. There's no good argument that we right now have to go through a recession or
I
a
think that it
depression.
doesn't matter who's in office. These things are going to happen anyways.
No, wrong. You understand that like the president does impact these things. Like when Trump starts a fucking war with Iran and Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, we can see the impact on global oil prices. Okay? We can see the impact. We obviously know that Donald Trump's doing something. Okay? We can't just act like, oh, the president has no power. He can't do anything. He started a fucking war after saying no new wars, and it's caused
I'm
gas
not,
prices to go up. And right now, the OECD forecasted 4.2% inflation for all goods across the board on average in this
I'm
country.
not saying
And
that he has no
year over
impact.
year for the month of March. That's ridiculous, isn't it?
I do agree that that the prices are a little out of hand, but I think at a more foundational level, it just comes to like greed, right? Like the if 20% of the oil is like through like this little place that's controlled in the Middle East and this country like says, "Oh, death to America," and they're not compatible with like living with like Western worlds, and they have like within their own societal foundations, which is based on like their religious beliefs. They have like things
What do
like
you mean by
House of Wars
compatible
and
with living with Western world? What does that even mean?
um.
We're like they
Well, I
weren't
mean,
under
like
imminent threat of striking us.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that in their in their religion and which their society is built around their religion. They have like these ideas of like house of war and house of peace,
Yeah, but
and
like that
then
was also like plenty of other countries that aren't specifically in the Middle East as well. Like plenty of countries have predicated their laws off of religion. Plenty of people in this country argue for the laws to be predicated off of religion. Are you Christian?
yeah, I believe in
Do
Jesus
you believe in
Christ.
separation of church and state?
Yeah, I generally do. Yeah,
Okay, so
but
go ahead.
yeah, good.
No, go ahead.
Well, like countries like Oman, I think it's Oman, right? Like they're extremely peaceful. They don't fight like in the Middle East like hardly like they kind of like do the whole turn your other cheek, and they built off the same principles as like countries like Iran, right? But countries like Iran or Afghanistan or Iraq, like they've been fighting forever, like since the dawn of time, since and for good reason, right? Like that area is just like has a ton of resources and geopolitical, and it all comes down to greed. I personally don't believe that like the administration in
Hey, dude,
charge.
we've created worse conditions with the Middle East since we've militarily intervened, right? Because the U.S. tried to overthrow every single fucking leader around the entire world, practically. When we're referencing specifically Iran, in 1953, we overthrew a democratically elected leader there and then reinstated a military dictatorship, and it's led to conditions in which led to the formation of radical Islam, right, within the country. So you understand that the U.S. military intervention has destabilized the Middle East. Iran is a specific example of that. And now you're saying the way that we should fix that is through more military intervention within the Middle East?
I'm a veteran, right? I served from 2019 to 2025, and in 2021 we withdrew from Afghanistan under Joe Biden. And the way how we withdrew, where we left like all this equipment over there, and then we gave back like the we like who was in power before the war, who was in power after the war is the same person. It's like, okay, so nothing changed. And for a long time I was like, I just didn't understand. I was like, why, like especially as a serviceman, and at that time I couldn't say anything, because you're supposed to be non-political when you're serving. um and at the time I was like, I don't really understand like why we're like doing this, right? And then like 5 years later we're like fighting in Iran, and you know um I think when you look at it from like a systems perspective, like the complex and military industrial complex, like that will just keep roaring on, and funding goes to both sides, and all they need is a narrative, right? And with Trump, you can just generate any narrative you want because he just lies it out of his ass, right? But it's really telling that even though knowing that, I still prefer him to Kamala Harris. Like you
But
see what
why?
I mean? Like
No, I
I,
don't. I don't at
just
all.
don't. I just don't. It's a matter of trusting your gut, right? And
Okay, I'm
I
sorry,
just
but like I need you to do better for your country. I need you to actually, like, genuinely lock the fuck in and do better for your country. Saying, "Oh, I just feel like that is better for the country," instead of actually having like, by the way, any reason. If it's foundational, right, in your perspective based on your feelings, that makes sense. But you don't have any reason. It's just vibes. You definitely need something, bro. Lock the fuck in, bro, for your country.
no,
You
I
don't
don't
want the
think it's
best
just
conditions for your
vibes.
country. You can't base the best conditions based upon, you know what? The vibes indicate
I'm
this.
saying that it's completely out of our control. The
It's not
conditions
out
for
of
our
our
country.
control.
I think
We
it is.
literally vote our politicians in. Do you believe that we have a democracy?
We have a republic.
Yeah, it's a constitutional republic and a representative democracy at the same time.
Well, that's what a republic is. It's a representative democracy.
Okay.
It's not a true democracy. Like it's like, oh well, this is these
I
problems that
think
we
that is true
have, and
democracy. I think representative democracy is true democracy.
I thought, I maybe I'm thinking about the word
You're
like
thinking direct
semantically.
democracy. Direct democracy is not the only form of democracy.
I was just thinking about the word just democracy, not adding any kind of
Yeah.
descriptive.
Yeah, there's different forms of democracy.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I was thinking like true democracy, just the word democracy as a system, as a political system. I think that generally people think it involves all people, and a representative democracy for executive function doesn't require all people. It only requires people selected, and that's a republic. I think
Yeah,
that's
but
what
I
we
think
live in.
it's important to involve yourself, right? And you can impact things by voting. Do you agree?
I involve myself, but I didn't involve myself through voting. I involved myself by serving my country. Yeah, and you have
Right,
the
and
same
think of the
option,
money
by the
going.
way.
Okay, so you understand that you can also do it through voting. Like, there's nothing preventing you
No,
from
I
also
voted.
voting alongside everything else you're doing.
Yeah, I voted, but the problem with voting is there really isn't too much that changes. Like you're just like this
There
little
is.
tiny.
If you
No,
actually pay attention, the reason why not much changes is because people aren't paying attention. That's literally the reason. If you pay attention and you get involved to try to have a position on things, you can actively, meaningfully influence the discourse that exists. You know that, right?
yeah, I mean you're. I believe the discourse is important, but I don't actually think it affects the outcomes as much as like we want it to. You know,
What do you mean by it? You don't think it affects the outcomes?
like the
Because, like,
macro outcomes.
objectively speaking, it does. These are the ways in which people get media, right? Also, just in general, like, wherever people get media can influence where people are voting. That's like saying news. News
You
doesn't
can't you
have an
can't have it
impact.
both ways.
Do you, do you
You
think
can't
news
say
has an
that
impact
like
on voters? Yeah, it
you
does.
can't you can't no you can't say that
Okay, so if authoritarians are trying to take over the country, why do they
yeah,
always want
that's exactly my
to
point.
go
That's
after the
exactly what
media?
I was waiting
Because
for you to
that's
say. You
the way
can't say
of
that
control
like
over the
they're
nation.
authoritarian and that's terrible. And then also say that these things don't happen in cycles. They absolutely do happen in cycles from a
I don't know what
macro
you mean.
perspective. There's always recession and depression, and then vice versa, the opposite of that cycle. And like as much as we want to say, oh yeah, like the administration
I
matters,
disagree
whatever.
with that cyclical model in that sort of sense. I think that there are things that we can do to prevent recessions from happening in typical. It is natural to have some downturns, right, that will exist at some points, but I don't think that it's necessary to have recession. Obviously, unless there's some sort of like natural cause, like with COVID, that's like a natural cause to negatively impact our economy. But in general, I do think that we can keep our economy going without that type of recession through the use of fiscal and monetary policy.
You've do you have like obviously you have a pretty a good grasp on like your political background, right? Do you have any background in like any math at all? Like have you taken calculus?
Yeah.
So
I have a degree in economics.
awesome. Perfect. So like within economic models there's an equilibrium point always,
Mm-hmm.
and we're always just trying to reach that equilibrium, and we like derive like we can create derivatives off of securities, and these derivatives are mainly funded through public or private equity, because that makes up the majority of trade systems, right? So whenever we get close to equilibrium, we just like inflate the value. And then the way how we like bring down inflation is like through like fighting for more resources. And that's like from a macro perspective, every like 80 to 100 years, it just goes in a cycle again, it just starts over. And it doesn't matter who's president or like what's going on in the
Let me
world.
explain. So if we see something happening to inflation, what we can do is we can mitigate interest rates, right? Right, reduce them, right? Specific or increase them so that we can specifically mitigate demand within the economy, right? It's a measure that we can use in order to allow for some sort of function within the economy to occur. So if there's any issue that happens, we can adjust. If there's an issue in terms of job growth, right, we can try to decrease interest rates to stimulate demand to be able to address that. Whenever there can be a problem that we can't address, it would be like what's happening right now, where there's bad job growth and there's also inflation.
Well,
That's a
you're talking
circumstance
about
where we're like fucked and there's nothing we could do. Like, what do we do in that circumstance? I don't know. So typically we can keep things going unless there's a certain person that goes in and tries to fuck up the economy, like
yeah, I
purposefully.
mean, no, you're talking about the perspective of the Fed, where like the things that they can control, and every country worth their salt has a decentralized bank, right? But regardless of the decentralized banking system, how come that pattern about every 80 to 100 years we go into these cycles of recessing, depressing, regardless of like what's going on in the world? Why do those things occur? And then that offers the question of like, okay, like the Fed is spending all this time manipulating based on the market conditions, but regardless of the manipulation, these things are unavoidable.
Yeah,
That's
so there
my.
there are some things that are unavoidable, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything to address the conditions that exist. And essentially what I'm saying is that we should use the government to the best of our abilities to better the conditions for the people. Why wouldn't we
No,
do that? We can't make
that's
conditions
very
perfect. It's not going to be
idealistic.
heaven on earth, but I'm
And
telling you, right?
I
Like
agree with
literally,
you.
we can make the conditions
You
better.
can
Why wouldn't
address
we
it
do
all.
that? If we can
You can
use
address it all you want, right? But does it change the outcome? Like if
yes,
I
yes, it
if I
does.
got shot in the chest, or sorry, if I got hit with a pew pew, sorry, I'm not trying to get you in
Wait,
trouble.
wait, okay. Not
And
all. Wait, listen. Not all things are avoidable, but some are. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so
Well, I guess like it depends on fate, but for my
if
own
you agree
sanity, I
that some
agree.
things are preventable, some things are avoidable, well, then what that means is we should probably try to use the government in ways in which we can easily prevent that from happening. Right? Like that seems
My
common sense, obvious to me that we should use the government as a means to benefit the people. Why not? If we have the
No,
capacity to do it,
I
why not?
agree, but I don't think it's within a two party system. Like the only thing I think the federal
I
government should
agree. I don't
exist
like a
for is
two-party system, but that's what we have right now. If you want to be able to change that, we have to get people elected that represent our values to be able to do that. You just said that
no.
our voting doesn't even work in the first place. We're steps not even at that point yet. We're at the first few steps of just realizing that voting works.
When I was given a choice between Trump and Kamala, I just like and that was the only choice. I was like, okay, well, I'll just stick with my gut because they're both terrible. And we haven't even seen like his this question. What I really like about you and Dean is that you guys continue the discourse, and I think it's really really needed. But I think that it's going to be extremely prevalent, not now, but in like 10 years. Like you got some good job security, right? And you should just continue asking this question in 10 years. Like look at how things might have changed, and you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking back, right? So I think like as crazy as things are right now, I think it's too early to make a broad sweeping claim of like whether Trump is good or bad. But what we can
No,
say about past.
we definitely can. And the reason why we can is because of Trump's moral character. The reason why we can is because of his destructive economic policy that we know would not have been this way if the Democrats were in office. So we can
No, we don't know
acknowledge
that.
reality. We do. Because we wouldn't
No,
be at this war if Democrats were in office. Because there was no imminent threat Iran was going to strike us, and Kamala Harris disagrees with this war.
no. There's you don't actually know that. Like we can think to predict that. Just like how people
She
thought that Donald
specifically
Trump.
disagrees with the war.
Yeah, just like how Donald Trump said like no new wars, right? And then people thought like, oh, we know that this
Okay,
thing isn't
so
going to
just
happen, and
because
then
Donald
it happened.
Trump's a liar like that does not mean Kamala Harris is a liar like that. So Kamala Harris obviously
Well,
is
we don't know
not a
that she's a
liar like Trump.
politician.
So hold up. Just saying someone's a politician doesn't mean that they're a liar like Trump. I think Trump uniquely does lie. So by the way, you just showed exactly why Donald Trump is a liar and did not actually represent the values you
Wait,
voted for
wait.
him
Did you
for.
just say that Trump uniquely does lie? So that implies that no other politician lies.
No, it implies that Donald Trump lies to a significantly greater extent than you could practically reference with any politician.
Yeah, but the other politicians do lie. You don't contest that, right?
Of course I acknowledge that.
You acknowledge that it's definitely possible and probably even probable that Kamala Harris probably lies.
There's definitely circumstances where I think that you could say that Kamala Harris has lied. I just don't think that you could say that it's going to be anywhere near to the same degree as Donald Trump. Like you might be able to find like very few instances, right, where you could classify something as maybe misleading or a lie or factually incorrect or something like that. But right with Donald Trump, it's like blatant lies all the time.
You know,
Like, do you want me to give you examples? I can give you plenty.
no, no, I know that he lies all the time. I'm not. I'm saying that all politicians lie, but I guess like the
No,
difference
but
between
no,
like
but
when
like, do
like
you
given the
realize that
choice,
there's a difference? There's a
like
huge difference, a very meaningful difference. If someone lies to a significantly greater extent, you're going to trust them less, right? Why with Trump do you still continue to trust him more, even when he lies to you more? That makes
I
no
didn't
sense
say
to me.
I didn't say I necessarily trust him.
You definitely do. You trust him more than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I don't really trust either of them, but
but you trust him more than Kamala Harris.
well, I trusted. Okay, like in the 2024 election, there's this document that you guys really love going about, and it's Project 2025, right? And like that just gave a clear roadmap of what things are probably gonna what they, and they, you know, reading them, they was like, oh, this is awful, right? But like what was the solution, like what was the alternative? Like I didn't see any, like if there was like a centralized document that was released in response to Project 2025 that had all the same, I think that's the biggest problem with the Democrats, is that like you don't know what
You
you're
want the
buying.
Democrats to pass a Project 2029?
Well, maybe their own version of it. That way, you have a like a comparison of like what their vision of the future is.
So
like
by
I
the
don't
way,
actually know their vision.
ever
You know,
Trump
like
denied Project 2025 was even applicable to him when running. Now you acknowledge that he is fulfilling Project 2025.
oh, I mean, I don't know about all those other people that like said that like those two like weren't going to be a thing, but I knew it was going to be a thing. But it was like kind of like signing up for like a bad credit card versus like
Yeah,
going to like
I promise you, like every single Trump supporter said Project 2025 is not what Trump said. Trump said that he's not a Project 2025. Yes, he has no clue what that is. Like that was
well, I'm
every
not.
single person.
I guess
I did
I
these
guess
debates
I'm
back
the
then. I promise you.
I guess I'm outside of you know, the norm. I personally didn't
Yeah,
buy that
like
crap at
your
all.
view was actually an unhinged take back then.
Yeah,
Now this is like I feel like that's a normie Trump take. Like that normie Trump person would think that. Like,
I
yeah,
don't know.
Project
Like
2025 is what I hold to. Can you name a single thing in Project 2025 that you like?
um maybe what I do like about it is that it brings the opportunity to bring new systems, right? Like some of the systems that we have are admittedly flawed, and if you dismantle a system that allows the great thing about our republic, right, is that there's built in, as long as Trump doesn't try to do some crazy shit, which even if he does, which is patently Trump, in like 2020 2028, where he's like, oh, I'm going to stay as president. Like he's too old. People are going to be like, no, that's not going to happen. He'll get kicked out, right? Like either through force or, you know, he'll just have to step aside and like go die an old man, right? But with that, it opens a door for, once again, the two-party system. Democrats can come together and say, okay, like what have we learned from 2024? Well, we can't just run off of personality or being anti-Trump. Like we need to centralize. We need to probably like that. I think that's their issue, and they need
Okay,
to make it very clear what they're
I'm
saying.
gonna pause you here. What aspect of Project 2025 do you like?
I thought I answered that.
No.
It allows for the dismantling of systems, which allows for the opportunity for new ones to be developed.
What systems is it dismantling? Like name one aspect of it that you like. One specific aspect.
Well, as a graduate student, um, I do not care for the current Department of Education. You know,
Okay.
I think that it needs to be revised, but I think it needs like a complete overhaul. And with a complete overhaul, that generally means
Yeah, in
a
Project 2025 they
dismantling.
call for the just complete abolition of the Department of Education. Do you agree with
Yeah,
that?
yeah, and I think that they
Oh,
should
okay. Well, okay.
replace it with something better. And maybe
So
the
that's not
Republicans
what they
won't do
say.
it.
That's not what they say. They want to leave it up to private Christian schools.
Yeah, that's like the
Yeah,
solution that
that's what
they're
they
putting in
want. They want
place.
private Christian schools, no public schools.
Yeah, that's what they want. But you know, 2028 is going to come around, and now we have another opportunity to say for the country to say, hey, like, is this like the way that we're going? And again, I don't really think. is going to like change the outcome all that much of like with us voting. But like when we're going to be
So
given
you're
two
just saying
candidates,
at least they have a plan. Kamala Harris had a policy website that was actually very comprehensive. And by the way, the reason why I don't even think a Project 2025 wouldn't be relevant for a voter like you is because you probably wouldn't even look at it much anyway. Right? Like you probably know one thing in Project 2025. You know what I mean? Like that one thing, and that was like you didn't even know it very specifically, or at least couldn't even recite it necessarily very specifically. So like that's at least my point is that like for the average person, they're not going to look through this completely. This is going to be for like the very political people like me, bro. Like I'm going to go look into it.
do you know the term like behavioral sync?
No, I don't actually.
Okay, so there's a study, right? And I'm not saying mouse and humans are the same because that's not what the study says, but it does point to behaviors, right? So this guy, he created this like mouse haven, right? Um, and he gave like abundance of everything. The only thing that there wasn't abundance of was space, like physical space for these mouse. And you want to know what started happening with when the mouse populations like exploded? These mice, like some of them wouldn't choose to interact with other mice, and on one side, like one end of the spectrum, and then the other extreme end of the spectrum was that they were literally eating the other mice. Like they would bully and kick them down,
That could have
and
just
all
been a
that stuff.
study unlimited space, dude. I feel like that's
Well,
probably
it's
a
more
preventing factor.
comprehensive.
I'd have to
Uh,
look more into the study, but that to me sounds like an issue. Like if there's a limited space, there's more mice in the area in that limited space. That could be a factor that could limit the results from being effective.
but what it really points to is a sociological thing, right? Like just like they had an abundance of food and water and all this stuff, right? And they still became like desperate little creatures because they didn't have any space, right? Now you try to apply like that very crude kind of ideology to human behavior, where now we have an economic perspective, that that now there's poverty and there's billionaires, right? And now imagine like desperation in terms of like how desperate a human can get. Um, like I study at Hopkins, right? And here in Baltimore, like people get murdered all the time. Like literally like a week ago, somebody was like killed on my block. Like it was pretty terrible. Um, but then like I look at like okay like what is like why is this even happening? You know, and sure poverty we say poverty, but things are just expensive, and the reason why they're expensive is because there's like not a lot of not a lot of room. Like we all like kind of cluster, and not just that. We also like poison ourselves. I mean like and all these old systems are falling apart, right? Like there's like this massive sewage leak and everything,
Okay,
and what
do
that
you
all
believe
points
in
to is like
science?
okay, obviously like it's not like maybe the education that we're receiving from like these private institutions, but like the government and how they're supporting, like they're not making the situation any better, and that's why we see all these systemic
They
failures.
actively are the things regulating that from happening to a greater extent. Like you understand that, right? It's just that
And
these
they're not
contributions
doing a good
aren't
enough job.
seen, and therefore people like forget them very easily.
They're not doing a good enough job. And whenever something isn't like
Yeah,
whenever a system
of
isn't
course.
working,
Of
the
course I want
like you
something
get
of course I want things to be better, but if you pull back the regulations, that means that they have less of an ability to do that.
no, they're not pulling back the regulations. It's not like just
That's what you want to do.
no, they're dismantling the system, and it gives opportunity for a new system to come in place, right?
There is no.
And
What are you talking
the
about? They're cutting funding for the EPA. That's happened by 40%. That's what Trump
yeah,
did.
that's an iterative change, but I'm talking about the Department of Education right now.
Okay.
I'm
So
saying that like you said that I haven't read this document or
that's
given it
so.
any
Let me
thought.
clarify. Let me
I have
clarify.
thought about it.
The Department of Education establishes educational rights for children across the entire U.S. Getting rid of the Department of Education will only ensure less education access for children.
Yeah,
Like I actually like I don't know why you do that. Why wouldn't you just reform it? Why would you just get rid of it? They gave no argument to reform it.
I think the
They just
best way
argued
to
to get rid of
reform
it.
something is to build something from the ground up.
That's not how it works, though. They never even argued to build something from the ground up. They just want to get rid of it.
I think that allows for change though, and like, can you acknowledge that if the system isn't in place, it's really easy to build a system, or can you not? Do you not agree with that?
When you're reforming a system, it's no different than that, if, in the same notion,
No,
right?
no, no. Like building
Unless
something
there's
that
some
doesn't
difference in
exist.
the structure that would have it structurally different, right? It's going to have the same foundation anyway. You're just reforming it.
If you demolish a building,
And if anything, it's easier to reform. Is it
yeah,
easier? Is it easier to reform the Constitution or to completely abolish the Constitution and restart?
I guess it really depends on the circumstances. If you have like
Yeah,
space, like
I'm saying
the
right
founding
now,
fathers
with
did.
the Constitution that we have right now, does it make more sense to advocate for reforms to it, right, in terms of amending it, right, or does it make sense to just completely throw it away, under your view?
I think the Constitution isn't the same thing as the Department of Education. Like, the Department of Education is just a component of the very large system of the United States, and we can like throw away that component, right? But I'm not saying throw away. I mean, you could throw away the entire system, but then what would happen to 300 million people? And then we would have to have something like in place, right?
People hate
Like,
answering my questions. They just never do it. Like I
I'm
just
trying to
never
answer.
do. No, you're
I'm
not.
trying to answer.
You are not trying
I
to answer it.
absolutely am.
I don't believe you.
I mean, just because I didn't answer in yes or no doesn't mean I'm not trying to answer it.
No, you didn't answer it at all. Explain to
Okay,
me what
ask
was
the
the
question
answer.
again, and I'll give you
no.
your
Tell me
yes or
what
no
was
so you
the
can
answer.
comprehend.
What was the answer?
Ask the question again.
What
and
was the
I'll give you a
answer?
yes or no.
I want to hear what the answer was.
I'll give you a yes or no. Just ask the question again, so that way, it's clear.
To it,
Just ask the,
right, in terms
Can
of
you ask the
amending
question
it,
again?
right, or does it make sense to just completely throw it away, under your view?
Does it make sense to completely throw it away? I think the Constitution
that we have right now does it make more sense to advocate for reforms to it, right, in terms of amending it, right, or does it make sense to just completely throw it away?
I think with the Constitution, it's designed to be amended.
Yeah, so it makes more sense to amend it than to completely throw it away because you want to change it, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Constitution. We're talking about the Department of Education.
Yeah, but this is supposed to demonstrate that it makes more sense to reform something with the structure that already exists that you agree with, right, in many contexts, right, than to just completely get rid of it, to just do it and rebuild it back for no reason. Because you're just rebuilding back things that you don't need to build back. Like, for example, when you're making a house in Minecraft, if you mistakenly place something, you're not going to destroy the entire house to be able to, like, fix that one little part. You're just going to fix that one little part because you already agree with the other aspects of the house and how they're structured.
Have you, do you know what systems engineering is?
Systems engineering? No.
There's this idea called systems thinking. I highly advise they look into it because it'll change like the federal system, which is founded like the core document is like the Constitution, right? There's all these divisions, right? And one of or we can call them components, and one of those components is the Department of Education. Now, it is. Like you're talking about like amending the Constitution, fine, whatever. But like when we're talking about the system, which is like the federal government, one of those components is and sometimes the best way to reform is just to get rid of the component and replace it with another component, plug and play. But you have to have something in place. Now, no, there's not something in place, but the great thing about the federal government and America in general, especially on the executive, is that every 4 years there's an election. Right, every 4 years. So every 4 years we have the opportunity to say, okay, like let's take take an account of of the last 4 years and
okay.
And
I don't mean to cut you off, but like you're kind of just like stating the obvious. Thank you for telling us that we have an election every 4 years. I understand that I'm running a political live. Why do you let's go back to why you support Trump? Okay, you like the getting rid of the Department of Education. Why?
So it can be replaced with something better because I think
what do you want to replace it with?
I don't know. I don't think that's that's up to me. But I do think that it ought to be replaced, and I think that we ought to throw it to like the think tanks, and hopefully that they come up with a better solution that's suited to like the
Okay, so
world
so
of
you have no
AI.
plan right now. You have oh, maybe we have a concept that could
Me
exist.
personally, yeah, no, I don't have a plan. I mean,
So then
I'm
why do
just
you
a
want to get
texter
rid of it with no plan? That makes no sense. That doesn't sound like a good idea.
because it doesn't it's not going to serve us
Yeah,
like
but that doesn't sound like a good idea to get rid of it with no plan.
listen, man, like I can I have a plan for myself, right? And my plan was like, okay, I want to afford getting educated without dependence on the Department of Education and all the loans and everything. And that the solution to that idea
That's such
was
a
like,
small
oh,
portion of the budget. Like I can't imagine like being hyper specific about this, but then like you're okay with Trump doing massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires to increase your taxes.
yeah, I don't care about um, like like that's I'm not a millionaire or a billionaire, or so I
Yeah,
don't
I
care about that
know.
issue.
And that's why I'm saying Donald Trump increased your taxes by imposing tariffs and gave tax cuts to his rich buddies.
Yeah, I guess so. But that was gonna happen anyways. Like why? Like I don't know. There's
Every
nothing. There's
single
nothing
time I
that.
bring up something bad about Trump, you always say that was going to happen otherwise. No, it
Yeah, it
wasn't.
was.
It wasn't. Because Harris did not support those tax cuts. She would not have signed it into law. That was not going to happen otherwise. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, you keep talking about like it's like a sure thing. It's not.
It is.
Like
It is. I'm 100% certain about that. Yeah, I don't think that Kamala Harris would have fucking signed the big beautiful bill into law. Are you kidding me?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
That's
that like
that's what we're saying right now. Obviously, she wouldn't do that. I'm referencing the tax cuts in the big beautiful bill and the tariff policy that he imposed. She would not have imposed that tariff policy, and she would not have imposed the Donald Trump tax policy through the context of the big beautiful bill. She would have imposed all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and would have increased taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So, by the way, she would have given you a tax break, and you voted against her to give yourself a tax increase by supporting
I
Trump.
I don't have to worry about taxes. When I joined the military, I got this thing called the GI Bill, and they pay for my education. And I don't have to work, and I can
Yeah, do
study
you
and do
buy
whatever.
consumer products?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you are taxed when Donald Trump imposes
There's
tariffs.
no there's no tax on there's no tax at like the BX or the PX. Do you know that?
Yeah, did you know in order to be able to import the goods that they have there, it comes from other countries and they will have to pay tariffs on the products and or they will be more expensive because they were produced here, right? Because of the fact that the tariffs have been imposed. So you understand that tariffs increase the costs for you anywhere you go in the US.
Um,
That's just how the market works.
I don't know. I mean, like it depends on the good and like your pickiness over like brand or non-brand thing. There, I think it's a little bit more complicated than and more nuanced than oh it's just like
Not really.
no it is like you can buy
So you
from
say it's
like
a little bit more nuanced. What's the nuance that's relevant?
well if you want to get into nuance like you can buy directly from like Chinese factories uh and avoid tariffs through this legal loophole. I can cite the loophole, but it's like very very like specific and
What,
nuanced.
what's
And
the loophole? Let everyone know. Don't gatekeep.
I'm not trying to gatekeep. It's just like I have to do it live. I have to go and get my laptop so I
Go
can
find
cite
it
like
right now, dude. Thousands of people can save money right now. Do it.
they okay. It's gonna take a second.
Okay, that's fine. I'll bring up someone else in the meantime.
Okay. Thank you by the way.
Of course. Alrighty, in the meantime, everyone, we'll give them a second to look that up and find that. We need those savings. We need those savings, everybody. Um, let's make sure to get this next individual up here to help him out. In the meantime, I'll just unmute whenever you're ready, by the way. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Okay, let's get this next person up here. Happy Easter, everybody. Happy Easter. I'm going to be celebrating later for dinner. Yotsup, how old are you?
Happy Easter!
Happy Easter, happy Easter. Libs don't celebrate Easter? I know, right? Crazy, right? Yotsup, how old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election all today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay,
Mainly
what's your birth
because 1994.
year? Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I just think he was overall the better candidate, and Harris wasn't even elected by the people to be the candidate. So
She was. Want to know why?
how?
Yeah, because Biden-Harris ticket was elected in the primaries, and if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's how vice presidency works. 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee, and no one decided to run against her. I think those are incredibly important facts. Sammy, think of the egg hunt. And then also, in terms of Donald Trump, he tried to undermine the results of the 2020 election, sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. Right? And he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he didn't like the election results in 2020 that he still denies, by the way. So, if you care about someone who's a threat to the democracy, why would you be willing to support Donald Trump?
I mean, when Biden was president, I will say that I was paying a lot more money. I know you're going to say like, oh, you're probably paying a lot more money now, but my bills kept getting increased when Biden was president. I had my car insurance increased, and I called and I said, hey, why is this being increased? And they were like, oh, it's due to inflation.
Yeah, but that's not due to Biden. What did Biden do to cause
Well,
inflation?
Biden was in the presidency. I wasn't getting my car insurance raised
I understand.
before that.
But yeah, but why do you think that because inflation happened, it has to be due to Biden? That's a correlation causation fallacy. It's like me saying, you know what, I got into a relationship with my girlfriend under Biden's administration. So let's thank Joe in the comment section, everybody. Thank you so much, Joe Biden. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you.
Well, I mean, he makes policies that,
Yeah, but like what policy did he pass that caused your car insurance to go up, bro?
I mean, I'm just putting the pieces together, right? If, Trump was president before, right? No inflation. Biden becomes president. All of a sudden, I'm getting inflation or getting my
Yeah.
bills raised due to inflation.
Yeah, because that's a different impact that happened under the pandemic. Because of the supply chain issues relating to the pandemic.
Okay, so then we can claim that then all the claims from Biden saying that he raised jobs, we can just say that was a direct correlation to the pandemic too, because
Yes.
all the jobs were lost.
A lot
So
of
he was
a lot,
lying, right?
well, saying all
So he
15
didn't actually raise
saying 15 million new jobs is just referencing the amount of jobs that have been added since he got into office. It's not things that he necessarily caused.
So it's just
Yeah.
like propaganda, right? He's just claiming that he raised the jobs to make him sound better. But in reality, no jobs were actually raised. They were just jobs that were reestablished.
No, it's not
because of the
no
pandemic.
jobs were raised. There were absolutely jobs raised. It's just that not all of these jobs can be attributed to him.
So he lied.
Yes.
Okay. Great. I'm glad you can agree with that.
Well, I mean,
But
if you consider a misleading statement a lie, yeah.
okay, so then what makes you think Harris would have been a better president? Because she tried to run in 2016? Nobody even voted for her. She didn't even make it past the first debate. So then what makes you think she would have been any better?
Yeah, because she wouldn't have imposed tariffs. She wouldn't have brought us to war with Iran, and we'd have better conditions in terms of the economy since Trump's got in
I mean,
office.
I will agree with you. I don't agree with the war in Iran right now. That is the one thing I don't agree with.
Okay. Already, that's
So
going to
I
lead
mean,
to that's leading to worse conditions for our economy, though. Like the OECD estimated 4.2% inflation for all goods year over year since the start of the war. Not only that, but also we have worse off conditions in terms of real GDP growth, real median wage growth. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. And this is due to Donald Trump's policies because his tariff policy have disenfranchised the level of manufacturing investment within this country, the level of business investment, limited our ability to be able to decrease interest rates, right? And there are plenty of issues under Trump's economy because of his imposed policies.
I mean, I think the tariffs are a good thing. I think that yes, we might suffer and pay more, but in the end, the whole purpose of it is to bring manufacturing back to the United States. So
And that's a good
yes,
segue too. I found
If
the
you want to
answer
bring,
to.
hold up, pause. If you want to bring back manufacturing to this country, you have to acknowledge that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration since he got in office, after massive increases under the Biden administration due to Joe Biden's bipartisan infrastructure bill, Inflation Reduction Act, and Chips and Science Act.
okay. I mean, that's all. That's really all I've got. I'm just telling you what I think.
But like, what did Trump do to benefit the economy? He thinks we're in a golden age right now, but like, practically every metric of the economy is worse off.
I mean, like I said, I haven't. Yeah, I might be paying a little bit more for things right now. I think that eventually it'll all level out. Things will go down once the jobs or the manufacturing comes back.
But there's been no
But
increase in
Democrats have
investment. So
always
how is the
said that.
manufacturing coming back if there's been no increase in
I
investment
mean, Democrats
a
have always
year
said
and
that
4 months
things
in?
that they do during the
3 months.
presidency don't take effect until after their presidency. Anytime there's a Democrat in the office,
It depends
people
on
say,
what
"Oh,
you're
the economy
referencing.
was worse," and then a
Listen.
Republican comes in.
Oh my
2 years
God.
later, the economy's better, and then they say, "Oh, that's only because of this last Democrat president putting in, these policies. Now they're taking effect a few years later."
Appreciate that, Tina. Think of the galaxy. There are certain things in which that is the case. Like, for example, the infrastructure policies. They had policies that take into effect even under Trump's administration. So that does happen. For example, under the Biden administration, there was debt that was incurred because of things that Donald Trump signed into law. So there are things that carry over through administration. You just have to point to the things that the different people in the administration did to cause that to happen. That's why I keep telling people you have to demonstrate what they did to cause this in the very first place. Now, I'm going to continue on with this conversation. I just have a few people to thank. Just give me a quick second real quick. I have to catch up.
Yeah, take your time, man.
For sure. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much for the kind words. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I know, right? It's really kind of ridiculous at this point, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Molly. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Rachel in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is honestly true. Thank you. Dwayne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Establishes educational rights for people across the entire United States in terms of funding. Bruno, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy Easter to you as well. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Justina, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Have a great Easter dinner. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Justina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you as always. Always good to see you. Of course. Thank you so much. Good luck. Good luck going there. Good luck. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. He was presupposing a lot. That happened a lot on the stream. Also, BX, the military people don't pay taxes, but those things are taxed by the federal income tax when you are, in essence, paying. Yeah, and also, like, the tariffs are impacting everyone. As well as Yolanda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as this also, or that's the same one actually. Let me make sure to catch up all the rest of them on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people as always. We're continue on to the conversation. Just give me one quick second. I think I'm almost caught up, everyone. As well as Dave, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, thank you. Neo, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Andrew, thank you for the $5 and for the $2. Thank you. I am fully caught up. Alrighty, continue on with what y'all were saying.
No, I just have
Sure.
a question for you. Like this next election, are you hoping that Kamala runs again? Is that your like
Kamala? Well,
chosen like candidate, or are you hoping for somebody else? Like,
well,
I'm
I
just
prefer more progressive candidates, but I would definitely vote for her over any Republican nominee likely that would be in the position. So, uh, that's my point of view. And also the reason why I'm bringing up Kamala Harris is one because she's likely going to be leading the polls because she is going to be running, and secondly because of the fact that she was the last candidate, and it's essentially a baseline to show people that they made the wrong decision, so that they look into the next election cycle through a different light, and they're more likely to take into consideration, right, like the Democratic nominee over like the person that's going to be coming from Trump's administration, like either be JD Vance or Marco Rubio, likely Marco Rubio.
so what makes you think that if she was to run again, she'd be the top choice as far as like Democrats? Because she obviously doesn't have a good track record of being a top choice thus far. I mean, she wasn't the top choice in 2016. She clearly wasn't the top choice this
And does
last
does
go
that
around
scare
because she
you?
wasn't
So
elected as
so she didn't win against Trump, but she got the most votes
she
out
had
of it.
the
She got the third most votes in U.S. history. Okay, so let me just clarify: the level of name recognition that she has, comparative to other Democratic candidates, is very, very high. That in of itself should give you good reason to believe that she's going to have a huge percentage within the Democratic Party of support. That's just
But
a
do you think
fact.
that it's going to be enough?
Yeah, I probably do. I think that she will be the leading nominee, right? If
No,
when
no, no,
she
no,
when she
not nominee. Do you think it's enough to win the presidency?
is, I think that she could win if she were to run now. Yeah, I think that people realize now more, and they've decided that obviously Trump has fucked things up to a greater extent. I think more people would be
okay,
able
but
to say
Trump
that
can't
Kamala
run
Harris is a
again.
preferable
Yeah,
candidate.
he's not going to be
Trump
on the
can't run
ballot.
again. So do you think, let's say she goes up against JD Vance, do you think she has a
Yeah,
fighting chance
I
against
think
JD
she beats
Vance?
JD Vance.
What about Marco Rubio?
I think she also beats Marco Rubio.
Mm,
I think it's
I
it's
think
a
it
good
would be
question.
closer with Rubio than it would be with Vance.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it really depends. I mean, if she like changes like her messaging and the Democratic Party gets more centralized, I could see a Democratic president.
I think
In
if she
front.
wants to have a chance at winning, she needs to actually be prepared to to talk. Like
I don't think it was preparation. It's just like more. Well, I guess it is a form of preparation, but impromptu preparation, like having a conversation, like how you and I are having a conversation, and
it
it's
seemed
just
very staged. Like everything that
yeah.
she said was like very like by the book. Like there was a written script, and if you asked her anything off script, like she struggled to answer it.
Nope, she didn't. She was literally at the debates and she did very
Well, she
well.
gave answers that
And
were not clear answers.
okay,
So
what answer was not clear?
I mean, you're uh, you're
'Cause
asking me to go back
yeah,
to
I watched
a
those
couple of years.
debates.
I cannot remember
Yeah,
everything that she said outside my
there
head.
are
I just
no
know
examples that
when
you would be able
people.
to provide me. I promise you. Not a single one in the debates would you be able to provide me.
Dude, go get your laptop and go find an example while I bring up you know, the very nuanced way of
Well,
like
she just kept saying like, what kind of economy would she want? She just kept saying an opportunity economy, but nobody
She didn't
could
just say
define what
opportunity
that
economy.
was.
And she
She
did
said that
define.
multiple times.
She did define what an
An
opportunity
opportunity
economy is.
economy.
Let me explain. She specifically wanted to expand access to what's it called, the child tax credit, expansion to $6,000 for the first
But
year of
she,
child's
yeah,
life.
you can sit here and
3,600.
tell
Can I
me
please?
that.
wait, let him explain.
She did say this. Literally, the first question she was asked, she said this. Okay, she brought up a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. She brought up a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. Okay, that's an opportunity economy. When she says opportunity economy, she means she wants great conditions for small businesses and lower-income individuals to have social mobility to do better within our economy, and not
I have
just
a
do what's
question.
best for the people who already are doing well, which means giving tax breaks to the richest Americans.
So with the tax credit for buying a new home, right? Do you think that that would like let's say that she was our president right now and that was passed? Do you think that that would have actually made any like make the needle move anyway with the housing market right now, or do you think that the problem is private equity and
I think that
and
she
then
also addressed that. She also did. That's just an example. I was giving you what she specifically said in that context. She also did specifically want to address private equity in terms of literally corporations being able to go in and buy single family homes. That was
well,
something that was
I was asking you that alone, that tax credit alone. Do you think it would have made any difference, or do you think it was just like a performative tax credit that
no, I think it would
is?
have made a difference. It would make it better for people specifically to get access to new homes who are first time home buyers. And it would also create conditions of building more houses in places where people want to live, especially younger Americans, right, that would be needing to buy houses. So it's specifically the type of houses that younger Americans that would be wanting to start home or start families and buy new homes would be getting. So it's like actually like really a specific policy. I think it's really good.
I think the policy is like pretty arbitrary and like doesn't actually make any real change. The only real change is like stop private equity from buying houses, like point blank, period. But like we'll never have that because like we have lobbyist groups on both sides of the aisle that like have their finger on the scale when it comes to that question.
I
There's
don't.
also
I,
this.
I also don't think that you can just write it as it's just a private equity thing. Like, yeah, private equity is a part of it, but this problem would still exist to a certain degree without that as well. It's also that we need to increase the supply.
I think it's like the systemic problem. I don't think that it's the only systemic problem, but I think it's the main one.
But
I
systemic
think if
problem
you
in what way?
in terms of like the housing market, leaning towards like something not identical, but similar to what we saw in 2007, 2008. But it's not based off of like the security that they're selling, which has been diversified into not like 2008, but we're talking about the security as a real tangible asset, which is homes, which are being bought up and held currently. Like when I say currently, like current assets, like the long term holds, like in the perspective of a corporation, right? And I say to that,
You're saying corporate
corporations,
influence in the market.
yes,
Is that
and
it?
I think
That's
that
the only explanation.
not the only explanation, but it's a main explanation. Just as I was saying, like most trade is private trade because people just like because the government, as big as it is, it cannot account for people just like
Okay. So
trading.
so who do you think is more likely to regulate corporations?
Who is more likely to regulate corporations?
Yeah.
The federal government's the only people.
Which
The
party?
only which party do I think? Historically, Democrats, I would say.
Okay. So if the problem is the lack of regulation on corporations and Democrats are more likely to regulate corporations, why wouldn't you support Democrats then?
I don't think that the policy of here's a tax credit, like that's just a band-aid, and I don't think that's enough. I think that like
Yeah,
somebody has
it
to get
wasn't
up
the
there and
only
be the
it
front
wasn't
runner.
it wasn't the only thing.
What was her? How was she going to address the private equity problem?
I think she specifically talked about a ban on single family homes for large firms meeting a certain degree from being able to do so.
I mean, yeah, but then you have to define like what's a large firm, and it's probably like some absurd amount of money, But then like when you look at it from
Sure,
like a
but
business
isn't that
perspective,
preferable than none at all?
do you think that that's not happening right now?
I
The
don't
same
think
the same
that's
thing is happening with the Republicans. It's just like the
what
bar is like
law
much lower.
passed.
Well, I'm gonna have to pause and bring up the specific thing again, but
That's fine.
and I also have the saying for avoiding tariffs if you want, but it's again it's all very nuanced and it gets in the weeds. If you want me to bring up the specifics, I can take a pause again and do it if you
Go
like.
ahead and do that. I can talk to the other guy while you do so. User, you want to make a point?
No, I mean, I don't really have much. I mean, I will say that like one thing that really like, because I'll be the first to admit I voted for Obama, right? I voted for Obama twice, right? I did not vote for Biden. I voted for Trump. I voted for Trump this last time. So I wouldn't say I'm 100% Republican, right? Like yes, I voted Republican the last 2 elections, but I'm open to the different candidates, right? Like, I'm not strictly Republican. That's all I'm going to vote for my whole entire life, right? I like to listen. I like to hear the policies. One thing that really stuck out to me and with Trump was immigration. Okay. Yes, a lot of people don't agree with how it's being carried out right now, but I do think that immigration under the Biden administration the policy was absolutely terrible. We can't allow everybody to just come in whenever they want.
That's not what was happening. You bought the fear-mongering of Trump. They were not just letting anyone come into the country. I don't know where you got that idea from, other than Trump. And like, oh, maybe Newsmax or Fox News or something like that.
I have
the
I have
numbers.
your answer to what law.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's called the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. It's a bipartisan bill. It's currently in Congress right now, and it basically touches on the same private equity stuff.
You said 21st century what?
21st Century Road, and road's an acronym, but road like street.
Road to Housing Act.
Yep.
Which is, by the way, a bipartisan effort. Has it passed yet?
No, it has not passed yet, but it does address like the private equity issue, and it's just an iterative change.
And by the way, the legislation restricts large institutional investors from purchasing single-family homes, targeting corporations that own 350 or more homes. So
yeah,
by the way,
it's just an arbitrary number that doesn't actually.
Wait. By the way, it seems like that's exactly what Kamala Harris was advocating for, and also is the bipartisan address. So it seems like Kamala Harris would have done this. I don't know why you would argue that you support Trump because of this if it's bipartisan.
I'm saying that it's already happening. That it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was Trump or Kamala Harris in office. It's happening, and there's proof that it's happening right now, and it's happening under the Trump administration. But do you think it's going to change the needle of how the private I personally don't think so, and that's been my. I do
think it will. I do think it will impact things, but I also don't think that again, like the
marginally.
Of course, but like that's with any of these policies, okay? There's not going to be one thing that's just going to radically fix it overnight. I don't think people. Can you tell me a solution that would do that?
Yeah, I already mentioned it a bunch.
That isn't a solution that would do that. You are just virtue signaling. You have no evidence.
No. Listen.
I'm sorry. Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. You have no evidence to support that statement at all.
I do have a solution. The solution's clear. If a component of the federal government's not working, the most radical thing you can do is just get rid of it, and then hopefully the void and statesmen and everybody, like, it's just having faith in the system, right? And the system will fix itself. And I don't think that's
not how it works. You don't just like regenerate. That's not how it works. Okay. You have to actually build those systems.
It's not like
up.
regeneration, and it's definitely a process. It's very complicated and very nuanced. I can tell you how that process works if you want me to go ahead and research again. I can take a pause here and I can give you all that information too. But what I am saying is that I don't think that the needle gets moved very much through whatever president is in place. And all you can hope for is
why are you talking about them right now? And also, obviously, it does. Trump putting us going to war with Iran is definitely a huge change in direction than what would have otherwise existed. Donald Trump engaging in literally threatening NATO and saying that we should take over Greenland is a huge threat to our relationships that wouldn't have existed otherwise. You understand these are completely different paths than what existed otherwise. The idea that there's not much of a difference to me is absurd. Millions of people are losing access to healthcare under Donald Trump's presidency because of the big, beautiful bill. They wouldn't say that.
Join the military.
Millions of people lose access to food stamps, right, because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. They can't say that. 420,000 children on average every single month through the big, beautiful bill lose access to free school lunch and breakfast, right? That's not something that they could say. So the argument that you're making that, oh, it's not much of a difference, it's pretty much the same, is just a ridiculous thing to me. And I think denies the impact
from a numerical
on millions
standpoint,
of people in this country.
I really commend your appeal to, like it's obviously a tragedy whenever, like, what those numbers represent, which is suffering, right? But like in terms of a macro perspective, which has always been my perspective here, it's marginal. It's marginal. The suffering like has gotten worse. But the compared to like the 1930s where like.
Yeah, so the 420,000 kids, he just considers that a margin. That's an issue. Are you Christian?
Yeah, yes. And I said I believe.
Why would you be okay?
Are
with
you Christian?
No, I'm not. Why would you be okay with 420,000 children on average every single month losing access to free school lunch and breakfast?
When you said Happy Easter earlier, did that mean anything to you?
Yeah, I still celebrate Easter, but I'm not Christian.
Like, what is Easter to you if you're not Christian?
Candy Day, bro.
Oh, it's candy. Okay.
Candy Day, and like celebrate with family. My
Yeah, celebrate
parents
with
are
family.
Christian,
Like, so
and like I grew up in a Christian household.
do you, and sorry to change the topic, but like when it comes to um, like, I guess like the stories, right? Because they're stories. That's what we can all agree on. They're parables. Like, do you think that it was a noble thing for Jesus Christ, who was a real person, by the way? Do you agree that Jesus Christ was a real person?
Yes, I just don't think he rose from the dead.
But do you think that him being murdered for like his political views were like worth it? Like, do you think it was like noble?
Do I think it's noble to get murdered? Well, I'm confused. Do you think? What do you mean by noble? I'm confused. That people murdered
Like,
him?
like the whole idea. Yeah, he got murdered. He got murdered because he like spoke out against like these institutions, and
I guess
and he said like,
it depends on how you speak out against institutions, and of course, that could be a noble thing if you're speaking out for some sort of political cause or
what do you
for the
mean it
betterment of
depends
humanity.
on how you speak out against institutions? Like, can you give me a case of like where murder is okay because of how you like what you said about the institution?
Yeah, like Nazis. Like I think it's
So,
okay. I think it's okay specifically that we went and took over the Nazis, right, and prevented them from literally doing what they were doing.
but were
Do you
they
think we
speaking
should
out
have?
against the institution, or were they buying into
Yeah,
the
they were
institution?
speaking out against the what they claimed as institutions in society that were controlling everything. So
What the Nazis bought into the German institution when Hitler came to power. They didn't speak out against it. They bought into it, and they expanded the institution with like things like Hitler Youth. I mean, I think well, I don't know what you're talking about in terms of Nazis speaking out against the institution. What institution were they speaking out
they
against?
justified their actions in doing so based upon their claims actions of institutions being controlled by Jewish people. They
Oh,
claimed based upon their
it wasn't an
particular.
institution. They were fighting against
Can I
a
like
prejudiced belief
can
of
can
people.
I clarify my position without you cutting me off? Is that
Sure,
possible?
sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, so they were arguing against some sort of ideological framework that someone controlled institutions within society and that they were specifically responding to it. That's the comparison that I was making, right? So if someone is claiming that they're arguing against institutions of society, right, that doesn't necessarily mean that the arguments that they're making in relation to those claims against the institutions of society are justified and or good, right? And especially justified based on the actions they were engaging in. Now, I'm not saying that that's true here with Jesus. Obviously, like I'm not arguing for Jesus' death. Like I don't know what your argument you're trying to make here.
I'm just trying to understand like what you believe personally, because after you asked me twice if I'm Christian, and then you've also said Happy Easter. So then I assumed, and that was bad on me to assume that you were a Christian. But now that you say you're not, I was just like curious, like I was just I was just curious about like your understanding of the gospel, and all that stuff. Not that like I'm trying to change your mind either way. I was really just trying to what's the word, like drill down to your core beliefs and get an idea of what you do believe, especially in the context of like you're really this idea came this line of questioning came from you started citing like all these margins, right? Which like if you appeal to like my emotions like as a human, of course, like it's a tragedy. But, like, what can I do about it? It's so
Stop
farther.
supporting people like Trump. Stop supporting Republicans who restrict people's access to things that they need. Trump wants to fund his war with Iran to kill children, right, and to kill people who are innocent, right, specifically, right, by literally cutting people's access to Medicaid, right, and cutting people's access to social services that they need.
Well,
That's again like one of like the most anti-Christian things you could possibly think of. How could you defend that as a Christian?
I think that as a Christian, having faith in the system means that America used to not be a country. with 330 million people in it, or whatever the number is. It used to be far less than that. America's also a boiling plate, or boiling pot. Like here in Baltimore, I have like an amalgam of like culture that I have never experienced anywhere else in the world. But maybe like in terms of residing, and all those things are good, right? But part of having those good things means that we got to let like the system take place, and as much as like I want to believe that my my vote is going to do anything about it, it's not not from a macro perspective.
So your individual vote, but like you understand that the putting everyone into consideration, all of us together, and if we all justified like, oh, my one individual actions don't do anything, we would never be able to influence anything in society. No single person would have ever done anything. Okay.
How many people voted in the last election?
What would I have done if I thought that same way? I would
Oh
have
no,
never
not
done
everybody
what I'm
thinks the same
doing.
way.
I would have never done what I'm doing right now. So I don't think that's
Yeah, this is your
useful.
path, and it's commendable.
I don't think that's useful to you. I don't think that's useful to your society if you believe that you do nothing by voting. I think you voting does impact society in a positive manner if you're able to vote in the interests of your society. Maybe you know what? If you don't find it to be good to vote and you're going to vote for Trump, I think it's better that you don't vote. And to be honest with you, I'm not trying to convince you to like vote to then lead you voting for someone like Trump. The point that I'm making is that you should realize the importance of trying to make your country better off and that you can do something about it, and you can stop supporting the people like Donald Trump that are actively cutting people off of this access to stuff. And by the way, say you just
what can I do other than voting for your party?
Not
what
go
else
on a
can I do?
fucking live stream and say you support Trump, right? And not defend the guy, not in your typical personal life. Defend the guy.
No, I think discourse is important. I think that we all ought to have somebody in our corner, and have somebody zealously defend us, because that's the human experience. Do you not agree with that? Do you not like the idea of having some like imagine you were Trump, like let's use that empathy that you're always like going on about. Put yourself in Trump's shoes, and then imagine like you're just like this horrible person just by design, just like you were given everything, like Trump's an American, right? Like he had everything. He's like the most like privileged person I think I've ever seen. Like he's just an extremely lucky individual to be able to be put in the position that he's been in, but that's just like an output of the system, like that was bound to come from the system. And do I have faith in the American system? Of course I do. I think that it's like the best form of democracy, not pure democracy, but democracy, which is a republic that we can get. And this is one of the outputs, and I think that like as much as I can't change anything, like I'm gonna stand by. Like when you ask me like, oh, Trump or Harris, like I didn't trust Kamala Harris. Like there's nothing about her that seemed authentic.
Yeah, but the guy who's a pathological liar that cheated on every single one of his wives, that lies about the 2020 election, that guy's someone you trust to a greater extent. You put your faith and trust in Trump, but you aren't willing to put your trust in Kamala Harris, who's significantly more trustworthy.
I don't know if she's more trustworthy. Sometimes people are such good liars that they. Can I ask you about Hillary Clinton?
How is Trump authentic to you?
I didn't say he's authentic. I think he's more authentic. I'm comparing him to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I understand. How is Trump more authentic to you?
Well, like, for instance, he goes during like the election. Did you watch the what's it called, the podcast with him and like Rogan, or him and I forget. Did you watch any of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you think that he was like reading off a script at all, or did he get that impression?
I felt like he was using talking points. I didn't feel like Kamala Harris in her interviews was reading off a script. I think that she specifically has certain points that she was hitting on and that she was ready, right?
Wait. So you know how you like always cite like the civil case law against Trump with like E. Jean Carroll? Well, I'm about to cite the civil case where was it CNN? It was one of those big major companies, and
Wait,
they
before
were
you
found
start,
civilly liable for for modifying for manipulating those interviews and only showing like
before you
certain
start, can
things.
I just say
No
I'm gonna head
company was held
out, but
civilly liable for
Well,
manipulating an interview.
you want me to like pause and like bring up the specific
Yeah,
case
go
law? I can
ahead.
do that.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I would appreciate that.
yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you having me up. I'm gonna head out, but
Alrighty.
thanks
See
for
you,
the
man.
time.
Alrighty, everyone. In the meantime, let me catch up. Let me thank some people real quick while they try to find that information. James, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W's for James in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the kind words, James. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Reed, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Reed as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I definitely do think that Kamala Harris will run again, and I do think that she will be more popular than Newsom coming out of the gates for sure. Susan, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Parker, when you were talking about people losing healthcare and the guest said, join the military. The military has socialized me. Let me read the whole thing. I apologize. The military has socialized me. Socialized medicine. You should point out that they seemingly agree with single-payer medical system then. Well, I mean, they say if you become a veteran, which I appreciate the galaxy. I don't think, of course, you should only be able to get it if you're a veteran, but yeah, they at least believe it in that context. Jamie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Jesus Palestinian would advocate for free healthcare based. As well as Georgia, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Childcare is childcare. Is the perfect example of Trump's lack of preparation. Exactly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Georgia. Thank you for the $25. Heather with the $40. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for continuing to hammer home that the vetting required for the admission to the U.S. was set decades ago. In the digital age, it needs to be faster and most efficient. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Emmy, thank you so much for the dollar for Happy Candy Day. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you, though, Emmy. I'm glad that we're able to be here for you, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section. As well as I do have some people to thank over on YouTube, and then we can go on to our conversation. Just give me one quick second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Mango, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Since statistically 90% of Trump's friends, supporters who have been pardoned are never arrested before, and some ICE agents got arrested or rearrested for CSAM. That's what MAGA voted for. Absolutely insane. Say it and probably. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for. Do they realize that Easter hijacked the pagan springtime fertility celebrations and rituals? I actually am not even familiar much with that myself, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Saint probably thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. As well as Frostbite, by the way, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Frostbite. Thank you. Wizardly, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It definitely was very much so. Happy Easter to you as well. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Satan probably again with the $25 for Happy Candy Day. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And Abe, thank you for the $5. Alrighty. Go back to what you were saying.
Oh yeah. 1 second. First off, we have to establish like the difference between civil and criminal, like burden of proof, right? So in criminal, it's like we like to say shadow of a doubt, but it's really reasonable doubt, and that's like 95%, 95 to 99% certainty that somebody did it, right? Like within reason. With civil law, it's propensity. The burden of proof is the propensity of
preponderance of evidence. No,
yeah,
so
preponderance.
Again,
exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
You said that they were held civilly liable of changing an interview.
No. So with preponderance of evidence, that just means like more
likely than not.
Yes, it doesn't mean that it's beyond a reasonable doubt. That means it can't be pursued.
I understand that. Why are you telling me these things? I'm asking you. Why you said that they were held civilly liable of changing an interview? Did you find that?
Can I continue or?
Sure, man.
Thanks, appreciate it. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. Like let's just call it, just for a number's sake, even though it's not really based on this number. Let's say it's 51% more likely than not that you committed a civil crime, and therefore you'll be found liable. So what companies like to do with civil liability, whenever there's a lawsuit coming, is that if there's no like foundation at all, they'll just push for a dismissal. But in regarding CBS. With the 60-minute interview with Kamala Harris, and they were saying, hey, like, there's a more likelihood than not that, like, you guys manipulated this thing. CBS, instead of saying, you know what, no, that has no factual claim, or like there's no like argument there, they said, nah, we're going to pay you $16 million, and we'll also release transcripts of your presidential interviews. So maybe not. I misspoke. Maybe not civilly liable in term, but they were held to the court of public opinion. That's for sure. And the court of public opinion said that they very likely manipulated the 60-minute claim, the 60-minute interview with Kamala Harris.
So that's not what someone got a settlement for. There's nothing wrong with the 60-minute interview. Every single 60 Minutes interview is cut. Trump's 60-minute interview, originally, like the one that he did before the 2024 election, because he didn't do one in 2024, they cut that one as well. That's not something you get criminally or civilly held responsible for.
Why would he pay?
I don't know what settlement they had in relation to that. I think you're thinking of an ABC settlement.
No, I'm. You can still hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Imagine you're CBS Paramount, and this frivolous lawsuit comes your way. Why would you pay $16 million out of your pocket if it's just bullshit?
So I'm not familiar specifically with the circumstance you're referencing, but if you're referencing, like, are you trying to say that, like, they were... What are you trying to determine that they were held liable for, or that they were specifically responsible for?
I'm just asking you the question if...
Because did you even research and look into what you were referencing?
Yeah. Here, I'll
so
read
what
it
did you see?
to you.
What was it? What's the title?
Okay. The program
I'll bring it up
aired...
myself.
Just search 60 Minutes CBS News lawsuit. That's all you have to search. This is what happened. The program 60 Minutes aired an interview with Kamala Harris, and it was selectively edited. But it was, a lot of people claim it was misleading.
It wasn't the interview. Yeah, so, wait, hold up. So
yeah, you can get familiar.
The CBS News parent company worked with the under $16 million that was allocated. The settlement did not include an apology. Paramount also agreed that 60 Minutes will release transcripts of interviews with presidential candidates in the future. Okay? I just think I don't even know why this is that in the first place. This is absurd. He was still the candidate. Okay. But what did they do wrong?
Well, they did nothing wrong. Why would you give $16 million away?
No, what did they do wrong?
The civil lawsuit was filed for defamation, false light, election interference, and they settled.
So you think they engaged in election interference for the 2024
No, I'm saying that
election?
that's what the lawsuit was filed for, and they gave $16 million to fund Trump's library fund. So, like, why would they do that if there's like 0% chance that they did those things? That's my question to you. Like I'm asking you this to think critically. Like if you were CBS and then the Trump administration brought a lawsuit onto you and saying like, hey, you misled the public or whatever, and they were like, oh, we're seeking a monetary remedy of like, I forget the amount. It was like $50 million or something. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to give you that, but I will give you a portion of that. And the portion is almost 40% of the original value of the lawsuit. It's like, so you're saying what? What are they saying? That they're 40% liable? I mean, maybe they don't admit it, but these companies never admit anything like that. I mean, anytime, like why would you ever admit guilt? But they still paid the money, and that's not just like some like meaningless chunk of change. It's $16 million. That's my question to you. Like in the most in the most genuine way. Like why would they do that? Just you see what I'm saying?
No, I genuinely don't think that this is relevant. Let's say that 60 Minutes didn't release the transcripts. How the fuck does that even? How is that even relevant to the election outcomes? We're talking about the 2024 election. Okay, Trump won. What is it? What is the big deal you're bringing up right now? Why are you telling me about this? What is the point?
There was a point, but it kind of got lost in the sauce because we took a pause and.
Can you just clarify what the point is?
Yeah, let me do a little bit of thinking of why this was brought up in the first place. This is a problem with researching.
Okay.
You stop and you lose your train of thought. Like I have like 8 tabs open over, different times where I felt like I had to bring up something to, make my case. Yeah. But there was a point. Just give me a second.
Okay. Well, 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. They said they paid because they didn't want to go to court and drag it out. But the biggest was Trump using the FCC to threaten them. Yeah, I just genuinely, I don't really get the big deal here. As well as Frostbite. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Frostbite.
I think I was pointing to Kamala Harris's like credibility. I mean, like yeah, Donald Trump won and whatever.
This doesn't affect her credibility at all.
No, the outcome. So somebody sues somebody else, and they agree to give a portion of the money to avoid a lawsuit, and that doesn't bring up like the question of like, well, wait, why are you giving them money?
That can bring that question up, but if the answer to that question has nothing to do with any specific wrongdoing, and it's literally just whether or not they put the fucking transcript of the interview out, is crazy.
No. The claim was the edit of the 60-minute interview was misleading. That's the claim.
Okay. And
like it was misleading.
How was it misleading?
So yeah, people. It was misleading. To put her in this light, like false light, like that was a whole argument, right? That she was like this authentic and like she had all these answers, and then she didn't.
How does this make her more inauthentic than Trump?
Well, there are. I don't know how often like Trump's edits are like whenever he goes and does like a press conference, like whenever he gets edited, they take stuff out of context, right? Like, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I don't know why this is taking so long to answer this question. Right? You said they take stuff out of context with every interview. Okay, that's nothing to do with Kamala Harris.
That's not true.
I'm asking you, what did Kamala Harris do?
I'm asking the question I asked you that you refused to answer is why would CBS give the Trump administration $16 million? Like that's the question I have. Why would they do that if there wasn't if there was zero plausibility to the legal suit? That's my only question for you.
Why the fuck is this relevant? Why do you keep asking me this question? I'm sorry. What the fuck? Actually, it's annoying me at this point. I'm sorry. What point? I'm sorry. What point do you think you're making?
I would like you to answer the question.
What point do you think you're making? Why do you keep asking me this fucking question?
I just want you to answer the question. I mean,
I don't know the exact. I've already answered this question a million times. I don't fucking know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to the question. I'd have to look it up. I didn't even hear about it before. You told me about it, and this is the first thing I knew. It was about even the interview in the very first place. Okay?
Wait, you're saying you didn't? This is like massive news. Like
I understand, but I didn't even know it specifically.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you didn't know about it. That sucks. But
can you stop talking and let me fully?
Being posed.
Oh my god, I hate talking to people like you. Why are you cutting me off middle of my sentence again?
I think okay. Let's just take a breather. I really want to again thank
Just
you
cuts
for
me
giving
off,
me the
take a breather,
opportunity.
and then just like keeps yapping, bro. I'm sorry. What?
I was just getting ready to sign off so you can talk to somebody else. I
So
apologize.
that I'll never even be
I'm
able
not
to
trying.
address the point.
I'm really
I
not
can't
trying to
address the
upset
point.
you.
Well, I mean, like you're not trying to upset me while I'm saying don't interrupt me, and you're interrupting me. And gonna leave. Like what?
Do you want to continue our conversation?
Yeah, I was trying to get you to explain why you're even bringing this point up in the first place, and you won't tell me.
Okay. Can I tell you now? So, Kamala, the question that was being posed by the lawsuit, the ultimate question, the social question, the question to the public was, well, was there any interference with the Kamala's like administration, Kamala Harris's administration with that lawsuit? And we don't know, and that was a question that was going to be brought up within the lawsuit, and also. If not, then why would CBS do it? And then
I don't
CBS
think
was
CBS
like,
is
"No,
making
we're gonna."
decisions. You're wrong. I don't think CBS is making decisions based on what's best for Kamala Harris. I think CBS is making decisions based on what's best for CBS. Okay, I don't understand this argument. So you're trying to say that Kamala Harris is responsible for CBS conducting themselves in a certain way?
No, the question was that was being posed was if there's any involvement at all, and that's to the public, you know. Now the question in the lawsuit is like whether they're liable for the manipulation during an election year, and then they just settled for $16 million.
Yeah, but what's the
they're
point
like,
of
"Oh, it's
bringing
not
this up? That I don't. Why do you keep restating that? We've heard that now. Why do you keep restating that instead of responding to the point that I'm asking? What relevance does this provide to the stream?
The relevance points to the credibility of Kamala Harris.
How?
And
If it's something CBS did, how does it point towards the credibility for Kamala Harris?
I don't know how to answer that question any other way. I mean,
You can't. It makes literally no sense.
It was a speculation. That's all it was.
It makes literally no sense.
I think it makes sense to, at the time when all this stuff was happening, I think it made sense to at least half the country. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Donald Trump as a president. That was like the whole issue with Kamala Harris. There's just something, it just didn't feel, I don't know.
Okay, but you can't say CBS News did this settlement, therefore Kamala Harris, she's not genuine. I don't take into consideration what she said. I don't, like what? That makes literally no sense.
I didn't say don't take into consideration. I just did a very basic comparison of like, okay, well, here's how this person gets involved with the media, and that's Donald Trump.
Yeah, but what did Kamala Harris do that was wrong in that scenario?
We don't know. The lawsuit was settled for
so
$16 million.
If you don't know I'm sorry. If you don't know what she did that was wrong, I'm sorry, but that just proves this point you're bringing up right now is literally irrelevant.
No, it's about speculation. I'm telling you why she lost. The reason why she lost is because of that speculation. It was an amalgam of that and
this
and
settlement came after the election, didn't it?
Yeah, but the interview happened.
So how did she lose because of this?
Because people saw that interview and felt something that was off. And then after the election, there was a lawsuit that sort of validated those ideas.
You're trying to say Kamala Harris lost because of this interview. Is she less trustworthy to you as an individual because of that interview?
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't have any interaction with her.
What did she do in the interview?
It just felt very scripted, and then it turns out that it was like edited, and I'm part of the critics.
Every 60 minutes is edited. Every single
I know that they're edited.
60 minutes episode like that is edited. The one Trump was in was also edited. Why are people not acknowledged? I already told you this earlier. Why are you still not acknowledging this?
I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that
No,
like
can you
if you
acknowledge
look
that
at
is
the
typical practice for what they do?
I acknowledge that it's typical practice for them to edit, but
So then why
the
is this a big
unedited
issue?
the unedited clips between Trump and Harris and the things that they cut out, the argument is from the critics' side that with it, like they were just doing a massive disservice to the public, of actually showing like when you watch any of the
Okay, so
unedited
then
raw
why didn't
footage from the
anyone
Trump
bring
side.
this up as an issue when they did this in terms of Trump's interview in 2020?
Because they didn't see any of the misleading stuff because Trump is like patently him. There's
It was cut.
like what you're
It
buying.
was cut the same
Well, if it was cut the same, then how did lawsuit come
because
only
because
one
no
way?
one decided to file a lawsuit against them prior.
But they can now,
Okay.
right?
But there was honestly really no reason why someone would have done that in the very first place. And again, like you're not even engaging with the broader point. I don't understand at all. Like, what is this? Has nothing to do with Kamala Harris's credibility.
I mean, I guess agree to disagree. No, I think we're just going in circles now, and that's okay.
Yeah, but you're not giving a good reason to actually criticize her credibility as a person.
I just don't think like you're gonna agree with me on this point. Like I'm telling you like the opposing side right now, and the opposing side is that like there was some sort of correlation between the two, and that raised some like red flags and a lot of people's like gut, if you will, like vibes,
Yeah,
as we like to say.
I'm not asking you what vibes raised the flag for other people. I'm asking you what for yourself tells you that she has less credibility than Trump.
Again, I really don't know how to answer that question without telling you like what I've already told you. And I said, and I'm trying to move on from it.
All right.
And I really
I'm just gonna go
encourage
on to
that
the
you
next
bring.
person.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good idea. Thank you for having me up. You're a wonderful debater. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Continue doing this. You and Dean both. I'd like to see you in 10 years, asking the same questions, but we look at, history with a larger chunk of time past.
Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. What's up,
Hey,
you?
I'm sorry. I'm actually 39. I was trying to address the guy that
Do you-
was I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm assuming that they don't support Trump. Well, don't worry. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. I have some people to catch up on in terms of Venmo, PayPal, and YouTube Super Chat, but I just want to get the next person up here before we do so. Happy Easter to everyone, though. Happy Easter. Want to know what your president did on Easter? This is what he posted. He posted Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. Be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. Yo, what's up?
Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18 February.
Cat. Oh my god. Cat with the lion. Holy shit, Kat. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Can we get some W's for Kat in the comment section for the lion? Thank you so much. That is seriously so kind of you, Kat. W's for Kat in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Seriously, thank you so much. W's for Kat in the comment section. That is so kind. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm from Britain.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's try to get this next person up here, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're a Trump supporter, send a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
April 30th.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you, or actually, I have some people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me a quick second real quick?
Yeah, dude, yeah.
Matthew, by the way, thank you so much for the $17.76. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Matthew in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Joseph, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. They said Trump threatened to hold up their merger with Paramount, so they paid him off. Same as ABC. Yeah, so I was mistaking with ABC. That makes sense. That's what I heard from people in the chat. I just wasn't sure because I actually wasn't really familiar with it. I think it's just a meaningless thing, anything. Anyways, Lacey, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't remember if I remember that. That might have been the prior person. As well as Bree, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to you as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bree. I'm glad that I can be there for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we have W's for them in the comment section right now? AJ as well, thank you for the $1. Brian, thank you for the $1. Carolyn, thank you so much for the appreciate. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think that it was the settlement or for the merger. As well as Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's actually very true that she did go through an FBI background check then. That's very true. Thank you so much, Lindsay Smith. Thank you. I don't know why accidentally. 10,000. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for it was a goddamn merger. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Omega, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Omega in the comment section right now. Thank you. W's for Omega. They said CBS folded because the fourth estate has literally failed us. Yeah, it was because of the merger with Paramount. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I think I am actually fully caught up. Let me make sure completely. As well as We Knew Nothing. Thank you so much again for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Bernard, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it was a weird standard of authentic there. Mr. James Bondtube, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to you as well. And I think I am fully caught up as well as Neo and Dana. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mom, thank you for the $10. Dealer with the $5. Satan probably with the $5. And Lord Bobby, thank you for the $5. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, if we're talking about the current term right now, I feel like many second-term presidents kind of just cruised and didn't want to ruin their legacy. Well, I feel like Trump has been doing things that will maybe better America in the longer term, but he's really putting his legacy at risk by doing some of those things.
Okay, so what do you think he's done that's good? What specifically?
I think for one, the border and securing our border in the southern border has been huge, as well as the tariffs and the economic policy.
Okay, so his tariffs have made things worse, have increased your taxes.
Well, that's why I was like kind of going into my like original argument. He's trying to like better America in the long term
How is it
and making less.
bettering America in the
Well,
long term? Long term.
well, it's making them less dependent on foreign nations for
It,
our
it
goods.
it isn't though, because we're not producing more here in the United States, because there's not based upon that those tariffs being implemented, because domestic manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Yeah. Well, what about the border?
Okay, so you said without the border.
I said, what about the border?
What about the border? What about it?
Well, I mean, I think under Biden and the previous administration, there was no border security, and
There
we were just
was.
letting honestly. Well, we were letting tons of people into the country. That's not a debated fact. That's just true.
No, we
Under
weren't.
Trump, I feel like we've really secured that, and
There wasn't an
that's a,
open border under Biden. That's just like a made up propagandistic lie from Trump. There were less than 4 million undocumented immigrants that came to the country under the Biden Harris administration, mainly due to the economic insecurity that existed all around the world due to global inflation, due to the pandemic.
okay. Well, I don't know. I was kind of going off what I heard, which was different than that.
Oh, what?
I don't
They just left. Like, what is going on with the guests right now? I'm so confused, bro. Is it just me, dude? Like, I swear it's not me. Like, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual here real quick, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what'd you say? Sorry.
How old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
My birth year?
Yeah.
2000.
2000? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Do give us a quick second. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. It's not accepting people right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello, how old are you? Okay. Alrighty, we're getting a lot of guest requests where people I think seemingly are accidentally sending guest requests. So do just give us a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, brother? I'm 26 years old. Happy Easter Sunday, man. Jesus Christ resurrected.
Do you support Trump?
I support Jesus Christ. Repent and believe in the gospel.
Okay. And do you want to debate, or did you just come up here to say that?
Well, I just wanted you to know that Jesus Christ wants an interpersonal relationship with you, Parker. Did you know that?
Okay. Did you know Satan loves you?
Satan doesn't love me. Satan hates all.
Okay. I was just making a joke because, like, dude, don't just come up here to say that when you're not going to debate. Really weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hell, what the fuck? Yo, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join.
You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Like right now, this like very moment.
Yeah.
Oh, with like everything that's gone with Trump, absolutely not. I'd rather vote for Kamala. I only voted for
Kamala. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Blinker checkpoint.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Tina, thank you for the egg hunt. Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
December 9, 2004.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris, but I love you. You're the best.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm fine. And you?
Do you support Trump?
Right. Happy to meet you live. I've been trying to connect all this while. It has not been easy, but thank you for giving me the time. I love what you do. I'm a supporter and a fan of Trump. I love what you do. Keep it
Okay.
up. Keep it up.
All right. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Can you come back? I can't hear you. You said what?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I said I support Trump. I support Trump. I go for Trump. I love Trump.
Okay.
And
I'm just gonna go into the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I'm not getting guest requests right now. I'm getting a bunch of people who are just sending requests and not saying anything. So this is interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 30. I'll
Do you
be
support Trump?
31 in a little.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I am one of those that I'd vote for myself. I'd vote for myself.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Sorry it's taken a while to get some people up here. I do apologize, everyone. Alrighty. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm like 30.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone.
I love you too, Parker. I love you too.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
06, October.
What month? Oh, no, October? Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I support the creation of Trump accounts. I think that investing or giving a newborn child money for their retirement is the most efficient way that they'll have money for when they retire due to compound interest.
Okay, the just $1,000 one-time payment's not going to be enough.
I think it's $2,000, and if
It's
they
1,000.
keep, all right, well, even if they keep that invested into the S&P, it's going to be, I mean, if it's $1,000, it'd be $512,000 once the time they're 65.
Can you give me where you calculated that from? What
Yeah, so that's
level of
assuming a
growth?
7-year. That's assuming a 10% return in the S&P and a 7-year double rate.
Okay, so you said a second year double or what?
No, a 7-year double rate if it doubles every 7 years.
Okay, so you're assuming 7% growth or how much growth?
It's 10% growth that's what the S&P is projected every year. That's what all the economists say.
Okay. Okay, so I don't know if I would calculate that it's necessarily 10, but let's assume 10. Let's
That's
assume
what
that
all
it's-
economists assume with the S&P.
I don't think all economists assume that.
That's what that's
Can you
the
name
the
two
agreed
that
upon
assume
number, and that's actually a conservative number over the past
Can you name two that agree with that?
No, but are
Okay.
you rejecting the claim that the S&P averages 10% a year?
I don't know if it's specifically 10%. I do think it's actually a little bit lower than that. But you just said every economist agrees upon that. So I just
Sorry,
said
I shouldn't have made that
I just
claim.
said like
You're right.
what's
I concede that.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Okay.
And let me $0 contribution.
And I'm
with
pretty
a
sure
10%.
I'm pretty sure
gonna-
Trump accounts are
Please stop.
$2,000. But
65 years. Let's see. By 65, that has you around 490,000.
Yeah.
If you assume a 10% growth rate, which is pretty high. The actual likelihood is probably 6 to 8. I'll give you 8,
Here,
a high likelihood for that, which gets you 148,000. So by the way, what's doing a lot of the heavy lifting there is assuming the 10% growth.
Here, I'll search up the S&P.
And I just want to let you know, like, I agree with these account things, but I think that this is just a small portion of the overall budget.
Yeah, so here, I'll just give you the AI overview. Over the past 5 years, the S&P has averaged 13.7 to 14.8.
Yeah, it's just over the past 5 years. Over the past 50.
Over the past 20 years, it's 8.4 to 11%.
There you go.
So 8.4 to 11%.
What about last 50?
Last 50 years? I feel like 20 years is more relevant, but I'll give you 50 years. Yeah, so it's 8%. The last 50 years.
Okay, so I did 8%. That has you at 140,000.
Okay, and are you sure it's $1,000 and not $2,000?
I'm sure.
Let me check that real quick.
Okay.
But you do support Trump accounts, right?
I support the idea. I don't support the bill it's located in.
Okay.
Like the big beautiful bill cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance.
Yeah, no,
2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and 420,000 children off of access to free school lunch and breakfast.
Look, so as a young person in America, I'm concerned that Social Security is going to run out before I reach the retirement age. How do Democrats plan to address that?
So I think that we should address that with something that would expand things like Trump accounts. I've been saying this for a long time. We should specifically be doing like, I think it was like $7,000 to $10,000 per person, and you put it in the S&P. By the time they're 65,
an account,
it will be a
like
lot
a Roth IRA almost.
Kind of, I guess you could do something like that, like a non-taxable
for sure.
sort of thing where they can just pull it out, and I guess you could keep it taxable, but non-taxable is probably preferable. Where
but the
specifically
government's...
you have the same level of growth and it's in the same sort of investment. If you put in the S&P 500, if you do $7,000 with no increases, specifically assuming 8%, by the time they're 65 years old, that's over $1 million.
Yeah, so you're saying the government gives the $7,000, or it's just that's the maximum for the account?
The government gives that $7,000.
Okay, interesting. Where do you think we're going to get that money?
I mean, it's not that expensive. If you were to do $7,000 for each kid that's born, it's like $30 billion a year.
So for newborn kids, I thought you were talking about current workers.
Yeah, well, I mean, technically, we would want one for everyone to the possible degree we can, but it's the most effective at the point in which someone is born.
Yeah. So would you say that Trump, with this specific piece of legislation, he's working towards that?
No.
How so? How is $1,000 not working towards the $7,000?
Because I think overall people have to spend more than $1,000 in due to Donald Trump's overall tax policy. So I don't think that any benefits you'd get within this respect would be at all overall justified. On a yearly basis, you're losing more than that by the tariffs.
How so?
Yeah, you're literally, each household's losing over $1,500 a year because of the tariffs.
Yeah, but not the newborn kids though, right? Like it's not guaranteed that $1,500 is going to be invested into the kids' future.
It's also not what's it called, 100% positive that one, they're going to get this, or two, that's going to be.
Well, the parents aren't able to withdraw the money from the Trump accounts.
Wait, so are they even able to set it up in all circumstances? Don't you have to like apply for it?
The parents?
Yeah, not all parents apply for the Trump account.
I think it comes with your birth certificate. Like,
what do you mean?
I think any newborn is guaranteed it, and it's in. The parents can add to it, but the parents cannot withdraw from it, and the parents can invest within the account, but they can't take it out and like spend it on beer if they wanted to.
Yeah, but like you have to apply for it, right?
I'm not sure, and even if you do have to apply for it, I think everyone gets it, or at least that's what he said.
Okay, so if you have to apply for it, not everyone will get it, right?
Well, everyone who applies for it will get it. Is there any reason why someone wouldn't apply for it?
Well, no, I'm just telling you, like, it's not going to necessarily be applicable to everyone. And also,
okay, well, that's honestly inexcusable. If you're too lazy to apply for $1,000 free for your kid's future, I don't think you should be having kids.
Okay.
Do you agree with that statement?
Do I agree with the statement that if you don't take the Trump account, that obviously you don't agree with that?
You don't agree with if a parent is too lazy to apply for $1,000 free that could compound
if a parent never hears about it, I wouldn't say that they shouldn't have kids because they didn't hear about it.
Do you think that they should be doing research of how they could financially set up their kids for the future?
Sure, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have kids.
Here, let me say, do you think it would be irresponsible for the parent to not apply for it? Come on, just say yes.
I don't think it's necessarily irresponsible.
You don't think it'd be irresponsible for a parent to reject $1,000?
Can you please be quiet? Is it possible? Yeah. If you ask me a question, why do you not let me respond?
No, man, you can respond. Sorry about that. I'm getting a little excited. I've never talked in front of this many people before.
Okay, cool for you. So repeat your question and I'll respond.
Do you think it would be irresponsible for a parent to not apply for or to not do the research that would make them have the ability to apply for $1,000 free dollars for their child's future.
No, I don't think it's irresponsible to not have the information that there's a Trump account. I don't think that a lot of people know about it. So I don't think that you shouldn't have kids because
Yes,
you don't
but
know about that. Because your argument originally was you shouldn't have kids if you don't know about this or you're too lazy to do that. I think that's ridiculous. Now, I do want to incentivize people to look into these things to a greater extent in terms of policies and politics and engage, which would mean that people would stop supporting Trump to a greater extent. That'd be great. But of course, I'd love people to do research, but I'm not going to go around saying people shouldn't have kids if they haven't done the research. That's just ridiculous.
But do you think it's irresponsible for a parent to not research how
Ask
they
the
could
question again. I
financially?
don't think I've answered it enough times. Ask it again.
You actually didn't answer
I
it.
did. I
Do you-
directly answered the question. What was my answer?
You said no.
So I did answer.
So let me just clarify. You don't think that it's
So
irresponsible
wait. So to
for a
clarify,
parent?
did
Hold
I
on, you
answer?
just-
Did I answer?
Well, I just want to make
Yes.
sure
So
that I
why do you keep
understand your answer
asking me
completely.
the question over and over again like I haven't
Parker.
answered? You said,
My name's
"Well, you
actually
didn't
Parker,
answer
too,
yet,"
by
and
the
then
way.
literally admitted that I answered right after that.
I just want to clarify that I understand what you said. Okay, is that okay?
Now you do. Go ahead.
You're not going to interrupt me.
Of course not.
Okay, so I want to clarify the fact that you do not believe it's irresponsible for a parent to do research about how they could financially set up their child's future before they have a kid.
Thank you so much, Anne. I really appreciate it, Miss Rabbit. Thank you so much. I don't think it's irresponsible for them to not know about the Trump accounts.
That's not what I said. Do you think
You
it's
can try to
irresponsible for a parent
you can
to
try to
not
find
do research of how they could financially set up their kid for the future before they have a kid? Yes,
you can try to financially set up a kid without knowing that. So yes, you can do that without knowing that. It is
How is
important
not
and
accepting
a
1,000
responsible. It is a responsible thing to do to look into those things. Is that a good thing
But
that you'll
it's-
accept? But
but
it's
it's
not
not
necessarily irresponsible to have not. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm not sure I would agree on it, but
Okay.
okay. Yeah, so I support Trump accounts. I think that it should be raised to $2,000 so that with 10% returns, it'd be up to over $1 million. Obviously, there's going to be inflation in the future, so that's probably going to be, I mean, the
That
inflation
10%,
adjust-
that 10%'s really taking you all out there. It should be, if you assume 8%, it's 7,000 that you'd have to do to get $1 million. So
Yeah.
I agree
So I'd-
with
I'd
having
sup- I'd
I
support
agree with
7,000.
having a wealth fund like this specifically for Social Security. I think that's an important thing that we could use to make it cheaper to fund Social Security. But I don't think that Trump's system here is doing that, and I think overall his tax policy is really bad. The $1,000 is nowhere near what we would be able to get through the context of funding an overall system through people's access to healthcare, childcare, housing, affordability to a greater extent. More people will be disenfranchised because of this big beautiful bill, rather than just specifically the one Trump account that you can say will get you to like what $150,000 by the time you're 65 years old if you were born today.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Did Kamala Harris have something similar to this in her campaign?
No, she had a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. So she'd give more direct cash and meaningful help right now. I do think that, like, again, an account
So
like
that's-
this would be
that's-
beneficial, and I would like for them to advocate for this, but I don't think that this one specific thing in terms of Trump is going to get you to say that he has overall better economic policy. I think that's absurd.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think that's something that I want to see politicians put more into priority is the earlier they invest money into American youth and the earlier they give these people money, the more time it's going to have to be able to compound, especially if it's invested in a tax-free account like the Trump accounts. And the parents can
PIP, I don't
deposit up to
disagree with you here.
$5,000.
I disagree with how Trump's done this, and it's not enough. All right, and it's only a small
Yeah.
portion of the bill. You could have done a significantly larger amount, right, by getting rid of the tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires in the big beautiful bill, and specifically taking all that money into putting it into increasing the amount that we're putting into the Trump accounts. Do the 7,000 based upon your analysis, based upon the 10%, you're gonna have $3.4 million per person.
For
if you do
$7,000.
10%, yeah, $7,000.
Yeah, and that'd be great, right?
Yeah, but that's like way more than what he's done, and that's also ensuring that like that's given to people who are in need rather than people specifically who are just like already millionaires and billionaires and doing well.
I mean, I don't think a lot of the majority of people getting Trump accounts aren't the millionaire and billionaires, right?
you understand that most of the tax cuts went to people who are rich and wealthy. I'm talking about
Oh,
that, not the
yeah,
Trump
yeah.
accounts.
Sorry. I didn't realize that's what
I
you were
was
talking about.
saying
No,
the
I
accounts
don't
were
really
going to
support those
everyone.
tax cuts. I think
But
that
that's what this is located within. It's located within the
yeah,
big
no,
beautiful
I
bill.
don't support all aspects of the big beautiful bill. I don't like the name at all. And there's a lot of stuff in there that I disagree with. Another thing I want to talk about is I think you might have had a guest on here earlier. Preventing private equity firms from buying single family houses. How do you feel about that?
So preventing private equity firms from buying single family homes, I think that's good. I think it's okay.
Yeah. Okay,
No
we can
issue with
agree on
that.
that. That's a bipartisan bill also.
Yeah, it is.
And I think Kamala
it's
also
for ones
ran
that have
on
over
that.
350 homes or more. And Kamala Harris did support that as well. It's bipartisan.
Yeah, no. What else? How do you think the United States should become less economically reliable on China?
I think the ways to do that would be specifically within certain critical industries.
For sure.
It doesn't make sense to do it over or across the board. So I think things
And
like
they're,
whether it be
they're
like chip production, whether it be energy production, things like
I mean,
that would be
we don't get a lot of
reliable.
chips from China. We get them mostly from Taiwan, which
I under-
hopefully won't be part of China.
I understand. That's one, the risk, and two, it's also an important thing to take into consideration that I'm talking about critical supply chains, and I'm referencing all of it. I'm not saying all of these are specifically just from China, because the same issue that you're saying, oh, we shouldn't be reliant on China, is also to say that we shouldn't be reliant on any country that's considered an adversary.
I think China's probably the biggest economic threat to the United States.
I don't consider China much of a threat to the U.S.
How come?
But because I think that them growing in terms of their economy is actually pretty positive in terms of impacting trade for the rest of the world, including the U.S.
Yeah, but that's not what I see as a threat.
Disenfranchising us. And if anything, I don't see they have any good reason to say that they're going to surpass us, GDP speaking. Even so, even if we were to assume that, because there's also an issue in terms of their population, where they're going to decline in terms of population a lot earlier than we will.
Yeah, I mean, due to the one-child policy, right? But what I think is that the fact that the United States relies so heavily on imports from China, let's say China does invade Taiwan, where we go to war with China, what's going to happen to all the things that we rely on China to import when we're at war with them?
Okay, you said, I don't think we're going to go to war with China.
Do you think if China invades Taiwan, we're going to go to war with China?
I think that we use that as a threat, but we wouldn't actually go to war with China.
How come? I think every single United States president has said that it's the United
Yeah,
States
they
obligation.
say it as a threat, but I don't think they actually mean it.
Okay, well, that's purely hypothetical.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So, do you have anything else you want to say, or do
I
you want to
mean,
go back to why you support Trump? Because to
I'd
me,
like to
I think you're
continue this
overlooking a
conversation.
lot here. I think you're overlooking the harms that Trump commits to our country. I think you're overlooking the fact that his tax policy disenfranchised working class people at the benefit of the richest Americans. I think you're overlooking the fact that he called for the termination of our Constitution. I think you're overlooking the fact that he's called for the undermining of the 2020 election and literally said that sent false leads of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. Tina, thank you so much for the Viking Hammer, by the way. And Morgan, thank you for the League Basket team. Thank you. And also, like, he's literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. And these are like horrible things that you shouldn't be able to overlook and actually a threat to our fundamental American values.
Yeah, no, so I would agree with you that socially Trump is a terrible person, but I think when it came to the 2024 election, my main priorities were making sure that the United States is not increasingly economic reliant on China, and then also having a stronger southern border. So if you want to talk about the border, I'd love to.
Okay. So I do think that Harris would still advocate to criminalize undocumented entry and just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. That's what Democrats are advocating for. So she actually proposed the bipartisan border bill, which would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. So I think that that's something that actually you would agree with.
Do you think that Kamala Harris would have agreed with increasing funding to Border Patrol?
Technically, like the funding through the Big Beautiful Bill would have done that.
That was Trump's policy.
It would have increased the amount of border enforcement while also making the legal process go quicker. So
would Kamala have done the same thing? Kamala didn't advocate for the Big Beautiful Bill. It was Trump's.
That's not the Big Beautiful Bill. This is the bipartisan border bill.
Oh, sorry, you said Big Beautiful Bill.
I'm meaning to reference the bipartisan
It's all right.
border bill.
I understand that you made a mistake. The bipartisan bill. There was funding border patrol in there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I wasn't aware of that. But
That's called compromise in order to be able to get the votes, right, so that they can get a faster, quicker legal process.
yeah. Okay. So would you agree that Trump has helped secure the southern border, though? Do you think that that's something good that Trump has done?
No, I don't think what Trump has done in terms of the border is good. I think that
Okay,
the
how come?
Democrats have significantly preferable policy because I don't think that his goal is to make the legal process go quicker, which is the main way in which we would actually benefit those conditions.
Okay. So how so? I mean, border apprehensions are down 96% under Trump.
Okay. So border apprehensions being down means we're apprehending less people.
Yeah, less people are trying to cross the southern border.
Okay. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's because we've created better conditions or that because we have better enforcement. That literally just means that we've created worse conditions with our country where less people are coming here, or there's less inflation around the world globally that would be contributing to people coming to this country.
Yeah,
Right?
so that's
Think the
hypothetical,
galaxy.
right? I mean, we're not interviewing people at the border. Oh, why'd you decide to come here? Why didn't you decide to come to the United
Yeah, but we
States?
do know that under the Biden administration that the reason why people were coming to our country to a greater extent was because of economic insecurity around the world, global inflation, and people saw the US as a better alternative.
So do you think a 96% that's a very radical drop? Do you think that's only due to economic factors?
I don't accept Donald Trump's numbers. I think his numbers are bullshit. He claims it's zero. He literally claims zero crossings.
Yeah, so I think the United States Border Patrol claimed 96%. Do you believe that number?
So if you 96% meaning there still is border crossings.
96. I'm not saying there's. Yeah, I disagree
Yeah,
that there's
if
zero.
they still say that there are border crossings, then I would probably accept the number. So yeah, but Trump claims zero. Is the point I was critiquing there. In
Okay.
terms of the reduction in the amount of people who are coming to the country, I don't even necessarily think that's a positive thing. I think we just need to make the legal process go quicker. I think immigration is a great thing. It actually benefits our society. Immigration over the last 30 years has decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion. So I don't see a benefit in conducting that particular policy or being like, look, this number is lower when it doesn't actually materially benefit anyone in the country.
Yes,
And we're worse
so-
off because Trump's in office.
So if I were president right now, I would raise the immigration quota. I'm not sure how many immigrants we take in right now. I think it's around 500,000 legally. I would want to raise the amount of legal immigrants to help further prevent illegal immigrants because I do think that, I mean, well, we need immigrants to keep the population growing, right? Our birth rate isn't above the sustainable number. And then also they do have economic benefits. But I think that if we're taking in illegal immigrants, it's more of a net negative to our country because they are skipping the line of legal immigrants, and we also can't conduct background checks, right? And I think that, so I would be in favor of policy, building a wall or something that would almost get illegal immigration to zero. I think it's almost impossible to get it to absolutely zero. People are always going to find a way. But this is a little liberal, but I would be in favor of zero illegal immigrants, but raising the amount of legal immigrants that we take in, especially skilled workers.
That is the Democratic position.
Yeah, so I just didn't see the way that the Democrats were planning
I literally
on.
told you the specific policy they advocated for with Republicans to be able to get something done to address the conditions.
Yeah. Why didn't Joe Biden do it when he was in office, though?
Yeah, they tried to because Donald Trump undermined the bipartisan border bill by calling for people in Congress to undermine that very bill. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Why did he do that? Because he wanted to get reelected, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
He wanted to run on deportations being an issue.
Yeah, so I guess if the Democrats, if they got into power and they meant what they said and they passed, they got illegal immigration down just as much as Trump did, and they they benefited the legal immigration process, then I would have agreed with that, and I think that would have been great for our country.
Yeah, but Donald Trump undermined that bill. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. So if that was what was preventing it, then you should have voted for Harris because not only would she be better in terms of policy for the average American, wouldn't have raised the average American's taxes, but she also would have done this.
Lowered illegal immigration.
The bipartisan border bill.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think that's, yeah, I should have voted for Harris in terms of immigration. So thank you.
What other reason do you support Trump then?
economic reliance on China, I think, is the big one.
Okay, but like I think that there were targeted tariffs on China during the Democrats' administration, where they were
Yeah,
trying to
no, I
address
mean,
that within
Trump,
critical
they
industries.
weren't. I don't think they were addressing it very well.
What critical
I
industries do you think we should have been tariffing that we weren't?
yeah, so medical manufacturers, the people making like the syringes, people making medical devices. I think that
I don't
natural.
think we have a heavily reliance on China specifically just for that, and I think that
Uh,
can be produced by other countries. I don't think that's a big issue. That's not a critical industry specifically for that
yeah,
that we
yeah.
need to have produced in the
You
United
interrupted. I was
States.
gonna say more.
Okay, sorry.
Natural resources.
Which ones?
Certain minerals or certain
Such
certain
as?
resources. I forgot the main ones, but I could search it up if you want me to.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Anything off the top of your head though?
I don't know if lithium's a big one from China, but I definitely think that.
So you think we should be tariffing lithium?
Hold on.
Okay, alrighty. Give him a second to find this, everyone. Bill, thank you so much for the $1. I did see what he said on Truth Social. Absolutely insane. Amy, thank you so much for the $20. Happy Easter to you as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said they're curious any future Jubilee debates coming up. I don't have any specific things that are scheduled.
Yeah, so
Owen, thank you so much for the 44 cents. Bit, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. Happy Easter, of course. You to you as well. Alrighty. Keonan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the bipartisan border bill. Would have added more technology to help find and stop illegal activities from getting into the U.S. Very true. As well as Midlife, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the 10 membership subscriptions. It's always good to see you, Midlife Maddie. Always good to see you. Alrighty, what are you saying?
Yeah, so some of the rare earth elements are graphite, antimony, yttrium, arsenic, bismuth, and tantalum. And the U.S. is 100% import reliant on several minerals, with China acting as the primary source.
And where are you reading this from?
This is AI overview, but the source is Council on Foreign Relations.
So what's the title?
I'll find it for you. The U.S. Critical Minerals Dilemma, What to Know, from 2025.
Okay. So one more time, say the title.
The U.S. Critical Minerals Dilemma, What to Know, July 30th, 2025.
Minerals Dilemma, What to Know. All right. This is the Council of Foreign Relations.
Yep.
Alrighty, here we are. Already in 2022, the government identified 50 minerals considered critical to the U.S. economy and national security. These minerals, such as cobalt, lithium, play essential roles in a variety of industries, including energy, defense, healthcare, and transportation. Yet, despite their strategic importance, the United States remains heavily dependent on foreign imports for a majority of them. China, in particular, is a top source in dominating refining capacity for cobalt, graphite, and rare earths. This kind of concentration of control has raised an alarm in Washington, where the Trump administration sought to reduce reliance on overseas supply chains that experts say leave the United States vulnerable. In addition to promoting domestic extraction, the administration is applying diplomatic and economic pressure to expand U.S. access to critical minerals. How has it done that? It also, by the way, doesn't say that the Democrats didn't do anything to address it.
Okay, but it says that the Trump administration made it up, or they worked towards it. I'm not sure what the Democrats have done, but it seems like Trump has made it more of a priority.
Okay, and so there's the Defense Production Act. Apparently, it is an executive order that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden both invoked. Yeah, so by the way, it did say Joe Biden did this.
Where does it say that? Is that in the same article?
Yeah, it links to it. It links to, in the same article, under what other options is the Trump administration pursuing. It links the Defense Production Act, which is another Councils of Foreign Relations site from an economist that specifically talks about how Joe Biden also invoked it to encourage domestic production of critical minerals.
Yeah, so it also says in July, the Defense Department announced a $400 million investment in Las Vegas-based MP Materials. That's a domestic company that is actually going to go work on
So if you want to
extracting
look at
these.
domestic manufacturing overall, it's actually less right now than what it was under the Biden-Harris
No,
administration.
I'm not really looking at a total view. This is just extraction of rare earth elements.
Yeah, so has extraction increased?
I would assume so. I can search it up for you.
Yeah, if you'd like to provide the source. But, like, again, I'm just telling you that both Biden and Trump did this. So anything that you're specifically addressing in terms of this is something that they both did.
Yeah, so
think
Biden
this is
invested
just-
$400 million in Las Vegas.
I think the only reason this specifically brings up that Trump is doing this is because it was written in 2025 and Trump's president.
Did Joe Biden invest $400 into Las Vegas? Or $400 million in the
I bet it was
extraction of
into
rare earth minerals?
other companies. They did the exact same executive order.
Here, I'll give you the AI overview. This is from Wilmer Hale. Trump administration charts ambitious path towards U.S. something. Yes, the Trump administration has aggressively ramped up efforts to increase domestic extraction and processing of rare earth minerals to break reliance on China.
But that also happened under Biden's administration. So
So ramping up across an administration, that mean that it increased more under Trump.
you
Trump
said
made it more of
increased
a
more under
priority.
Trump. What's the source for that?
Wilmer Hale.
What's the title?
Yeah, I'll find it. Hold on.
Alrighty, everyone. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Or actually, 1 million likes. Sorry, we're at like 600K right now, actually.
Yeah, so it's
If you
Trump
want to support me, as
administration.
always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. In order to be able to do so, you have to copy the link and paste it into a browser, just letting you know.
Trump administration charts ambitious path towards U.S. rare earth on Wilmer Hale.
What is the title is what?
Yeah, so if you just search up Trump administration charts ambitious path, and Wilmer Hale, you'll get the article.
On MSN, what is it? Wilmer Hale?
Yeah,
Alrighty.
critical.
Okay.
Ambitious path towards U.S. critical mineral dominance.
And what does it say within it that you're referencing?
Oh, hold on. It's not letting me pull it up for some reason. It's just loading.
So you haven't even looked at it yet? Are you just
No,
AIing?
I looked at the AI overview.
Okay, dude, you're just AI. It's just Parker versus AI, bro.
Am I not allowed to look at the AI overview?
But I'm just saying, at a certain point, it's just Parker versus AI.
I've brought up 2 articles. I'm still using my own rationality.
But you haven't even looked at it yet. You never even demonstrated that and by the way, what it cites is that the U.S. is taking a 10% stake in Intel.
A 10% what?
Stake in Intel.
What does that mean? Sorry.
You don't know what Intel is a company? They're taking 10% of it.
Right. Sorry.
That's literally owning a company.
Yeah, do you think that's good or bad?
Do you think the U.S. should be owning companies, the government?
I think that there's certain situations where the United States owning a portion of a company, especially with the value such as Intel, would be better versus worse for the nation.
Okay, so you think it's important to do those things. Interesting.
I think in certain situations, I'm definitely not like a socialist guy, but
I just want to let you know, like, that's quite literally what people call socialism. Like, if a Democrat
yeah, no, so I'm all for a mixed economy, right? I think
if a Democrat did that, I promise you, the people on the right would be like, "Oh, I can't support them because they're socialist."
No, for sure they would be. I completely agree with that. I think a lot of the time people blindly follow their parties, but I think that mixed economic philosophy is the only way to go. I mean,
yeah, I'm not disputing you there. I'm just
Okay.
saying it's typically in.
So do you think the 10% stake in Intel is good or bad?
I don't see a reason to do 10% in Intel. I don't see the specific benefit to it.
How come? Doesn't it benefit both parties?
I don't necessarily see the benefit. If it does, though, I could see a reason to do so. I'm not quite familiar with the benefits, though. But in terms of specific industries, again, like if we want to build up specific industries, I don't have an issue with that. If we want to get rid of our reliance on adversaries and instead only rely on allies, still doesn't make sense that Trump's tariffing allies.
Yeah, I don't really support that.
Okay, given that you don't support a bunch, I feel like you don't support most of Trump's policies. Why do you still side with Trump? It's like this is such a minimal thing. Both sides are trying to reduce our reliance on specifically China in terms of critical industries. Okay, Trump.
I think speaking with you, it's been productive. I think it's made me realize that the Democrats aren't as extreme as I thought they actually agree with a lot of stuff that I do. I think maybe it's the fact that I've just had kind of poor news sources, right? Where I'm getting my information. It's been a little bit more right-wing bias. Like I've grown up in a right-wing family. So
That's fair.
yeah, I think you've done a good job. Like I think it's awesome that young people like you, Dean, Harry, are like doing these. So you have people like me have the opportunity to come up and kind of get educated more. But yeah, I think that I'm pretty moderate now. I think there's definitely some stuff that I agree with the Democrats on, even before I came on. But yeah, you definitely helped me a lot.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you very much.
All right. Guess what? My name's also Parker, so it's cool that your name's Parker. Have a great Easter, man. Thank you.
As well.
You can. All right, dude.
Have a good day, Parker. Have a good day. Good that you didn't go by Parker, because that would get confusing. Okay, that would get confusing in the chat. I always, in that circumstance, we have people named Evil Parker in that circumstance. Like if someone has my name, I just call them Evil Parker. Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Mackenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually do. Mackenzie, I actually did. Other people, it's probably because there are more people who are Christian. That's the way I would probably respond. But I did as well. Courtney as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And it's also the fact that like we would celebrate it ourselves as well, is that I celebrate Easter. Courtney, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Had a conversation with my friend of 10 years. The moment I criticized Trump, he went into personal attacks. Oh, that's so bad. I'm so sorry. That's horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's definitely really, really bad. People really divisive when it comes to their support of Trump. What's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Leslie, thank you so much for the diamond tree. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates. If you're a troll, take a fucking day off. Just take a day off. Leave me alone. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody, as always. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Midlife Maddie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Oh, I would love to. I would love to be able to talk to him. That'd be great, Midlife Maddie. I'd really appreciate that. I'd love to be able to do that sometime. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Do only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are fish. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We don't have many guest requests right now. It seems like Trump supporters are scared to debate me. Or maybe it's just Easter. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Bean Park.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. They're at church? Oh, yeah, probably. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Maybe we can get some debates. We'll wait. Just give it a second, everyone. What's up? How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
16.
18 plus to join the live, everyone. TikTok rules, 18 plus. I feel like the average person I get on my lives is a lot less crazy than the person that Dean's been getting recently, in the past few days at
Hello?
least. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 22.
Do you support Trump?
My question for you is, why do you...
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen.
Yo,
What's up? How old
what
are
is
you?
up, my boy? How are you today, bro?
How old are you?
I mean, bro, I'm 12, but like, I can still do it, bro. Come
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I just want to say I really love what you...
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
I support him as my president.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, number one, he's my president. I voted for him in 2016, 2020, and 2024. The issue I have, and I think you've succumbed to the same problem, is you guys all believe that there's actually two sides, but they're all in it together. And our whole entire government is completely compromised by the nation of Israel.
Okay, so why do you support the candidate that Netanyahu says is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office?
I prayed for him as our president, but right now he's not making the right decisions as it's pertaining to this war. But you are just as bad in biting the bait and believing that there's hope on either one of those sides, and there's not. Our government is completely compromised.
Harris clearly disagrees with the war. Secretary
She's
Blinken
funded by
talks
AIPAC.
about. Yeah, so that doesn't mean that she was going to go to war with Iran.
Dude, she's completely funded by AIPAC. They all stand with Israel, every single one of them.
Yeah, if being funded by AIPAC is a disqualifier, you wouldn't support Trump.
Why would any candidate want to be funded by a foreign nation?
Trump is funded by Israel.
Yeah,
by
I know,
AIPAC.
and I have a problem with that.
So would you still vote for him?
Over Harris, yeah, because at least he doesn't kill children.
Okay, I think you're trolling.
I'm not trolling, dude. This is the truth.
You understand that children died due to the strike that they did on a girls' school.
Yeah, and I disagree with it.
But so children are dying.
Yeah, I believe that's wrong. But Democrats are supporting this too because they're all bought out by Israel.
Name one Democrat that supports the Iran war.
Almost all of them are funded by AIPAC, brother. Every one of them supports Israel.
Name one Democrat that supports the Iran war.
Every one of them is fully backing Israel every time. Every one of them.
Can you give me one Democrat
All of
that
them.
Can you give me one Democrat that supports
Name
the
one
war with
Democrat
Iran?
that doesn't support Israel.
AOC.
AOC. Yeah, and she's a real winner.
Yeah.
She's one of the most incompetent.
Would you like to
her
respond to
and
my
Omar's-
point? Would you like to respond to my point?
No, what I'm saying is you're making this a Republican Democrat issue when it's very clear.
Can you
after the
name
Epstein
one?
files-
Can you name one Democrat that supports the war with Iran?
And by the way, Parker, happy Easter. Christ is risen, and I hope that you found Christ as your Lord and Savior. But yeah, our whole entire
I'm an
government's
atheist.
compromised.
I believe
I don't
God
know why
is
you
not
would
real.
believe that. Why would you believe that?
Why? Because I
Yeah,
am reasonable.
So if you were walking out in the woods and you saw a watch sitting on the ground, you would think that just appeared from nowhere.
Well, I have prior experiences with watches that they're developed and created by human beings. I don't have any
Right.
experiences with universes being created by people or by personal beings.
Where did
Therefore, I
the
have
trees
no
come
reason
from?
to believe that it's created by a personal being
Where did the
simply
trees
because
come
the
from?
universe exists.
Where did the grass come from? Where did the water come from? Where does life
Planetary
come
evolution.
from? Does life come from non-life?
Abiogenesis.
Oh, life comes from non-life?
Abiogenesis, yeah.
Really? What can you define abiogenesis?
Is God living?
Absolutely, 110%.
Is God the Father biologically alive?
Biologically, God is not a human. Jesus is a human.
Is God the Father biologically alive?
He's not a biological being. He's a spiritual being.
So biological life came from non-biological life?
Yeah, a supreme spiritual being can create and uncreate anything he
Wait,
wants.
you just conceded that unbiological life, or not, sorry, not non-biological life can create biological life. So
Yeah,
this whole non-life to life
supernatural-
thing, you already conceded that that's a
A
dumb argument.
supernatural being can create or uncreate whatever he wants,
Well, I
including
mean,
you.
like a supernatural particle could do so as well. Like if there's some
Where did the
fundamental
particle
particle.
come from? Where did the particle come from?
The particle is eternal and always existed. It's not a personal being, and
Oh,
it has every
particles are
fundamental
eternal?
property that the universe
Really?
and existence
So you believe
relies
in the
upon.
reality of eternity?
No, I'm saying that this is a logically possible
No,
explanation.
do you believe in the reality of eternity?
I don't know.
Then you don't believe in science.
That's not true.
That is true
The
because
science
every
doesn't
science
establish
believes-
eternity.
Every science believes in eternal reality.
That's wrong.
That's not wrong, brother. You're clearly
Not
not following
every
the science. God
scientist
is
believes in
absolutely
eternal
real.
reality.
And for you to believe that all of this came into existence by a random chance, you have to have more faith to believe in that than believe in the God that made you.
It might not even be random chance, and that still doesn't mean it relies upon a god. It could be again a fundamental particle with no personal
Yeah.
properties. It's just a natural fundamental particle that has every property that the rest of reality relies upon, and that's a
So if
totally
you
logically.
evolved for- if
Please
you
please
evolved
let
from
me
a-
finish. Please let me finish. That's a totally logically possible argument. You can't just say because it's logically possible that that God could explain why we exist here. That means that God has to exist. That's not an argument.
Yeah, so you live your whole life, and your whole purpose of your life is based off of evolving from a particle? What are you living for?
I said I don't know what the explanation is. What am I living
Yeah, so
for?
what are you
I'm
living
living
for?
for my
What's your
own
purpose?
values, my own desires. I have values and cares for like people around me, and I put purpose and meaning into my life, right? And
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
what
but
we
it
do
doesn't
as
really matter.
individuals ourselves. It does matter to me.
Okay, but it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't
It
matter.
in the
Who
grand
says-
scheme of
and
things,
who
what is in
says your
consideration
values
is
trump-
myself.
Who says your values trump my values or anyone else's?
Well, as it relates to my view is going to be predicated off of my view.
Exactly. So your morals come from subjective means, so you have no
Everyone's
justification.
morals is subjective.
You don't even have a justification to say that any of these candidates are even performing any evil acts because they're living out their values. So why do you care so much?
So it's evil predicated off of the perspective that I have. So
Exactly.
saying
That's
that
a
morality
salutary
is subjective is not an own. Okay, morality is subjective even under your view.
It's not subjective. It's subjective by a holy God
Can I
who's
ask
made
you
us
this question?
to love each other.
Okay, if God didn't exist, would morality still be true?
That's a false question because God does exist.
I'm asking if God did not exist, would morality still be true?
That's a reality that doesn't exist, brother.
Sir,
The God is reality.
Sir, I don't know
Like,
why
I
you're
don't even know what
crashing
question you're
out.
at the fallacy.
I don't know why you're crashing out. Can you please respond?
I'm not crashing out. I'm just really fed up with this political game that we all play where we're fighting against two sides when you guys can't even see the truth because it's right in front of you and you guys are just so naive. Like, you devote your whole life to this and you can't even see the truth. You are literally living a lie. Your whole life is living a lie. And you are deceiving thousands of people because you can't accept the truth because you love yourself more than you love God.
It's ironic that you're saying that as the one that believes in God. Like, literally,
Yeah,
when you...
I do believe in God.
Like, I just want to let you know, like, I can logically disprove your religion, and you're going to sit here and act
Well,
like
let's
I'm the one
logically
that
disprove
believes
it
in
then,
some
Parker.
sort
I'm
of
here all
fictitious
day.
notion of reality.
I'd
Okay?
love to talk to you about how much God loves you. Let's talk about it.
Well, God doesn't exist, right? The notion of God you're referencing, you think it's perfect, right? The world we exist in is not perfect. It is literally logically impossible for a perfect creator to create a world or a creation that is imperfect, because that would then mean that they desired imperfection under their own acknowledgments over perfection. You either have to
Why
say
is
that we do
creation
exist in a
imperfect? Do you know
perfect
why?
world, or you have to say that it's impossible that we have a perfect creator. It's one or
Why
the
is
other.
creation imperfect? Why is it imperfect?
There's sin within the world.
Yeah, where did the sin come from?
Human beings' actions.
Correct. So we brought it on ourselves, correct?
Yeah, but like the point I'm still making is that it still doesn't make sense that God would have created this world rather than just not creating or sending us directly to heaven. Is heaven
It
perfect?
doesn't make sense to you or it doesn't make sense to God?
Logically, it doesn't make sense. Can you...
No, just because you can't comprehend the mind of God doesn't make you superior to God. You are clearly inferior to him, but you're trying to be superior to him, and that's the sin of pride. You are very prideful.
You're just saying I'm prideful for giving you a logical dispute of your worldview. You
No, what I'm
clearly
saying
have
is that God.
Can you please let me finish? You clearly have
Yeah.
cognitive dissonance, and anytime I try to criticize your worldview, you're just going to immediately assume that like I'm incoherent or I'm not able to make a legitimate argument. How about you take into consideration my argument first, and then make your judgments after? Is that okay?
Well, any judgment I'm making is based off of the standard of truth I have, which is written in God's word, and any truth
No,
statement
it's
that
based
you make
upon
is
your
based off of your
confirmation
opinion.
bias and the fact that you have cognitive dissonance
I don't have
relating
confirmation
to your
bias.
religion. Can I please finish my argument without you cutting me off?
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, the broader point that I'm making is that you cannot have a perfect creator, right? Specifically create an imperfect world. Now let me explain more. Heaven, do you believe it's perfect?
Absolutely.
Okay. If heaven is perfect, why couldn't God have just sent us directly to heaven right away? Actually, I would say that's logically entailed. It's impossible that God sent us to earth instead of just sending us to heaven right away, because
Well, it
earth
shows
is
you don't
imperfect
understand the
and
end
heaven
times.
is perfect.
You don't understand heaven because Scripture actually teaches that we're not going to heaven. God is recreating a new heaven and a new earth, and this home was made for us to inhabit, and we poisoned this earth through our sin. God's coming to restore this earth and bring it back to what it was supposed to originally be. We brought sin into the earth through our sinful choices, and God, being the perfect being, the holiest being, cannot recreate himself, so he has to create something that can potentially fall, and that's us, and we fell. But yet God's going to restore that.
Is there any person in heaven right now?
There's people in what's called the intermediate state. We're in a period of time right now where God has not yet recreated a new heavens and a new earth, and so they are present with Christ, but they are in an intermediate state.
Okay, so if they're present, okay, so you're just saying that they're like sleeping right now,
They're
waiting
not
for
sleeping.
heaven.
They are fully aware and present with Christ, but they have not been given actual bodies, glorified bodies yet.
Okay, so let's clarify. No one's been in heaven yet. Are there any aborted fetuses that go directly to the heaven that will come?
Yes, all children that have been murdered, yes, they are directly in the presence of our Lord Savior Jesus Christ.
Okay, so let me clarify. God could have, without sending us to earth, sent us directly to this future heaven place, but he decides to send us to earth otherwise. I think that's one thing you could say that is obviously less desirable under their own view. But the broader point, let me go back to it. God's perfect. The existence of him alone, by himself, already itself is perfect. Okay? All things are 100% flawless. No lack of desirable traits, no undesirable traits within God's existence. If that's true, there's nothing more you gain by creating. And if there's nothing more that you gain by creating, well, then it's literally incoherent to say that God desires to create rather than to not create.
Why do you think that God
would
made us
create
to
or
gain
begin
something?
the world in the very first place?
Why do you think God created us to gain something? Because that's not true.
Well, you have to, in order to be able to desire something, you would have to have some sort of preference for it. So
Well,
it
where
is
does the
going to
Bible
say,
ever say that about God?
let me explain. If God is choosing, specifically, Candace, think of the galaxy, to create rather than to not create, it's because God believes that creating is preferable to not creating. Because everything
No.
God does is good. God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, and perfect. Every decision
Amen.
God makes is the most desirable decision under your perspective. So if God makes the decision to create, that means it's the more desirable decision than what would have
God
otherwise
created us out of
happened.
love.
Okay? Given that that's the case, that then means he desired a less desirable world, which is contradictory. Okay?
Parker,
it's less
do you believe that
desirable
God
within his
loves you?
own perspective. I don't believe in God.
Well, he does.
Okay. I'm sorry. Why did you just cut me off middle of my fucking argument to say, do you know that God loves you? Why did you do that?
Well,
What the fuck was the point of that?
I think the reason I
Are
did
you, are
it
you
is
actually
because-
meaningfully engaging with my points here, or are you just speaking dumb shit on my live stream? Seriously,
No, I can
what type
engage
of
with
fucking
your
low
points.
IQ
Why are you
response
crashing
was
out,
that?
Parker?
Because it was a
Parker, why are
stupid
you
fucking
crashing out?
because in the middle of my argument, instead of actually engaging with any of my argument, you just said, "Did you know that God loves you, bro?" In the middle of the argument. What relevance did that have to the conversation? That's zero relevance. I
We're
don't
talking
care
about
about your
God,
random
right?
fucking proselytizing about fucking your Lord and Savior right now. I don't give a shit. I could
He's
give
your
a
Lord
fuck
and
less.
Savior too.
No, he's not. I
Yeah,
don't
you just
believe in him.
rejected him. Well, just because you don't believe in him doesn't mean he's not real.
No, I don't think he's real because I think there's logical contradictions with the certain religion being true. And I was explaining that to you, and you cut me off midway and said, God loves you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I've responded to your logical contradictions.
No, you
God
didn't.
God created us out of love. That's why he created us.
You're still not responding to the fact that it's contradictory. Okay.
It's
the
not.
world
Okay,
we
how is it
exist in is.
contradictory?
I already explained. The world we exist in is imperfect. God's existence is perfect. Going from God's existence alone to God plus creation would be going from a perfect state of affairs to an imperfect state of affairs. Given that God chose to do this, that means he desired to do so because he's all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good. Everything he does is in what's most desirable, right? So if God chose to create, that's what's most desirable, then you're saying it's most desirable to create a world in which is less desirable, which is contradictory. Because the most desirable state of affairs, it's not possible for it to be less desirable than something else, because the most desirable means it's more desirable than everything else.
Why is the world imperfect?
Because there's sin within the world.
Right. Sin was brought into the world by our choices. God created a perfect world. A perfect God created a perfect world.
If it was actually truly perfect, then every decision that a human being would make would be perfect out of their own free will. But the reason why it's not perfect is because we decide to make incorrect decisions or wrong or flawed
Correct.
decisions based upon the set of conditions within reality that works. That means all things within existence are now not perfect. God plus creation is imperfect. God existing alone is perfect. Do you understand? Perfection is more desire. Do you agree? Perfection is more desirable than imperfection.
Perfection is more desirable within imperfection. Yeah, if you're in an imperfect
perfection
state,
is more desirable than imperfection.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay,
But you're
so if
making
you agree
the
with
premise
that,
God,
if you agree,
hold on, let me
do
finish
you
my
think the
point.
world?
Let me finish my point.
Do you think there is anything within the world
You're not
that's?
going to let me finish mine?
I'm still
So
finishing
you
my
can just
point.
ramble on and I can't talk.
I'm still finishing my point.
I'd like to respond to some of the things because you're bringing up
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to God and us living in an imperfect world, God didn't design it that way. God created it's perfect, and God didn't make us robots. God doesn't just force our every move. That would make God unloving to force us like we're robots. God gave us free choices as free beings. That's the whole point. If God wanted to create a perfect world where we're all robots and we all do whatever he says and he wills all the time because we're robots, yeah, God could have done that, but he didn't do that, Parker. He made us actual persons, actual people with free choices. And we are allowed to choose him freely out of love. That's what a relationship is. God doesn't force a relationship. God asks us to come to him in relationship. That's what love is, true love.
Okay. So again, perfection can be established without, even with free will, because again, God has free will. God always chooses to do the perfect thing. God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good. God knows how to create perfect human beings. God can create perfect human beings. Obviously, God has the knowledge and the power to do so. So there's nothing limiting God from doing that and creating perfect human beings that out of their own free will always choose to do the right thing, not because of God forcing them to do so, but because of their own internal positions. And say even so that's impossible. Okay, well then God just wouldn't create. God wouldn't go from the position of God existing alone to the position of God plus creation, because you agreed God plus creation necessitates that there would be at least one flaw. If it necessitates that there would be at least one flaw, that means it's less preferable than the perfect state of God existing alone. So there would be essentially a circumstance where God would never move from the original point of existing alone because it's literally perfect.
Parker, what I'm trying to say is what God wanted to show us.
Actually, respond to that. Respond to that point.
I'm responding to you.
This
I'm
is the
responding
point
to your
that
point.
breaks down everyone's worldview, and no one knows how to respond to this
I'm
point.
responding to your points, but you need to let me answer the way I want to, not the way you want me to. So here's
you need a response in general.
No, what God wanted to show us through history in this story of life, his story, what he wanted to show us is that we can't be perfect without him. We need him. That's the whole point. But a lot of people want to live their lives without the need for God because they don't want to submit to God. There's something in their life that there's a sin they like, or there's something that they like that he does it, and they want to continue to do that.
About something irrelevant. Go ahead.
No, that's the truth, Parker. That's the reality we live in. And all these politicians that are up in D.C., whether they're on the left or on the right, they're all a part of a more evil system, which is satanic, and they're all bought out and paid for by the nation state of Israel. And the efforts that you're applying every day in these debate platforms are all meaningless and all pointless. And I hope you know that.
Yeah,
you're
go
wasting
fuck
your
yourself.
time. No, you're wasting your time.
Go fuck yourself. What I do here is
Okay,
obviously
well, I'm glad you
beneficial
feel
for
that
the
way, but
world.
I want the best for you.
What I do is what. No, you don't.
I
You
want
just-
the best for you.
You just said what
Parker.
I'm doing here. Stop
Yes,
talking.
I do. I want you to be in heaven with me.
Stop acting fake nice, okay? You literally just said what I do here is not beneficial at all. What you
I'm
just
not
said what I
fake
do.
nice.
Can you please stop talking? You just said what I do here is not beneficial at all. You said what I do here doesn't have any meaningful impact. That's what you just said. That's bullshit. Fuck yourself. Literally. What I do here absolutely does benefit the world. It absolutely does do something, and it leads people towards a better way. Even if you politically disagree with me, you think it's important to have discussion. You think it's important for people to have these types of disagreements because it brings about more critical thought and more thinking and gets people more involved with these topics. So I think it's ridiculous for you to sit here and act like I do nothing. Even from your own ideological perspective, it can still make sense to say that I do something here. Okay? Fucking ridiculous. It's so absurd. And it just tells me that you're just trying to get.
No, but based off of what you're saying, you just said that what you do leads people in a better way.
Yes.
But you just admitted to me earlier in this debate that your better way is your own way, and that there are no real
Yes.
objective values.
Well,
So what
I
you're
don't-
trying to do is you're just trying
being
to lead them in
dishonest.
your
You don't
better
believe in
way,
objective
not the
morality
better
either.
way.
You don't believe in objective morality either, because if God doesn't exist, morality would not be true. Okay? If morality is truly objective, that means it's true whether or not God exists. So the whole argument that
Amen.
you're making that God has to exist in order for there to be objective morality is a stupid fucking argument.
You just said
I don't
you
know
don't
why
believe in
people.
objective morality.
Okay, I'm going to mute you. The reason why I don't believe in objective morality is because I think it's nonsense and you can't describe it. But the argument that you originally made is that you can't have objective morality if you don't believe in God. That was your original argument, which is not true. You can have
It is
objective
true.
morality and still be an atheist, right?
It's not objective.
Because
You have nothing to
if
ground it
morality
on.
is, please listen. It's like you literally don't have the ability to think critically. Okay, I'm telling you and describing it to you right now. Okay, please listen. Okay. Repeat the last part I just said, because you cutting me off is limiting my ability to fully finish my statements.
I'm so sorry that the truth has you jumbled right now.
That's not the truth.
If you
keep
can't
cutting me off.
remember your own thoughts, I'm not going to help you out with your own thoughts. You're going to have to do that yourself.
Okay, I'll do that myself then. You can just sit here and wait while I do that then.
Okay. Go ahead and get your thoughts together and Google whatever you have to Google.
It's not Googling. It's going back into the VOD to remember.
You admitted to me earlier in this debate that your better way is your own way, and that there are no real
Yes.
objective values.
Well,
So what
I
you're
don't-
trying to do is you're just
you're
trying
being
to lead them in
dishonest.
your
You don't
better
believe in
way,
objective
not the
morality
better
either.
way.
You don't believe in objective morality either, because if God doesn't exist, morality would not be true. Okay? If morality is truly objective, that means it's true whether or not God exists. So the whole argument that
Amen.
you're making that God has to exist in order for there to be objective morality is a stupid fucking argument.
You just...
Okay. Do you want to engage with that?
What do you have to say? You're the one that was trying to find your thoughts. What are your thoughts?
Did you not just okay? So if morality is true, independent of a particular stance or a mind, I mean that's true, independent of God's existence. So whether or not God exists doesn't change whether or not there's objective morality. So your whole notion there of arguing that is absurd. Secondly, you didn't respond to the original argument that I made, meaning that the world we exist in is imperfect. There are flaws within the world. God would essentially choose to never create the world, given that there is a flaw within the world, rather than just existing alone where there are no flaws. So quite literally, we already agreed that perfection is more preferable than imperfection. So God would never choose to move from the original standpoint. This is an issue called divine paralysis, where if you believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God, and you also believe that the world we exist in is imperfect, then God would never choose to go from the original standpoint of not creating in the first place and just existing alone. Because that state is perfect and is more desirable than the imperfect state. And if they were to choose to create the world that is imperfect, that would be a contradiction. Because then it would mean that they desired to create a world in which was less desirable. Okay, something can't be more desirable and less desirable simultaneously. That's incoherent.
In your world of morality, if you believe that perfection is more desirable than imperfection, what to you is a perfect human being? What is that person?
This isn't my version of morality. This is every version of morality.
Okay, so what's a perfect person to you? What does a perfect person do?
I'm sorry, we're not right now talking about what my notion of perfect is. We're talking about the religious Christian notion of perfect and how the Christian notion of perfect is contradicted because
You're
there's
fighting
sin
so
within
hard
the
for your
world.
personal morals. Why are you fighting so hard for your own personal morals when really they don't matter?
Hey, dude, this is an internal critique, not an external critique. I'm not saying I disagree with the religious values of Christianity. What I'm saying is that the religious values of Christianity lead to contradictions with the world.
You absolutely disagree with the values of Christianity.
I do, but that's not the argument that I'm making right now.
Okay, so be honest with the audience here. You believe it's okay to murder children. You believe it's okay to have premarital sex.
I don't think
you
abortion
believe
is murder.
Homosexuality is okay.
Yes.
You believe it.
Yes, being gay is okay. Right? Fornication is not wrong. Having sex before marriage is completely okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Abortion is not wrong. You are not an evil person for getting an abortion. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
and
why
you
are
are the,
you pivoting? Okay, can you engage with the argument that I'm
I
providing
am
you?
engaging with the argument, but what I'm talking about is that this type of mentality of subjective morality is the poisoning of our society, and you are.
Okay, you can believe in objective morality and still be an atheist. I don't know why you're crying. You believe in subjective morality because I think you truly do believe that morality is dependent upon your God's worldview.
And let it be known to the audience too that this guy does this on the daily, and he has to mute me in order to win the debate. And I find that very sad that you do this professionally and you have to mute me to win a debate.
Well, when you specifically don't engage in productive dialogue, I do use the mute button specifically to make the conversation more productive. You can sit
No,
there
that's
and
just what
complain and
liberals do.
cry
They like
about
to
that.
silence people, and you're part of the problem. You're a silencer, and that's what liberals do. You're a communist.
So me muting you on a TikTok live does not make me a communist. That's an embarrassing thing for you to say.
No,
Can
what
you
it shows is
define,
that you have the
can
complete
you
inability
define
to dialogue.
communism? Can you define communism?
You have the complete inability to dialogue. That's part of the problem, Parker. You have to mute people.
Can you define communism?
Can you?
I will after you define it.
I'm not obligated to do what you ask me to do. You define it.
You just called me a communist, so I'm asking you, do you know what that term means?
Do you?
Yes, I do. Do you?
Yeah, you believe in a totalitarian control where the government has complete control over the people, and you believe that the government has the best interest in mind of the people, when clearly they don't. You believe in a socialistic society. You believe in a complete degradation of work ethic in this country where people are obligated to share in the same spoils and same rewards, even if they're lazy, unmotivated, have no drive, but yet they're expected to receive the same rewards as someone who works their ass off? You think that's okay? I don't, and the Bible doesn't say that's okay. The Bible says if you don't work, you don't eat.
Okay, a few things here. So I don't believe in totalitarian complete control of society. That's never been my position. 2, that's not communism. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. Thirdly, I'm not a communist, even under the notion of communism that I just mentioned. I also don't believe in socialism. I'm a progressive liberal. I still believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations to ensure that people are taken care of. That doesn't mean equal outcomes for everyone. It just means everyone is given a baseline of standard of care so that everyone is treated with human dignity, right? Like
Including
shelter,
babies?
food,
Babies too?
healthcare, things that people need.
Babies
Can I
too?
please finish without you cutting me off, sir? I know you're
Yeah,
crashing
I
out.
figured.
You're crashing
No.
out.
I'm good, bro.
You're crashing out.
I'm good, bro. I'm saved.
Hush,
And I'm
little
celebrating my Savior who
baby,
rose from the
don't
grave
say
today.
a
I'm
word.
good.
You can have your time to speak real soon. Quiet,
You don't
please.
believe in healthcare if you want to kill children, bud.
Alrighty, let me know when you're done crashing out.
I'm good whenever you're ready.
Okay. So I'm just advocating for a baseline for everyone. And then obviously outcomes are going to be different based upon what people choose to do in terms of work beyond that. But just a baseline for everyone to establish healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, things people need so that no one dies because of not being able to afford something. I think that's absurd. And then in terms of the Bible, God literally does give out free food in the Bible. Like manna spawned in from the heaven, right from the skies.
Yeah, I'm not against Christian charity and helping people out. What I'm against is where the government takes over the role of the church. That's my problem.
I don't think that I don't think the government's taking over the role of the church. I think the church can still function in the manner in which it is, but the government's providing a baseline for everyone because
No, what
it
I'm
can
saying is
to a
what made
greater
our-
extent than the church.
What made our country so great for so long was that the church was fulfilling that role and they were helping other people out. And now it's forced love, right? Kind of like how we were talking about robots earlier. We're forcing love on people that don't deserve the money when really it's the church's obligation to take care of the needy and the poor. That's part of the problem.
Okay, so if the church was going to do it themselves, why aren't they doing it right now with the help of
There's
the
many
federal
people that are
government?
doing it. And there's also many churches that are corrupt and many
answer
churches
this
that
question.
are evil.
If the church is going to do it alone, why aren't they fixing everything outside of what the government's doing?
Oh, you mean all the churches that during the COVID shutdown when the government's forcing them and withholding them from being able to have services and being able to actually engage with the community because the government's trying to take them over?
I don't think prior to COVID that they fixed all of the problems in society.
I never said that the church fixed all the problems of society, but they sure did make a really staunch effort to try to help.
So given that churches themselves can't fix everything in our society, they can't provide everyone access to food,
It's not the
healthcare,
government's job to.
shelter, etc. The government should.
And the problem
it
is
the
when
government's job.
Can
It
I
is
finish my
absolute-
thought?
I'm actually the one speaking right now. It is the government's job specifically to uphold the values for everyone in our society to ensure that we have a community that's taken care of, right? That's what I care about. If you don't want to have a community that's taken care of, go fucking live in the woods.
Yeah, no, what I'm talking about is that when you make it the government's responsibility to provide financial aid for all these people, you get what you get, like in situations in Minnesota where there's immigrants coming in and they're taking millions of dollars in tax fraud and they're opening up fake daycares and fake businesses and they're robbing from hardworking Americans like me with 6 kids who are trying to pay my bills and work hard and do what's right for this country and do what's right to the Lord and do what's right to you, Parker. But there's selfish people out there like you and others that have ideologies and beliefs that are destroying this country. And you are part of the problem, and you need to repent, and you need to put your trust in Christ. So that way our country can begin to change and go back to what it was.
So I'm not destroying the country. You're a lunatic if you think I'm destroying the country. Immigrants coming to the country are not committing tax fraud at higher rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. You've been fed a propagandistic narrative that the Republicans are using in order to be able to get us talking about things like in relation to immigrants and scapegoating immigrants for problems that are not caused by them, that are actually caused by the federal government, right? Republicans, right? And individuals not holding people accountable for committing fraud, like Donald Trump himself, who has pardoned fraudsters himself. So
yeah, once again, this isn't a Republican-Democrat issue. Our whole entire government's compromised. The whole entire government.
I don't think
what
it's
you
the
need to make the
entirety
effort
of the
your
government.
platform is you need to make the effort of your platform calling out the corruption and fixing the whole problem instead of trying to buy into the bait of I pick this side instead of the other side. They're all corrupt.
So then why did you say that you support Trump? Because it sounds like you
I
did
voted
that.
for him and I support him and I pray
said
for
that
him as
you
my
would-
president.
you said that you would
and
vote
I
for
support
him.
a lot of the policies that he's enacted. However, it's been very clear based off of what's happened with the Epstein files and the current war that this man and this government and this country are completely compromised by a foreign
Answer
government.
this question. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if I ever plan to vote again, but if I had to choose one over the other, it would be Trump over Harris.
If you didn't have to vote and you could just like sit at home and sit on the couch, would you choose to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So I am going to go into the next person now because you obviously like didn't answer the question correctly, and obviously you weren't actually supposed to be on the stream. Democrats are preferable than Republicans
No,
in
they're
terms
not.
of corruption. They absolutely are.
No,
I think
they're
you're just
not.
denying reality.
Ask Nancy Pelosi that.
Yeah, I think you're just denying reality.
No, you're in denial, dude. You're in complete denial.
Hey,
And I hope you find Christ. I really hope you find truth. I really do.
Okay. I hope you find truth because I actually provided you a contradiction within your worldview that you have too much cognitive dissonance to be able to actually address. He just left himself. Spokane, thank you so much for the $5 for no one's been arrested for daycare fraud in Minnesota after Nick Shirley's documentary. Not one person. Trump runs the DOJ. Doesn't make sense. I know, right? Satan's probably. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So I never really hated the one true God was the God of the people I hated. And please tell this caller that if she wants to be taken seriously, she should, if he wants to be taken seriously, he should quit whining. Very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 2 W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Tina as well. Thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you very much. I have a few more people to thank real quick, but let's make sure to go on to the next person before we do so. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen up to get it out to more people as always. If you're on TikTok, let's try to get to 2,000 likes for the 3,200 people. Let's try to do that if we possibly can. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 1 million likes if we possibly can, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Alrighty. Let's go on to this next individual real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. And thank you so much for the 11 euros. Thank you very much. What is the guest? I should have asked the guest about Trump saying praise be Allah. So I'm going to actually tell everyone again. Trump posted this for Easter, everyone. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. That's what Trump said, so. Let's go on the next individual here. Do just give us a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
How old are you?
You're 23.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I love you.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
You said, can you repeat, please?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
Was my birth year 2004?
And what month?
January.
Alrighty. Give me a quick second. Let me thank some people, then we can move on to our conversation. Sarah,
Of
thank
course,
you so
sir.
much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you on Venmo. Good to W's for them in the comment section right now. I know, right? Rebecca, thank you so much for the Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? They think that the people are pushing it on people, and then they literally advocate it to push their religion on people. It's really weird. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know he's so ridiculous, but he literally is doing that thing when he's interrupting people. Technically, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Pauline, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for the candy. Thank you very much. Gladys, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darius, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Darius. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up on YouTube. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody, let me make sure I'm completely caught up here on the YouTube real quick. Just give me one quick second. Let me check. Elite, thank you for the $2, by the way. Again, thank you so much. And thank you for the €11. Spokane, thank you for the $5. Steve, thank you so much for the $2. Elite Scopes, thank you for the $5. MM, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Rev, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It definitely is coercion. Zach, good to see you as always. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. That is definitely extortion. Weldsman, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. That's also very true. Weldsman also with the $5. And Zach again with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly, right? You wouldn't just punish later for no reason. Yeah, you would punish at that point. Spokane, thank you for the $5. Thank you again. And again, Zach with the $20 again. Thank you so much, Zach. Can we get some W's for Zach in the comment section right now?
Can I hold a 20?
Jenny, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Why are you asking people for money?
I mean, Zach has a lot of money, obviously. A man can ask for 20. Or can I ask for 350?
Okay, can you send me 20?
Can I send you 20? I can send you 350.
Okay, send me $350.
Not 350. Not 350. It's 3.50.
Okay, send me $3.50.
You never seen South Park, Parker?
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Parker, I gotta come clean. I lied.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, it's
Greetings.
How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
For sure.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump by far.
Okay.
I think after Roosevelt, he's the best president ever. You can
Why?
laugh about it. It doesn't bother me. You can laugh it.
Why?
Why? His politics are perfect.
Okay. What's so great about them?
He's fighting for the freedom of other countries. I have a question for you, Parker. If Kamala had won the elections, will Maduro still be the president of Venezuela?
I don't
No.
think that there'd be any material difference for the Venezuelan people.
No, yes. My wife is from Venezuela. He suffered the dictatorship of Maduro, you know?
Yeah, and
When you talk-
the same
when you
regime is in
talk-
office.
I ask you again, if Kamala had won the elections, will
Kamala.
Maduro still be
Yes,
the president?
probably.
Yes? Okay, thank you. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, but the same regime is in office. Oh, they just left. Okay. So there's been no material benefit for the Venezuelan people, and somehow that's a win? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Do you see how some people are unwilling to debate and they think that they just got that win, so they decide to leave after that? That was clearly not a win. What?
Hello?
How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps get it out to more people. I think right now we're currently at around 1,500 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we possibly can. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. It's really, really beneficial to do so on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Parker, I lied again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Hey, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Paris, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Do we know why Trump mentioned Allah? Yeah, probably because he's just trying to say that because people in the area are Muslims. But yeah, he literally said praise to be to Allah. Like, I would have never expected Trump to post something saying that, to be honest, even in the way in which he did. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 19.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I was told that you.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007, February 4th.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, definitely.
What state do you live in?
I live in Denver, Colorado.
Okay. And what time is it?
It's 4:30.
Not even close. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna say I would vote for Trump.
You'd vote for Trump? What's your birth year?
My birth year, 01, 25th, 2002.
And you said you're how old again?
24.
And you said what month was it?
Well, I said I born in 2002 and then it was 01, 25th, and then 2002 is my birth year.
So what's the birth month though?
The 25th.
Not the birthday, the birth month.
Oh, no, I said 2002.
That's the birth year, the birth month though.
I'm in 01.
Oh, January? Okay. Already, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I have a lot of respect for him because I know he's trying to help people a lot, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what has he done that you think has been helpful?
Well, he's been helpful to people that I think he'll be helpful because he told people that people about well, I would say he might help people to be like I'm gonna say this. Trump is a guy that who like go around and like do some just those post conference and talk about these like particles and I mean those things like he was talking about.
Okay. What are things that you think would be good that he's done for the country, or things that you would side with him on?
Well, I think he's done on the country because I've been seeing something on the news on my job, and I saw that he was coming from some country, and and noticed that he is like coming off the airplane. I'm like, yo, okay, he's a good guy. Everybody love him. He's so kind, and I think for me, that for me about Trump, I was gonna say he's like he well, which well, there are many things that Trump doesn't want to be president because for me in my mind I don't think I think Trump might win to win the United States and people that he can like my point is I think Donald Trump might beat Barack Obama.
Okay, you said that he's kind or loved by other countries. I have a question. If Donald Trump was not kind or loved by other countries, would you say that you wouldn't support him?
Well, if he, you know what I mean, me like I would say yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just yeah.
Okay. So I actually can send you a source from Pew Research, and it actually does a 18 country versus a 21 country median comparing. Okay. Either I think that maybe that was just like they got a call or something. Anyways, I do have to kick them because it's like a what's it called, a monetization thing. And they probably got a call anyway, so I'm just going to go on to the next person, I guess. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Okay, let's get this next person up here real quick. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Doing.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I am just going to start blocking people. So if you purposefully send a guest request and you don't meet that criteria, I will block you, just letting you know. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, how are you doing, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What state do you live in?
Yes, I do. I live in Florida.
What time is it?
8:26.
Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, in the meantime, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen again. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone, I am going to block you. So I just want to be clear. If you purposefully send a guest request, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. So please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. I really don't enjoy blocking people who are supporters and whatnot. So only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
April.
What's that?
April.
April 8th? I think that they're trolling. They're wrong there. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. See this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I do support Trump.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Of course, Trump.
Okay. You'd vote for Trump. Why do you support Trump?
Cause I'm not really typically U.S. citizen, but I did serve in the U.S. Air Force for 7 years. So does it count as citizen? Do you believe so?
So are you a citizen?
No. I have a double citizenship in Korea and U.S., but I gave up my U.S. citizenship because I believe that because the Korea was I born as a U.S. citizenship, but in order to serve in both countries, Air Force. After I served in U.S. Air Force, I just gave up my U.S. citizenship because Korea does not allow to have a double citizenship.
Okay.
So
you can't vote.
I'm not American right now as my passport, but I used to be American. And I also went.
Technically, because you can't vote, I will just go on to the next person. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So, bro, I'm 19. I'm in the state of Florida.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd go with Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
I'm born in 07.
What month?
January.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I personally believe that he's more capitalist and more pro free markets than Kamala Harris.
Kamala? How so?
He's cutting taxes.
I feel like they're trolling. Let's just go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Again, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you, just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay.
Ish. Trump-ish.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
It's been months now, but if you remember me, we debated the auto industry a while back.
Don't remember. I apologize.
No worries. I was going to update you and let you know that I've been considering and seeing and observing and saying, I think Trump is mainly ego fueled. And I've been considering some things and definitely think that you saw the cabinet meeting where one of the cabinet members was saying this is how the Venezuela situation is going to benefit America, and then he cuts him off and he says, I don't care about all that. Where's the statue that they're going to build of me? So I think that, Trump is very ego fueled, and I've, I listened. I'm a good listener. So you may not recognize me, but yeah, I heard you, and I'm evaluating my thinking.
Okay, so would you say at this point, you probably wouldn't align with Trump anymore?
It's getting there, yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's getting to that point.
Okay, what's holding you back then?
Just that, it's like I said, it's getting there, but it's not like I'm, ever ready to become a full Democrat. So independent, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can be against Trump and be a Republican. You can be against Trump, be conservative. You can be against Trump, be independent. You don't have to be a full-on Democrat in order to say that you're against Trump. Now, of course, I would argue that the Democratic position is preferable and is a fundamental aspect of identifying that. But the goal of this live stream is to get people to be like, oh, I don't support Trump anymore. Because then over time you will consider my positions, at least comparative to the other side, and you will see, I think, like the reality that like we're advocating for things that benefit the country, are for the American people, and we'll give you like specific policies and reasons as to why. Not saying that we're perfect by any means, but definitely better than at least what Trump was advocating for, or what like Marco Rubio or Vance would be advocating for, carrying on the Trump administration after.
Yeah, and I listened a few months ago when we last spoke, and I can definitely see that maybe shift in attitude. Yeah, I mean, you get my point. But yeah, just want to like update you. We debated the auto industry at the time. But yeah, very ego fueled. I can see that. Maybe not the best person, maybe only looking out for self-interest, and yeah, just stopping by to say that. So
alrighty. Well, I appreciate
your
you
goal
coming on.
is yeah, have a good day, man.
You as well. You as well. Love hearing that. Exactly why I do what I do here. So I appreciate you very much. It's exactly what we need. And obviously you'll hear my arguments and whatnot. Maybe I'll be able to take into consideration some of them for moving towards the Democrats at least. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I wouldn't say I support Trump. I think I'm more Republican than I am Democrat.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna have to say Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. And what was your birth year?
2007.
Okay, for sure. And why do you support Trump?
I like some of the things that he's doing around the world. Like, I think he's like, I mean, I know it's like breaking international law, right? But like, I think like what he's doing is like right, like with the Venezuelan president and with like the Iran president and stuff. So because there's like bad people and they're like controlling like they're like I feel like they were like for the Venezuelan president, for example, he was like he like was like bad with his people and stuff. So
okay.
Yeah.
And how have we materially benefited the Venezuelan people?
I don't know. Bye.
Okay, so okay. Alrighty, well, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support
I'm
Trump?
18. Hell yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump 100%.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And what month were you born?
September.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I mean, like, I support the dude because there's like so many reasons to support him. Like, the economy, much better than Kamala Harris.
I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
He's losing me.
Okay. Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, Trump.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Honestly, just because like he shut down the border.
Okay. So in terms of the border being shut down, you know that Democrats wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. They just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have addressed the conditions at the border.
But they were like still coming in like at a crazy rate. You can acknowledge that, right?
So I think that was because of economic insecurity that existed around the world due to global inflation.
Yeah, but that's like we can't just let anybody in because the world sucks, you know.
Of course we can't. Michelle, thank you so much for Leon. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, we can't just let anyone in, but we did still have a process under the Democratic administration, and they wanted to make the legal process go quicker, which would have incentivized more people to go through said legal process. So I think the ones that were actively upholding going through the legal process were the Democrats.
So you advocate for unrestricted, like anyone's allowed to come in America, like just flow of immigration.
I'm sorry, there's no way you got that from what I just said. Like, I explicitly said, no, I do not support unrestricted, and of course there should be some restrictions. We should go after those who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? Not people who are just coming here for a better life.
Maybe you can explain your point a little bit better then. I mean,
what do you want me to explain?
like, you think anybody who comes to the border is allowed in? Because that was basically what was happening under Biden.
Dude, that was not what was happening under Biden, and I just said multiple times, I do not think everyone should have just been allowed in the country. Think of the money gun. Said people who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right, should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and there should be a quicker legal process for everyone, right, and a vetting process. And if you've committed a violent offense or a bad offense, you should not be allowed in the country.
Okay, so that's your restriction then. Like, anybody who's never committed a crime can be an American citizen. Like, doesn't matter what the number is. It's going to be a crazy number, Parker. Come on. Like, millions of people.
Yeah, I'm okay with
hundreds of millions of people never committed a violent crime. Yeah, you can just come and be an American citizen? That's crazy, man. That's crazy, right?
Hundreds of millions of people would not come here. Let's assume, though, that was going to happen. Then obviously I would think that's too much. I do think that specifically, like, increasing our immigration up to at least 3 times what we currently do right now would be totally okay, and we would judge based upon the effect that it has on our economy. I think that's the judgment that we would make, but we're at a level of immigration right now that could be heavily increased.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see eye to eye here. That's the reason why I support Trump, because we can't just bring in immigrants at the rate that we're bringing in. It changes the country fundamentally.
Wait, what does it change about the country that you think is bad?
I mean, it lowers wages.
Wrong.
It changes the demographics.
What's wrong about changing demographics?
Changes who we are.
So I just want to let you know, like, I can send you a
civil conflict, right?
Well, I can send you a study that shows that there's actually an increase in wages for U.S. citizens, right, given that we're born in this country, given that people are immigrating to our country. It's called Immigration's Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux, and it shows a slight increase in wages over the past 30 years due to immigration.
Well, like, that's just not true. Like, wages have just been continuously going down versus inflation, right?
Wrong.
And immigration plays a part in
wages
that,
have
right?
gone up
Because
accounting
these
for
corporations
inflation.
love that cheap labor.
Wages have gone up accounting
These
for inflation.
corporations love cheap labor.
And immigration does not reduce wages.
You're saying that wages have gone up?
Yes, because of
in
immigration.
relation to inflation?
In relation to immigration.
I mean, there's no. I mean, you're just wrong. So
how am I wrong?
It's crazy that you're saying wages have gone up. Look at the Big Mac chart. Are you familiar with the Big Mac chart?
Yeah.
How many hours of minimum wage it costs to buy a Big Mac in 1970 versus right now? I mean, come on, Parker. You're not living in reality here.
Yeah. So there's been inflation. Inflation doesn't mean that there was not increases in wages accounting for inflation. So we look at real median wages, and there's obviously been an increase. But one thing you have to consider is that, inflation that happened under Biden's administration, not due to Biden. Inflation that's happened under Trump's administration has been due to Trump, because Donald Trump has imposed this war with Iran, causing the conditions in the economy to be worse off, not only in relation to that, but also in terms of job growth. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We had lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024, lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. So conditions have gotten significantly worse off.
I mean, I think the core disagreement, Parker, that we have is that an increase of cheap labor is going to drive wages down throughout the country. Like, do you not agree with that?
I think you're being dishonest, because immigration right, does not reduce wages. I just gave you a study that indicates that if anything, it has a slight positive impact on wages for natural-born U.S. citizens. Are you willing to engage with that point?
You were breaking up a little bit. I mean, the increase of cheap labor
Okay,
will drive down wages for the rest of American citizens.
I'll repeat
I mean,
again.
that's just a fact.
No, it's not. I can give you a study called The Immigration's Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux, and you can look it up, and you can see that there's been a reduction, or actually an increase in wages since immigration has happened over the past 30 years for natural-born U.S. citizens.
Okay, but your study just isn't logical though. Mine is like 2 and 2 equals 4, right? If you import a bunch of cheap labor into a country, corporations would rather hire.
So can I explain the market and how it works here? Let me explain the market. So not only when you bring labor into the country through immigration are you increasing the amount of labor, but you're also increasing the demand for goods and services. So you likely just reach equilibrium. Okay? So typically within studies, you either see that there's no effect on wages or that there's a slight positive impact on wages. That's it. You don't see studies that provide negative impacts. I would love for you to provide a single study saying that. And by the way, you saying, oh, it's just logical, I'm not going to accept your source, you sound like an idiot. I'm sorry. Like, genuinely. Like, you shouldn't just accept things without reason, without good reason at all, without evidence, and just say because you feel like it. That's not a good argument. That's a horrible argument. I'm giving you a study right now to justify this, right? Even from a theoretical perspective, right? Your argument doesn't make sense.
Parker, you realize that studies are biased, right? Come on.
How is it biased?
I can give you a study that supports my thesis.
How is it biased?
Like, just because you say, hey, you don't accept the study that I'm referencing, you're an idiot. That's not really fair, Parker. I'm having a good faith conversation with you, buddy. Come on.
No, you're saying that you accept an argument, but not based upon any actual argument, and you're just disputing my study by just saying it's biased without actually telling me what aspect of it is bias.
Anyway, back to my point. Listen, Trump is losing me, don't get me wrong. But the fact that he stopped illegal immigration.
Do you want to engage with that point first? Because you still think that immigrants reduce wages.
I think it's a moot point, Parker. We're not going to see eye to eye on this one, so we can.
I know, but do you have a single source so that you could indicate that it reduces wages?
I can look some up, but it's not like you would read them anyway if I sent it to you, Parker.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
So tell me the title. I'll give you time.
I think our time is better spent maybe just kind of just going back to the main issue here, Parker. But
I disagree with you.
Okay.
I think our time would be better spent right now, you finding that source, because you're the one who made the claim and was unwilling to accept my source when I literally gave you a source, which, by the way, isn't just one source. I can give you a bunch of sources that indicate the very same thing. Most studies that you can find on this particular matter see either no impact on wages or a slight positive impact on wages. I'm telling you this because I studied economics, and I actually have looked through these studies, and I've listened to economists speak about them.
I've listened to economists speak up and say the exact opposite, Parker. I mean,
what economists?
What do you want? It's so basic. You import cheap labor that drives wages down, right? The bigger the labor pool, the more competition for the jobs.
What
right?
economists?
The cheaper that labor is going to be. These corporations get away with paying the workers less because there's more competition for those jobs. It's simple econ 101, Parker. We don't need a fucking source.
What economist?
We don't need a source. You don't need to be an economist to understand that. That's crazy.
You said you've listened to economists say this. What economists?
Why are you, dude? Now you're skipping the point. Address the point that I just made.
Can you name one economist that said that?
Appeal to authority.
You're the one who said you heard an economist say it. I'm just asking.
Bro, you're the one who's talking about sources. Stop with your appeal to authority and address what I just said, Parker. Come on, we're going to have a good faith conversation. Come on, we were so close.
I think you're the one not engaging in good faith right now because you quite literally said you heard an economist say it and you're not answering what economist.
No, that was me. That was my own thoughts.
So what economist?
Me.
That you're.
I don't need to be an economist to understand that.
So you didn't hear an
economist.
economist.
Cheap labor.
So
okay?
let me give you a response.
If you increase the labor pool,
I already explained how you're wrong, and I'll explain I already explained how
Okay?
you're wrong. I already explained how you're wrong. Let me explain again. It's not just an increase in the labor pool. It's also an increase in the demand for goods and services. Therefore,
Increase in the demand for goods and services, but these people coming
sir,
over, right? They're from
please listen.
less.
This is not good
They're
faith right
they're
now.
less well
This
off.
is not good
Okay,
faith right now.
they don't have the same
This is
purchasing
not
power
good
than
faith.
American citizens.
This
do.
is not a good faith conversation right now. Would you like to let me finish?
Okay, sure.
It's not just an increase in the labor pool, it's also an increase in the demand for goods and services, which increases the amount of jobs that exist in the economy to account for the increase in the amount that needs to be distributed based upon the more amount of people that are demanding goods and services. So obviously, it's not just an increase in supply, it's also an increase in demand, bringing you back to equilibrium.
I know, Parker, but listen, there's a problem with that point there. You want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
The people coming over here, right? They're not from the same economic means that American citizens are. So they're not coming over with that same purchasing power. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that increase in demand is a moot point from you.
They do get the same
Still
purchasing
going to
power
drive
because their
down
purchasing
wages.
power is based upon the wages that they have, right? So they still do put upward pressure. There's also, if you're going to argue a proportionality in terms of the level of demand as compared to supply, you would rely upon a source to make that claim because that's an empirical statement.
I mean, I'm not going to say that you're wrong. Yes, there is some benefit to the economy, right? More people, blah, 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 but it's not the same. And it doesn't keep up with wages in the same way, right? They're coming over with less purchasing power. At the same time, these corporations get this doubled labor pool, right? Especially for like these, I guess you want to call them low wage jobs, right? For middle America or lower class America, et cetera.
Not making a point. You're not making an argument on whether or not they're going to be decreasing wages. You're just saying you feel like a large labor pool will have a downward pressure on wages.
Well,
That's
Parker,
not a
I mean,
source. I've already provided you not only the theoretical dispute to this, but also an empirical dispute to it.
let me make this one point, and then you can kick me off. But I've enjoyed our conversation.
I would love for you to actually engage with my points. Like, do you actually want to address like the fact that I provide you a theoretical dispute and right a dispute empirically?
Let me end with a hypothetical here, Parker. Say you have a job posting, edit Parker's posts of dunking on Trump supporters or whatever, right? And you get 3 people apply versus 300 applying. The 300 applying is essentially bidding against each other. I'll do it for 15 an hour. I'll do it for 10 an hour. Don't you think that you'd be able to hire cheaper with the more people applying than rather if it was just 2?
That's assuming that there's the same demand for labor, which there's not.
What do you mean? They're all applying for this job.
No, there's
That's
a
the
different.
demand.
There's now a difference in the demand for labor, meaning you need to produce more to be able to account for the greater amount of people that are demanding goods in our society.
I mean, what does that have to do with people applying to be your editor?
Like economically, you're only judging one aspect of immigration, not all aspects. You're just thinking that more people in the country increases the labor pool, but you're not thinking that the increase in the amount of people are increasing the demand for that labor, because now that there are more people demanding goods and services, which will then create more jobs. So
I
actually,
agree with you, Parker.
not
I
only
agree
do
with you.
wages increase, but also the employment rate increases for natural-born U.S. citizens.
I don't agree with that last part, but I do agree with you. But just it's not to the extent, right? They're not coming over with the same amount of purchasing power. But I don't know, Parker. I think this was an okay discussion. What do you think?
I think that you should take that into account. Maybe think about it a little bit harder.
Okay, brother.
Alrighty.
Thanks for the chat.
Peace out. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. Big thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. That's amazing. That's amazing. W's for them. I know it's crazy that Trump is. As well as the team. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I'll make sure to check those ones out specifically. And since then, by the way, the Borges one has been updated to show an increase. And all those are outdated. They've all been they've already been gone over. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. That was for the last person. That would have been good. As well as Gabe, thank you for the $1. No, it was really bad. Thank you so much, Gabe. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as thank you so much, Joseph, for the $10. And Abby, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I always will. Thank you so much. Sarah as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Alrighty, I have some people to think over. Probably on... Actually, I don't have all. I'm already caught up. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, over Kamala, yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
January 4th.
Okay. If the election were held today, Kamala Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely rather vote for Trump over Kamala.
Kamala. So why do you support Trump?
Because I don't support Kamala.
Kamala, why?
Well, she was vice president for 4 years, and she did absolutely nothing but ruining the country and pumping inflation up.
So she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which is, if anything, was slightly downward pressuring on inflation, not upward pressure. So what did she do that caused inflation?
What was the inflation when she was in vice president?
So
do you know the inflation?
Yeah, the inflation was not because of her. That was because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic.
The pandemic ended in like 2022?
No, it didn't.
When did it end?
So you said 2022. I thought you said 2020. 2022.
No.
You could say it went into like just about midway or near the end of 2022. That's under the Biden administration, and that's when we were seeing the inflation.
Even last year, the inflation was
still
worse than now.
Wait, no, last year inflation was better off.
You want to bet?
You're taking into consideration the 2.4% from February. I'm saying the OECD has forecasted 4.2% year over year since the Iran war started. And by the way, the inflation numbers are going to drop here. Let me check. U.S. inflation, BLS, are going to drop here within the next few days, and you'll be wrong then, for sure, on BLS numbers.
But then we're still in a war right now, so it doesn't really... if you don't want to count COVID, why would you count a war?
Well, because Trump started the war. Biden didn't start COVID. Big distinction.
Trump only was forced to start that war because Mr. Biden and Kamala were so bad at... Kamala, whatever her name is, they were really bad at everything that they let Iran get stronger and stronger. They let them sell their oil, and they also gave them money.
The Biden administration did not let Iran get stronger, and then also the money that you're referencing is unsanctioned money. Like, we sanctioned it and then got rid of the sanctions so they'd accept the JCPOA. Trump actually said that Obama was weak and ineffective and was going to start a war with Iran because he couldn't negotiate with Iran, when he actually got the negotiation done, and Trump started the war. So it seems like Trump is actually weak and ineffective.
Obama clearly did it because we're right here today. And you see Iran has missiles and everything.
Iran does not have nukes. They haven't even been building up since the original strike about 8.
Missiles.
Ballistic missiles are okay. Like, there's no issue with that.
You think there's no issues with ballistic missiles for a country that
I'm not going to war with Iran for ballistic missiles. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, because you don't care that they can hit all of our bases and most of our allies.
You don't give a shit about our allies. I don't think that they were under imminent threat of attacking our allies. And if they already have them, what are we preventing them from doing? They're already striking them more now because we started the war with them.
Because we're going to do a regime change and Iran is going to be a beautiful country again.
Yeah, and you say you're going to do regime change. How did that work in Afghanistan?
Well, Afghanistan's totally different country.
What's the
It
relevant
worked.
difference? That means that
It
it's going to
worked
work in
really good
Iran,
in
but it
World War
didn't work
II.
in Afghanistan.
Sorry?
What means it's going to work in Iran, but not work in Afghanistan?
Well, if you look at Iran, Iran isn't one race. They're not only one ethnicity. There's a lot of Christians. There's a lot of Arabs. It's not just Persians. So, and there's a lot of Kurds too.
Christian's not an ethnicity.
They're Armenian Christians.
Yeah, but Christian is a religion, not an ethnicity.
I'm aware of that one. But
Secondly, like
different
if you're,
people.
I don't see how whether or not it'd be under one ethnicity is relevant to whether or not there would be a change in, or whether or not regime change would work. Secondly, we've engaged in regime change in Iran, and it's led to the conditions that exist. Right, like we overturned a democratically elected leader in 1953 and reinstated a military dictatorship, which led to the conditions of radical Islam in the country.
Sorry?
Yeah, so actually we are the reason why radical Islam is prevalent within Iran, because we overturned a democratically elected leader and
Who's we?
reinstated
Who was the president at the time? Was he a liberal?
1953 is a long time ago. Regardless of whether they're Democratic or Republican, you can hold them accountable, right?
So yeah, and Afghanistan was a long time ago too.
Okay, do you want to engage with my point? Afghanistan was not that long ago. That was Trump's agreement to pull out of. He set up the agreement with the Taliban to pull out. They just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. But yeah, 1953, didn't we have a Republican in office? Like, regardless whether they're Republican or Democrat, I don't see how that matters. But didn't we have, wasn't it Eisenhower? Let me check. Who was president 1953? Yep. Oh, I guess both Truman and Eisenhower were president. But it was only for, what, completing his term that began then on the 20th of January, 19... Wait. Yeah. That makes sense. 1953, yeah. January 20th. Alrighty. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit, my fault. I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We got about an hour or so left on the live maximum. Just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007. Today's
Election.
my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Election on today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump. I mean, I couldn't vote, but probably Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, I joined a few days ago, and we were talking about like how the reason I supported Trump was because the murder rates were lower under Trump. And then you were saying how like I needed specific pieces of evidence to like be able to support that, because you said that it wasn't enough for me to just say that the 21% drop in the first year of Trump was like could be accounted to Trump. It was just, you said basically it was like it could be a coincidence.
Yeah, it's a correlation
so
causation fallacy.
What?
Yeah, it's a correlation causation fallacy. Because I said you'd have to specifically look at, because I think you brought up National Guard, right? You have to specifically point to the areas in which had the National Guard, and you have to demonstrate the areas in which had the National Guard had lower rates of crime when the implementation of the National Guard began. Right? Comparative to areas in which have similar demographics, which specifically didn't see that decline. So that would take an analysis. Which did you look for? I kind of doubt that.
Well, that's what I was. That's what I looked for. And then I don't know if you're probably aware of Operation Midway Blitz, right?
No, I'm actually not.
You're not aware of that? Well, it was basically in Chicago. I don't know. I just found it on Google. It was in Chicago in September 2025, and they were targeting they were supposedly only targeting the criminal illegal immigrants, which is what I remember when we were talking about it. You said were the ones that you wanted out, right? Because you said that if they weren't criminals, they could stay here. But
No,
then,
no, when they say criminal undocumented immigrants, they mean any undocumented immigrant because they consider all of them criminals. That's under that notion. They're not referencing people who have committed like violent crimes and bad crimes or like the worst of the worst. They're just,
yeah,
they
but
think they under that notion are just saying anyone who is in the country undocumented because they think it's a crime to enter the country unlawfully.
okay. But either way, there's statistics under it said that during this operation, there was a 16% drop in homicides, 35% drop in shootings, and 41% drop in robberies. So would that support my point of like that would
No.
be something that was
No, you'd have to actually isolate for those factors given the implementation of the particular policies that you're mentioning.
Well, that's what it just did. It said during that operation, which is from September 2025 to when it ended, there was a 16% drop and whatever 35%, 41% drop. So how would that not?
Yeah. There being a drop does not mean that drop is specifically due to the Trump administration, and it's not specifically saying in those particular
But
areas in
how
which
could
there
you get
was
any better than that?
the
I don't
National
understand.
Guard. So there has been a decline even prior. There was declining violent crime, leaving COVID. Ever since COVID, we've been declining. So I don't know what you're talking about. And by the way,
Yes, but over
crime was
that
declining
period.
since the 90s in general. There's been a general trend of decline since the 90s.
No, I get that, but I'm saying that this is over that period. So how are you going to get any more specific than that? This was analyzed over that specific period. So this puts aside the trend that you're saying, and I know there was
Oh,
a
what's the
trend.
title then?
It's from Homeland Security.
Yeah, Homeland Security is not isolating for these factors.
It says Operation Midway Blitz brings historic drop in crime to J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson, Chicago, November 12, 2025. Since the start of Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, homicides are down 16%, shootings 35, robberies 41, carjackings 48, transit crime down 20. So how is that? It says since the start of Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago. So is that not enough?
No,
I mean, I get that you
did
don't
I not just explain this? My point is
You
that,
did.
again, you need to specify specifically that it would be in these areas, comparing them to areas in which are not seeing these reductions in crime. We see reductions in crime across the whole nation, dude.
But you're confusing me on
Like, for
how
example,
this
in New
isn't
York
valid.
City, we saw massive declines in crime as well. Zoran Mamdani was talking about this.
I understand that, but my point is that they're basically running like a statistical sample, and they're taking this sample over only the periods compared. Like you said, you're comparing it to before this happened
But you have
versus
to compare
after
it
the
to
Midway
other.
Blitz happened.
You have to compare
Why
it
do
to
you have to compare it to other? That makes no
you do have
sense.
to compare it to other areas that did not impose these particular
But why?
actions that Trump
What?
administration is doing, because then you can demonstrate what the effect would be. What are you
But you already
talking
know
about?
the effect because you're saying that the stuff is going down like these large
No, because if
percentages
it's
compared
going
to
down in
before.
other areas, then the likely explanation is that it's going down for reasons unrelated to the particular moves that Trump made.
Well, then, wait, I'm trying to see. What would be a place that, could you give me like a city that wouldn't have these implementations? You know any cities that there are no National Guard in? Like maybe Seattle, Washington or something.
Yeah, you could do any specific city that hasn't had National Guard in. Just look up cities that have not had National Guard in it, or look up the cities. Actually, you could look up the cities that do have National Guard, then isolate those particular cities, and then say any city that isn't applicable to that. So, for example, New York City, like I just mentioned, right? We've seen reductions in the level of crime for many different types of violent offenses, right, over the past year or so.
Well, was there National Guard in New York City?
Not to my understanding that there was national. I don't think that there was National Guard in New
Let
York
me look
City.
that up. I don't understand your point here. I don't see how that's not enough.
You
You
don't
could just,
understand my point? I think I just explained it for you.
yeah, but that doesn't
That
make
you
any
have to
sense.
compare to areas that did not impose this?
Why do you have to do that? I don't understand. Now you're just
Think they know.
refusing. Basically, you're making me look for way too much evidence because you don't want to admit that this is like a win under Trump.
I'm not
That
making you
that's what
look for
that
way too much evidence. I'm making you
you
look
are.
for
This is too much.
specific evidence.
I did find specific evidence under the Homeland Security, and it's
All you're saying is
give
that
the
there's been a
title and everything.
reduction, not that the reduction is specifically due to the fact that Trump's imposed his policies.
What? I just said that. I said
Dude,
since the start of
hey,
Operation Midway Blitz, which is a federal thing
yeah,
that
but
is under
you're not
Trump.
comparing to other
Okay,
other
so go
areas
ahead.
that do not impose this particular National Guard, because the National Guard does have a limitation in terms of their ability to even arrest people. They don't even have that ability. So you're just saying the presence, and I mean, I wouldn't dispute that the presence in of itself could possibly mitigate to some slight extent people from doing so, but it's only while the National Guard's there, and I don't think that it's an actual like long-term way of addressing crime. All right, if you're on
Yeah, but
YouTube
for
again, hit that.
example,
Oh, good.
for example, like Boston, for example, it did have a downward trend of crime in 2025, but it was not nearly as much as like somewhere like Chicago where the National Guard existed. So wouldn't that like kind of validate your second thing of having to compare against something else?
Wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry.
Boston, for example, there was no National Guard. Also saw a decrease in crime because, as you said, and I also agree with, there's been a decreasing trend in the crime, but it wasn't nearly as much as somewhere like Chicago.
Like, what was
Like
the
with
difference?
one second. It's hard to find this data because it's like, so for example, burglaries in Boston were down 17%, and then in Chicago, where there was the National Guard, 41%. So would that not? That's definitely significant enough.
Yeah, but it was even more in New York
Okay, why does New York matter? I just gave you your other city that you
because
wanted.
this didn't
What?
happen in New York. So
But
like,
why are you mentioning New York? That's so
because you
relevant.
because you can't just give. Okay, you need to understand statistics. You
I
can't just
do
give.
understand statistics, but I
You
can't.
clearly
I
don't.
don't want to do like a significance test
Okay,
just for
can I
you,
listen?
like right now.
You don't have to do it just for me right now. I'm just saying the
It's the
information.
debate.
By the way, this is something I told you last time we talked, which you didn't do the research I told you to do. I knew you
It's too
wouldn't
much
do it.
research.
Oh, it's too much research. Okay, I'm sorry. That a typical statistical analysis to identify whether or not it actually caused it, right, is something that you would have to do in order to be able to make these particular claims. Because you cannot make general claims that just because the crime rate has gone down, that means it's because of the administration in office, right? Even if they've imposed a policy, you have to specifically mention how that could be the effect by explaining about other areas. Like, for example, in terms of inflation with tariffs, we can see the impact in terms of tariffs because there are studies that mention this, because they overlook the impact in areas in which there are imposed tariffs versus not imposing the tariffs. And you compare it to other countries and the impacts on their markets. So those are the types of ways that you would be able to make identifications that there would be an impact due to a specific policy. Okay? It's not just, crime rate went up, crime rate went down. Therefore, thank you, this administration, because then we're going to say thank you to Biden because there were decreases in crime prior to Trump even getting in office.
Yeah, I know. No, I know how statistics work. I took a class in statistics in high school, but like, I just don't
High school
like.
statistics.
No, I know, but like, for the sake of the debate, can you not see like what exactly where I'm coming from here? Is that I compared before this operation started in Chicago to after, and then I gave you specific like percentages, and they're all down, and they're down way more than other cities. So how can you not like at least concede that that was a win under Trump, and that could be a reason you would support him?
It's not a reason to support him. It's not even a win under Trump, and
Why?
it's not
Now,
even
why
a
would that
good
not be a reason
address.
if that were to be true?
Because I think that there are meaningful ways that the Biden administration, the Democrats, actually
Why
address
is this?
crime in better
But why does it have
ways.
to do
Like
with Biden? Why does it have to do with Biden? I just said this would be a reason to support Trump because he helped lower the rates.
when you talk
If
about
that were to be true, I get that you have your statistics thing, but
when you compare the different administrations, a reason to support one side versus the other would necessarily entail a comparison to the other side's policies. Because if they both support the same
but
policy,
why do I care about the other side when I have the president's
hey,
already in
I'm
office?
explaining. If yeah, because we're trying to make an analysis of that you at least regret your vote in retrospect of Trump and
I
say that
didn't even
Trump was a
vote.
worse candidate. Regret supporting him or saying that you would vote for him today. It's at least to say that in retrospect you wouldn't do that, so that going into the next election cycle that you at least view Republicans in that sort of way. At least is the kind of
Yeah,
the
but
idea here.
the problem with that is that the next election cycle there won't be either Trump or Kamala running. So like, how is that relevant
Kamala
at
might be
all?
a part of it, but it will be carried
I
over by
doubt
the
she'll
Trump
be the
administration from
candidate,
people
but
like either Marco Rubio, JD Vance, individuals like that, and also not to mention the fact that Trump literally tried to do shit in the 2020 election. So we honestly have no clue what the fuck Trump's gonna try.
okay, but that's just irrelevant. My point is that this would be a reason that you would want to support Trump, and I don't think you can really deny that.
No, I already tried it. I already gave you the reason.
How?
You just didn't like it.
Because why? Because you have to compare it to the other candidate and say it would be better under the other candidate?
Well, because you have to actually demonstrate that it's because of the actions that Trump engaged in. And
Yes,
then
I
you also
understand
do
the
have to, and then you
statistics
also
part.
do have to compare it to the administration's policy under the Harris administration. And you also have to acknowledge that Trump himself is a convicted criminal that you did not hold accountable by voting for president of the United States.
I didn't vote, but still, like, how do you know it would be better?
Oh my God. Do you know that, like, when I'm saying this, I'm in reference to the particular claim that you said if the election were held today, you would vote for Trump?
Well, I don't like speaking in hypotheticals, but I guess, like, you know.
Okay. We have to speak in hypotheticals in order to make points here. And you would not say that if you were in a math class being asked if you have a bag, 2 red balls, 2 blue balls in the bag, how many total balls are in the bag?
4.
Yeah, you just answered a hypothetical.
Oh, I see. No, but either way, like, how do you know that the crime would be better under the Harris administration? Like, I don't know any other policies, but like, I don't think you can just say that definitively.
I can, because I can mention specific policies that they would engage in to address it. Plus, I can mention the fact that they didn't pardon violent rioters who beat police officers. They didn't pardon fraudsters, right? They specifically wouldn't have done the same things that Trump did, so I can address it within that respect. And the people who specifically were let out and then reoffended wouldn't have committed those crimes.
So you think that would lead the rate drops to be even lower than in Chicago, for example, where robberies are down 41%? You think they'd make them down 60%?
I think it's a meaningful way that they'd be able to actually address some level of crime. Now, in terms of Trump's position, I'm still unconvinced that he's even addressed crime meaningfully at all. I think that crime was already decreasing.
Okay, but can you at least admit that this Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, where robberies over that period were down 41%, which is a lot higher than it would have been without it?
It's not. If you look at New York,
success.
You said a lot higher comparative to what it would have been otherwise. How do you know that?
Because I told you Boston.
Okay.
It's 18% versus 41%. How many cities do you want?
Well, you would do many cities. You wouldn't just do
Okay, but I don't have time to do many cities here. I mean, I know how to run a significance test, but
I understand.
It's a debate.
I understand. But if your claim relies on an empirical claim, then you have to justify it with empirical evidence. If you don't have such empirical evidence, then you can't make such claim.
So you can't just admit that it was a success.
No,
how would it be a failure?
No good evidence indicating that.
So the robberies being down 41% in that short period
does not
mean
not
enough evidence.
It's not an evidence to say that it's because Trump has put the National Guard in place, because we've seen similar levels of decrease in places like New York City, like I mentioned. So you have to compare more than just one. That's the point that I was making. It's more than just one particular area that you're going to have to compare it to. If you don't compare it to more than one area, well, then you could get biased results even specific to those particular areas. Like, then you'd just be testing something that could be specific to New York rather than like something else. So that's why you need more than just, for example, New York or Chicago or Boston. You need a lot more. You need a greater analysis amongst the entire nation of cities specifically that did not have National Guard versus cities that did have National Guard to be able to make that analysis.
So in order to beat you at a debate point, you need to do basically a significance test. So it's impossible to beat you, basically.
In order to be able to argue this one specific point, you do need to run a particular test to identify. It's not necessarily a significance test, but in order to be able to identify whether or not this trend is applicable due to the implementation of the National Guard. Yeah.
Okay, but if I did run that test, and if my
if it did determine that this did reduce the level of crime,
yes, then that would be a reason to support him.
That it wouldn't necessarily be a reason to support him, but it would be. Well, let me explain why. Because it would be something I agree with and something that I think is good, but not a reason to support him because he's done things that are disqualifying.
But when I say a reason to support him, that's just like a positive, basically, like something that's good.
Well, I don't consider a positive just a reason to support someone, but like if you want to say positive, sure.
Well, a reason. Again, you culminate the reasons to.
If you're saying it's a positive, sure.
Okay, so there you go. So now you want me to do a significance test and then come back and tell you.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can run a particular study. Like you can run an analysis.
I have to do research. That's
you literally would have to do that, yeah.
because I don't know like anything else that I could debate you on. So this is just my one thing. But.
You have nothing else. If you want to address crime, why are you voting for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing?
Well, because I think I also told you this. I don't really care too much about character because, like, for example, in the next election, which I could be voting for, which I'll be voting in, there's like, for example, if Marco Rubio is running, like he has no like character problems. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not like worthwhile to be worrying about his character right now when I'm trying to base my vote for the next election, which doesn't have any character issues. Like Marco Rubio is a fine
if you can't
person.
call out the character back then you probably should be able to then. You probably should be able to call out those characters. I'm just demonstrating you're hypocritical, that you don't actually give a shit about holding criminals accountable, that you're just waiting until Trump is not considered a criminal to be able to go past that. Because if your side was convicted of committing these particular types of crimes, then you definitely would overlook it. And Marco Rubio definitely has character flaws. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, every politician does, but his aren't exactly much worse than every other politician. So.
They're not like Trump, but just because someone's
Yes.
not like Trump does not mean that they don't have
Well, the
character
interest
flaws.
you just won't be able to, because I watch a lot of the lives, and like the first thing you'll say is like, which you definitely should say because it's a great point, is that like, oh, he's a convicted felon, rapist, and stuff like that. But you just can't say it with Rubio. So like,
Of course, we
that's
can't
why
say that with Rubio, but that doesn't mean that he has a good character just because he
Yeah,
doesn't
but
have
you
the
won't.
character.
That won't be one of your
specifically that Donald
points.
Trump has.
Like, do you get what
Of
I'm
course,
saying?
those
Like,
things won't be my points. But what
Yeah,
you're not
exactly.
understanding is that it still demonstrates the hypocrisy right now when you still hold to this perspective.
what's the hypocrisy from it?
Yeah, the hypocrisy is that you're not willing to hold criminals accountable when they are running for your side of the political aisle.
Who said? Well, why are you making that assumption for me? Who said that?
Because
Oh,
you
I just
specifically
literally.
are willing to support Trump, even though these things are true about him.
Well, but again, it's just because like I'm not making a vote on Trump. I'm just like supporting him in hindsight because he's our president. There's really nothing I can do.
Okay,
But I
so
wouldn't like. I don't know about like voting. If it was him versus Rubio, I'd vote for Rubio because of the character things are not a problem with
if the
Rubio.
election were held today, Harris
Like,
versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know enough about Harris. That's the thing. But
Okay, it looks like you need to do more research.
I do, and I'm also going to
Alrighty.
do my significance test. So
Alrighty, go run your test, man.
thank you.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jackie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Jackie. Give me some W's for Jackie in the comment section right now. And Carolyn, thank you so much for the $50. Happy Easter to you. That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Carolyn. W's on the win. W's on the win. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Seriously, so kind of you. Happy Easter to you. Happy Easter to you, Carolyn. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We'll be online for another 40 minutes or so. At least, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My bad, Parker. My bad.
Oh, you're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request again if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Dude, just give us a quick second, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2008,
What month?
February.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of his abortion policies.
Okay, what particular abortion policies?
Well, I didn't mean policy, I just mean stance.
Yeah, what particular stance on abortion?
That life begins at conception.
Okay. I have a question. What year did you graduate high school?
I'm graduating this year.
Okay. Alrighty. So what about abortion? You said you're against abortion. Why are you against abortion?
Because I believe that life begins at conception.
Okay. So do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I wouldn't. That's tricky because it seemed like I guess they aren't really conscious, but like it might not be actually.
Okay, so if you don't think it's, so if you said they're not conscious, yeah, of course. So at that point, there's no more consciousness, but they still are cellularly speaking alive. So if your value in terms of personhood is predicated off of cellular human life, well, then you would say that it's valuable during brain death, right? Meaning that you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. Given that you don't think that, I think that you place the value in the subjective experience, right? And I think that that doesn't happen until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, which will essentially mean that you're okay with abortion access prior to that point, which is essentially Roe versus Wade. So Roe versus Wade just protects access to abortion prior to viability on a federal standpoint.
Well, wait, did you have was that a question or like?
It was a statement to explain to you.
Okay.
Okay, so then what gets you to support Trump's pro-life view then?
Well, I think that it still does because it'll still be a child, but then the brain dead already had a life.
Okay, but they're still cellularly speaking alive. If your value for them is predicated off of their cellular life, then you definitely think that it's murder. So should people go to prison for pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? And if not, then does that mean that you place your value on the subjective experience of the individual?
Well, my values depend on multiple stuff. So if it's about brain dead individuals, then I feel like it's not murder. But if it's about abortion, then I think it is. It's, I don't, yeah.
Okay, so if they don't have a subjective experience, why is it wrong to get an abortion?
Because, well, if you're going to compare them, the brain dead has already lived a life and the unborn fetus has not.
If it's a brain dead baby,
Well, then in that case, it'd be murder.
if it's a brain dead baby, you're supposed to keep the baby on life support until it decomposes?
Yes.
Okay, you're being ridiculous. I don't think you're being serious. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Jenna, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Thank you so much, Jenna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And it'd be incredibly expensive to rely upon that. A lot of people think it's just literally birth control or something. It's ridiculous. But yeah, totally agree. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Democratic policies are the best for doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, let's hit that BLINKER.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We are just looking for some debates.
Hey!
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So
What's your
kind of
birthday,
going back
actually?
to 2006,
In what month?
May
And you said you were how old again?
19.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Go ahead.
So kind of going off like what the last person said, I think abortion is a big deal. I think how he handed Roe v. Wade down to the states, I think that was like one of the things the last person missed policy-wise.
Okay, so what policy do you agree with?
Well, the one I just said.
Sorry, repeat it. You should have said
It was the
pro-life
one
policy.
where he had Roe v. Wade handed back to the states.
Okay,
Like
and
the
why
states.
why do you support that? That's what I meant to say.
Oh, because I mean abortion isn't something that should be, I guess, decided as a nation. It should be something state by state. I think it
Why?
should be completely outlawed
Why does a
over
state
the nation.
why does a state have any better determination than a national government?
Well, some states are like obviously more left leaning. I mean, California is like as far left as you can go. Then you go to like Texas or Florida or Oklahoma. So for a whole country to have to represent all these different states and the completely different ways they lean is, I think, a little unfair.
How?
Well, what I just said.
Isn't it unfair for a state to represent people and say, oh, every person has to abide by this rather than just leaving it up to the person?
Well, sure, you could say that, but I mean, going on a bigger scale, I mean, we could go all the way down to from state to county to city, but
Then
at
to
least on the
individual.
level, yeah, to individual. But at the very least, I think going from one step from the federal to state level, that's a step we can take. Because I agree. It could be up to the person, but can it ever really go that far? So if we can at least get it back to the states, I mean, that's better than it just being a national issue.
Okay. So you said you want it to be left up to the states. You don't want it to be a national issue because you think that the national isn't representative of the particular states. The states aren't representative of the individual. So why not just leave it into the individual at that point?
Because it's not right.
So I think it's more about you wanting to restrict access to abortion than it is for you to want more representation, correct?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think honestly, if we're trying
Have
to
there
be like
been-
complete,
Have there been
if
more?
we're trying, oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
if we're trying to be like completely fair, then that's my view on it. That's like my not extreme view, handing it back to the states. But on a personal level, morally, I think it should be completely just outlawed and not allowed.
Okay. Why should it be illegal? We'll start with that, I guess.
Because it's murder.
Okay. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think all sins should be illegal?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it should be illegal to commit adultery?
Yes.
So should Trump be in prison for committing adultery?
Sure.
So you think Trump should be in prison right now?
Well, I mean, I think he should face some type of repercussions that everybody else is held liable at.
Okay. Are you a sinner?
Yes.
Should you go to jail?
I guess. I mean, depending on, of course, like some sins are worse than. Whoa, calm down.
You just said I guess to you going to jail, bro.
Well, some sins are worse than others. So adultery obviously is more of a major sin, but I would say the ones I've committed aren't so major that you should go to jail. I mean, adultery, well, I'm sure you're going to bring up the whole whatever, what is it, like the scandals and stuff. Sure, those are more major sins. The whole Epstein thing, that's like a big deal. I mean, I think some things definitely deserve more of a punishment than others. Would it be kind of crazy to say that literally anything you do is worthy of jail? I mean, maybe anything you do wrong is worthy of a punishment, but not of jail.
So, okay. So let's at least clarify there. Just because something is sinful does not mean it should be illegal, correct?
Illegal as in going to jail, sure. Illegal as in paying some sort of punishment or fine for what you did.
So
that's different.
Should you pay punishment or fine for what you do for any sin?
Not to the government.
Okay. So then if you're saying that you shouldn't be held accountable for sin to the government, then why are you saying people should go to jail or it should be illegal to get access to abortion because it's murder? Because under your view, it's just predicated off of the fact that you view it to be sinful.
No, so on a national level, I mean, murder sends you to jail, does it not? So why is it any different for an unborn baby?
Well, under your view, I just feel like you lack the justification in really either scenario to do so.
I know, but like taking a step back from unless
you predicate it off of like your own personal values, I think you lack justification because I think that you either have to say all Christian values or none of them, or you have some sort of specification for some and not others, Like, there are some methods of trying to distinct between different sins, but then I think that you have a hard time saying that things like adultery shouldn't be illegal.
No, that's fine. I'm saying on a personal level, I think Christianity should completely be what the law goes off of, I guess. But stepping back and going on to like the same level, you and I, like setting religion aside, I think abortion would still be murder, because murder is the killing of another individual.
No. Murder is the unjustified killing of a person.
Okay, so if you're killing an unborn baby who can't defend itself, would that not be unjustified?
If it's non-sentient, I don't think it's a baby.
Can you define non-sentient?
Yeah, sentient means like subjective experience, which doesn't happen till 23, 24 weeks in the womb.
Wait. So they're not able to like experience things, right?
Yeah.
It's something else. Okay. Well, no, I mean, I think it's still a life, is it not?
Cellular life, but not sentient life. And I mean, like, we would consider them medically dead, because medical death happens at the point of brain death. So brain life is the point of life, if we're saying medical life in that context.
Going back to what was your argument with the last person, like the thing about pulling the plug on someone that's brain dead?
Mm-hmm.
You're asking, is it murder to pull the plug on someone brain dead, correct?
Is it murder to pull the plug on someone brain dead?
Well, yeah, that's what you asked the last person? Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it wouldn't be. It differs from abortion because someone that's brain dead doesn't have really a future to experience, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So you're saying future experience is what's valuable.
Yes,
if future experience is what's valuable, doesn't that establish that past or present is also valuable?
Well, past or present, not to decide. I mean, if you live your whole life out and then you become brain dead, there's nothing you can. There's no other actions you can really take. You're brain dead. You're laying there.
So it's not just past alone. It's not just future alone. It's past and future, or past
I would
or
say
present
it's mainly
and future.
But
well, I don't think it's just future. Think about it this way, right? If I had a little contraption, right, and I had a sperm and an egg going towards each other because I clicked a button, would it be wrong for me to break the contraption before conception occurs?
Wait, say that part, the last part again. Say the last part again. You broke out.
Let's say I have a contraption and I have a sperm and egg in it. I click a button, they're moving towards each other, right? Within a certain time period, their conception will occur. If before that time period occurs, I decide to break the contraption, did I do something wrong?
So if the sperm and the egg are about to meet and you keep them from meeting.
Yeah, given that they were on track to meet. Did I do something wrong?
I mean, if it hasn't been fertilized, I would say, sure, that's fine. I mean, isn't that kind of the same as like using a condom almost?
Yeah, but there's not
to a certain extent.
It is, but there's not a future.
Sorry,
sorry,
sperm.
I can't speak. There is a future, and in that circumstance, if there is a future, then that
the life hasn't been created yet.
Well, there's still cellular life within the condition. The condition that you consider valuable is that there's some cellular life and that there's a future experience. Well, with this scenario, we are assuming that that's true, right? Like, there's cellular life with the sperm, and then there is a future experience within this condition because the sperm is on track to fertilize the egg.
Well, no, there's a future for a life. When the life is created, then there is a future. When conception starts, when the egg's fertilized, the future, I mean, there's a life being created right there, right? So, I mean, I
just want to clarify, within the condition I've established, that's already met. Let's assume you're telling the truth, though, and like, let's say that this standard isn't something that establishes it. Well, then you can also say that this same standard also applies, right, in the context of IVF. Do you think IVF should be banned? Because through that process, many zygotes and embryos are discarded and therefore die as a part of the process. Do you think that should be illegal? And do you think that if people have been a part of that process, they should go to jail?
Just making sure I'm on the right track. IVF is where like you're artificially impregnated, correct?
Well, yeah, you use a petri dish to cause life fertilization, and then through surrogacy, someone can become pregnant through implanting it into the uterine lining, and then that leads to pregnancy, of course, which then leads to obviously them being able to give birth to it.
Well, no, I don't. I don't really agree with IVF. I don't. I think
So you think it
pregnancy
should be
should.
banned? You think it should be illegal?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Wow,
Yeah.
really? The
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of people shouldn't be able to get access to it every single year? And you
Yes.
think that those hundreds of thousands of people are murderers?
Yes. No, I don't think they're murderers, but
Wait,
I
they
don't think
are
it should
under
be
your view
allowed. I
because
mean, it's
they.
not something that should be encouraged. It's not on the same level as abortion. It's not as major of a problem. But if we're like
It is
really
actually
taking it
under your
down,
view, it's a greater problem
no,
because
because there's no life that's
the,
been created. Correct? You're talking about these.
there has been life that's been created. Zygotes and embryos are life.
Okay, wait. So you're saying that when IVF happens, you're saying like when some of the sperm that fertilizes some of the egg will die?
No. IVF through the IVF process, there's a zygote and an embryo, meaning a fertilized egg already. And they discard some of them that they don't use.
So some of the fertilized egg, correct?
They make several per patient, and then they use the one like some of them. They don't use all of them. And
Okay, yeah. No, I don't agree with that then.
So you think in that process they are murderers for discarding those zygotes and embryos?
Yes.
Do you think women who use an IUD are murderers?
IUD being that's like the T-looking thing, the contraption they put
the
up there.
intrauterine device. Yeah. Do you think that women who use that in a specific context in which not only does it prevent fertilization but it also prevents implantation, do you think that they're murderers?
Well, if the life hasn't, it's not going and killing the fertilized egg, is it?
It is. If you prevent implantation, it kills the fertilized egg prior to implanting into the uterine wall.
Okay, wait. So doesn't it keep the sperm from going to the egg?
So doesn't it keep the sperm from going to the egg? It
Yes.
can, but it also can prevent implantation. So what I'm saying is that in some circumstances, you would consider them murderers if it is the case that it led to the death of the zygote.
Well, if the sperms made it to the egg is fertilized, and then it kills the egg, yes, I agree with that would be murder.
Oh, so you think women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to jail? You think people who are involved in the IVF process are murderers and should go to jail?
You know what? Maybe
Unless-
not the women who don't. I feel like a lot of this should fall back on the doctors mainly. The doctors and the people that created
Okay.
these things.
Okay, so then like if someone hires a hitman, should only the hitman get held accountable?
No, of course not. Well, I'm saying like a lot of
So
these
then you
women don't
so then
realize
you
what
so
they're
then
doing.
you don't so then
Can
you
I-
don't
can I
so you say
speak my
they
part,
don't
please?
realize what they're doing. I think they do realize what they're doing. One,
So they
and
they
two,
all. Oh,
and two,
dude,
let's
I
say
can't
that they
believe-
didn't. That still doesn't justify this because you can still say that same defense in the context of the Nuremberg trials, right, for the Nazis who were socialized in a certain way in which they thought Jewish people were subhuman. That didn't justify them murdering Jewish people en masse.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, like they should still be held accountable for crimes against humanity, even if
No,
it
of course.
wasn't considered legal prior. Or it was considered legal prior for them to do that within their country.
So you're calling me a Nazi?
No, I'm not. I'm making a comparison to show you how you use reasoning that would disagree with this. Actually, I used that hypothetical because I think you're not a Nazi.
Oh, thank you. Well, no, thank you.
What?
Anyhow, going back to the issue. Yeah.
Anything else you got?
Oh, what would be okay? So, what would your opinion be? So, I'm gonna guess you've heard of Nick Fuentes, correct?
Yeah, he's a disgusting human.
Okay, what would you say about his statement about those who follow him and himself voting Democrat in order to get Republicans to lean more towards his ideology, I guess?
I think it's like he's a horrible person. He's incredibly bad intentioned, but he's somehow unintentionally telling his audience to do the right thing. How many
Okay.
people died in the Holocaust or killed, murdered?
271,000.
Oh, you are a Nazi. You are a Nazi, you disgusting fuck. Jesus Christ. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Dean texted me because he's like, I'm getting weird vibes. I think he is a Nazi. And I asked him, and he was. So. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Not really.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Ermina, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
So you were looking for arguments against Trump.
Do you support Trump?
Not. I believe he is the Antichrist.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, look who's mad. You got destroyed last time. How does it feel? You got dog walked. You got repeatedly over and over again. You got dog walked. How does it feel? You're back to get dog walked again, buddy?
You ain't dog walking nothing, bro.
Or are you going to say that I'm a grifter again?
You are a grifter, and you get paid by the DNC, but...
No, be serious. There's
I
no
am
way you
serious.
actually...
You think I'm... Yes, I'm so serious. I can't believe you actually spewed this shit. You don't believe it. There's no way. Because a civilized human being wouldn't believe it's okay to unalive a baby in the womb. I mean, they're babies unless they're in the womb, right?
So, by the way, I'm paid by the DNC and I'm a grifter because I'm pro-choice. So let me ask you this question. Is Emily Wilson, because she's pro-choice, is she paid by the DNC?
I don't support Emily Wilson. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
But I'm just asking, is she paid by the DNC because she's pro-choice?
No, she don't get paid by the DNC. She don't get paid by nobody.
So being pro-choice does not mean you're paid by the DNC. Thank you for the concession.
No, but there's other factors that the DNC brings in that pays you this. So
like what?
Your stance against Iran. I mean, you don't think we should be unaliving? It's Iran.
So by the way, you think because I disagree with the war with Iran, I'm paid by the DNC?
Yes.
Okay, like 75% of Americans don't support the war with Iran. Are they all paid by the DNC?
That is not true, bro. It's not 75%. You know how much people advocate.
It is 75%.
Bro, there needs to be a regime change. There has to be one.
Charlie Kirk disagreed with the war in Iran. Was Charlie Kirk paid by the DNC?
I'm more of a Nick Fuentes groiper. I'm a groiper. I'm not gonna lie. So.
Let me ask you this question before I kick you.
No, don't kick me. No, because it's genuinely a belief. I genuinely believe what he said.
Do you think that you should vote for Democrats in the midterms?
Okay, so yes, because of what the
homeboy
said. Only because
Wow! Look at him. Chat.
He
just said you should vote for Democrats in the midterms.
No.
No?
I mean, okay, for this election, yes, but next election,
yes,
2032.
And 2032, he's voting Dems. Let's go.
It's only because
you're voting Dems. He's a liberal.
It's only because if they vote in 28, after the 28 election, when it goes to 32 election, it's going to be ran by Democrats again. We just have to be out of office to see how bad the Democrats will F this up so we can go back to voting Republican again.
Keep telling yourselves that. Go ahead, tell yourselves that all you want.
Yeah, man, I don't even...
Go out there and scream this from the fucking skyscrapers. Vote for Democrats. Vote for Democrats. Scream it from the skyscrapers.
But Trump is obviously a better candidate than Kamala. Kamala. I mean,
wait. So then why do you advocate for people to vote for Democrats?
Because she won't be in the next camp. She won't be head of the next campaign.
But are Democrats worse than Republicans?
Yes, Democrats are worse than Republicans.
So then why are you advocating for people to vote for Democrats?
We give the Democrats a little bit. They want their power back. That's what's happening. They want their power back, and they're absolutely mad that a Republican president won the election. I mean, you had Obama, who was a Democrat. You had Bush, that was a Democrat. You had Bill, that was a Democrat.
This guy's LARPing as a groiper. That's not Nick Fuentes' justification for why he wants his followers to vote for Democrats. You don't watch Fuentes, dude. You're not a groiper. What do you?
Yes, I do. I watch him destroy you because you receive it, don't you? You're at the receiving end, you little gay boy.
Yeah, Chase. You know, I find it funny that the first thing that comes to the minds of all of the Trump supporters that join this live is the hypothetical of me engaging in gay sex.
He said it, not me.
I think
just
that you
said it.
just said it. Like, dude, like, come on, leave that to the notepad. Leave that to the
Yeah.
AO3.
Why
This
you
is a
muted me,
debate
bro?
live. This is a debate live, Chase.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying. I'm trying to.
Dean, he just owned the libs by fantasizing that you are gay, Dean. That's how he owned the libs.
Yeah, you're owning the libs, Chase.
He's
You're
owning the
them.
libs by saying,
You're owning them.
Dean, I hope that you're gay.
Can I please tell you why?
I
think
really hope that you're gay, dude. I really want you to have
think
gay
it's
Look at that, libs owned, libs owned. Look at that, liberals owned. Dean and Parker owned like you've
And now
never
I gotta
seen
come
before.
back.
He got a flag for harassment and bullying. That is so ridiculous, Dean. That's the first one of the craziest people I've had today. I've had like pretty chill conversations all day, like really chill people.
Yeah, well, because the crazies, the like
They wait
ultra
for your
MAGA
stream.
people. Well, and they're waiting for an argument to come out justifying Trump's comments today.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Did you? I put it on the screen. Literally, I'll read it for anyone who hasn't heard it yet. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump.
The praise be to Allah gets me, dude. Like, why did he include that? Where did that come from? Like, what? Like, where's that coming from, man?
Yeah, we should ask Trump supporters who come up, like if they think that.
Actually, we gotta ask someone.
Yeah, because I doubt that they would want to stand by that. I asked a few people, and they don't really care. The first person I asked was like, "Oh, I'm used to it with Trump." Absolutely insane. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates.
I think that we should ask them to praise Allah.
Yeah, let's ask them to praise Allah like their president did. Diabolical, bro. You what's up, how old are you?
This is Farm Sim Kid.
It's not. It's not.
Dude, your memory's crazy sometimes, Dean. It's actually
Bro.
nuts, bro. I don't know how you remember.
It's just unlock. I don't know, man. I can't control it.
You what's up, how old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
God, wait.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Damn, I don't believe that for 1 second. I'm sorry. There's this person, they have their name, and then it just randomly has, in all caps, fuck Dean at the end.
let me see who they are.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? They just left. Okay. They just had their name, and then it had an all caps space right after it. Fuck Dean.
Dude.
Fussy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 for literally Allah means God in Arabic. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, we just don't know why he specifically would do that. Yeah. Like, why he would specifically bring up Arabic in that context. Anya, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Fee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Fossey, thank you again for the $10. Thank you very much. Happy Easter. And I also do think that, like, when people are saying Allah, they're referencing, like, the Muslims' version of God. I don't really see anyone referring to, like, Jesus as Allah, you know? Like, ever, even if they... I guess someone, if they spoke Arabic, could refer to them in that way. If they were... I guess that could make sense. Maybe because I'm typically hearing English. But obviously we're talking about, like, a Donald Trump's saying it. So, seems like he's referencing the God of Islam. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say happy.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Dean, what's up with, like, when you start watching, I get crazies in my live? What's going on, bro?
I don't know. I must bring them in.
Just by your eyes watching the stream, it's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
This person just commented.
22.
How old are you? 22. Do you support Trump? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. How was your Easter so far, Dean?
Oh, it's been really interesting. So me and my girlfriend went to a brunch this morning at the town over. They have a bunch of wineries, so we got a brunch at a winery, and that was supposed to be like really cool, really fun, really awesome. And my girlfriend ordered steak and eggs, and we noticed that the steak tasted a little interesting. So we were like, "This doesn't taste like a steak." I was really confused. And then they took it back, and then they figured out that their chef had accidentally served her venison instead of beef. And then they were like, "Don't worry about it. We'll cover the whole bill. Have a good one." So it's been an interesting day, but having a good one. How about you?
It's been I literally just hopped on live. I got up and hopped on live immediately. So all I've had is debates so far.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, you've
support
had
Trump?
a pretty shitty day because you're a pretty shitty debater, and that's why you're not getting anybody here today. You feel me?
Do you support Trump?
Look at you, sleepy as shit, boy. Go to sleep. Take a nap. Take a fucking break.
Okay. And do you support
You know
Trump?
that's damn right, boy.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I didn't come prepared. I just wanted to tell you to shut the hell up.
That's obvious. So why do you want to tell me to shut up?
Because, like I said, you're a shitty debater.
Okay. Then can you say one point I've ever made that's shitty?
Yeah. Who's your basketball goat? Yeah, that's what I thought. Wembanyama.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yep. 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2004.
And what month?
February.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I support, especially with all this war going on in Iran, I think we totally need to finish. I think we need to finish Iran. They have been a dangerous threat to the Middle East within their strict authoritarian regime, especially when they just shot down a U.S. Fighter jet and they rewarded a $70,000 rewards to kill them. I think when you see Americans,
Can you read this off real quick?
Yeah, it should. That's contributing to a terroristic regime. So I think that should be obliterated.
Can you read this off real quick?
A power plant can produce nuclear energy.
Okay, so
Which they're trying to get.
That's for residential use and for needs.
It powers their military supply, and if we cut off the power grid, it's the safest way to go in there to just bomb the streets.
Okay, so that is a war crime. You know that, right? Because
it is not, because it's a
civilian infrastructure.
What? That's not illegal in the Geneva Convention. It's not illegal to, if you're at war with a terroristic regime. We just seen Iran kill a national wrestler who was, for protesting, and you're so against a foreign war that has your best interest within opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's going to be, once that opens up and we get this terroristic regime out of power, the Middle East will be a lot safer.
So do you think that Donald Trump wants to liberate and free the Iranian people?
The Iranian people want to be free. We've seen it time and time again.
That's not the
Dean.
question that I asked you.
You
the
literally
question that
did.
I asked you is, do you think that Trump wants to free the Iranian people?
He said it countless of times that he wants to do best for the Iranian civilians who are they killed over 40,000 protesters, right?
So your answer to
Iran.
that question is yes. So
No,
do you think that what is best
no, it's not.
So the
You
answer
got
to,
cooked
so
by
the,
that one
so the
lady
question
in that
the question
interview.
that I asked you, the question that I asked you was, do you think that Trump wants to free the Iranian people? And you said yes, right?
Yeah. So for an example, let me
Can I
give
just
an
get a yes
example.
or no to my question?
I just said yes, but let me give. So in
Okay, perfect. So
Venezuela,
now that you've given me a yes,
listen.
now that you've given me a
Don't
yes to the
interrupt me,
question,
because you
well,
asked me a question.
I'm actually building a dialogue. I'm building a dialogue tree here. So I appreciate you so much for answering my first question. Now here's my second question. So how do you think, okay, or more so, why do you think that Donald Trump wants to free the Iranian people, given that Donald Trump has vowed to send the Iranian people back to the Stone Age by completely obliterating all of their infrastructure with the civilian casualty count already above 2,000?
So why is Iran hitting counter? Why are they hitting other Muslim countries like Yemen and like Qatar? They hit one of the didn't they hit the Burj Khalifa? That is a war crime to hit the Burj Khalifa, and the audio sucks. Fix your audio.
So what does your question have to do with answering mine?
Because I'm explaining him liberating and him wanting to liberate a country like he did Venezuela. Venezuela had a 96%.
Pause. Why is your name Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know. I was on here one day and I was just looking for a name, and
why would you make your name Jeffrey Epstein? Like, what's
I know,
wrong with you?
I don't know why, but that's beyond the point. For one, I'm cooking you guys right
It's
here.
not beyond the point. You're not cooking shit.
I'm cooking you like fucking toast.
No, you're not. You have your name as like, why would you do that? Like, what's wrong with you?
Okay, dude, cry about it. This is a free country, buddy. I can do whatever the hell I want with.
You want to represent yourself as a child sex trafficker?
No, I mean, of
then
course.
why
I
would
don't
you
know.
make your name
This
Jeffrey Epstein?
was honestly a troll account that I just.
So why
hopped
do you
on.
think it's
I'm
okay
not trolling?
Why do you think it's okay to troll as Jeffrey Epstein?
Because I like making fun of him as a person. Like he's like not a good dude.
Then why would you make?
But you
your
know
name that?
you know where he comes from, right? Is the Big Star State. And he was bought by the Rothschilds. They funded his programming, and then he funded the DNC party, and he funded people like Hakeem Jeffries.
Why is Trump going to war on behalf of the state of Israel if you don't want to be controlled by the state of Israel?
We have files linking Hakeem Jeffries to donations of to Jeffrey Epstein. So more of your
that's
party.
actually not true.
Jeffrey Epstein donated.
You know that we have
Epstein-
pictures linking Donald Trump to JeffreyEpstein.
Well,
You know that we have letters linking Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein.
But you know that
we have statements
him turning him in,
linking Donald Trump to Jeffrey
him turning him
Epstein.
in 2006. Yeah, him.
Oh,
turning
wait,
him
We
that's
have
actually
Donald
not
Trump
true.
specifically saying he is a
2v1, come
terrific
at me.
guy and he likes
2v1,
beautiful women as much
come
as
at
he
me.
does many of them on the younger side.
Wait, B2 Bomber,
Who
you
said
just
that?
lied.
Trump?
You just lied.
Trump
You just
said that?
lied. You just lied.
Trump did not
B2
say
Bomber.
that, and you're
just
gonna
told a
get
lie.
sued. You're gonna
You just
get
told a lie.
sued by
B2
the
Bomber,
Trump
you just told a
administration.
lie. You just told a lie. The lie that you just told
A lie
was
about what?
suggesting. Yes, you said that Donald Trump turned Jeffrey Epstein into the authorities. This is not
yeah, he
true.
did.
This is
In
not true.
Florida.
This is a lie. This is a lie. So what actually
Okay.
happened is that after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, Donald Trump turned around and then called the local authorities to thank them for arresting Epstein, saying
Right.
that he's a terrible
He tipped
person
them
and we've
off.
known this
He
all
tipped them off
along.
he tipped them
No,
off
that
at
is a lie.
Mar-a-Lago.
That is a lie.
Yes, he did. No, he tipped
There's
the
no,
FBI
it's a
notifies,
lie. It's a
and then
lie.
and then
It's a
2 months
lie.
later he got
It's a
arrested.
lie.
You can't
It's a
just say that's a
lie.
lie, dude.
It's a lie.
You
It's a
can't
lie.
crash out. Don't crash out. Let me explain
I'm
my
not trying to crash
positioning.
out. I'm actually just trying
Let
to
me
describe to you
explain.
what's
Hit your
true.
nicotine pin. Hit my
I
nicotine
don't need to
pin.
hit anything. I just need to explain what's
I
actually
do.
You
true.
need to calm down. You need your
I'm
cortisol high. So
I'm perfectly calm.
this
I'm
has
perfectly
been
calm.
been
Thank you.
verified.
Well,
This
I'm
has-
actually in the middle
yeah.
of my statement. I'm actually in the
Okay,
middle
go
of my
ahead.
statement.
You've been making falseless, claims this whole night.
Did you just say
on
falseless?
Easter.
Did you just say falseless?
Continue.
Did you just say
Falseless.
falseless?
Continue.
Did you just say falseless?
Flawless.
You wait. I've been making flawless claims.
Flawless? Oh, flawless.
I've been making
lies.
flawless. I've been making flawless claims. Isn't that a good thing?
All right. So
wow, dude. Falseless, everybody.
what was your point? Because we have so many files. We have
You're
so many files.
actually, Dean, I would say that you're so falseless and flawless simultaneously in your argumentation. You actually couldn't see a single error, actually.
Parker.
There's no evidence that Donald Trump tipped Jeffrey Epstein off to the FBI before his arrest. The only thing that we have evidence
New York
for is him
Times.
calling the authorities after
New
he was
York
arrested.
Times. New York Times article literally it states FBI notified prior to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest by the Trump administration. At that time when he was trying to get into political
by the way,
offense.
that's not in 2007.
That's verifiable by the dude. So you're saying you're saying the attorney.
That's not 2007. That's
You're saying the attorney general.
Sir, that's not 2007. That's probably like 2019.
You're saying
What year is
the
that?
attorney general is lying.
Wait, what year is this article from?
This is from 2005, I think, and then he was arrested in 2007.
It was.
You said
right?
It was from 2005. What are you talking about?
I think he was.
Wait. You just said that in the title of the article you said by the Trump administration. Did the Trump administration exist in 2000?
Yeah, dude, he had a lot of political backing because that was
the Trump administration.
Trump administration, by the way.
Yeah, because everybody knew he was a great economist.
In 2006, 2007,
the
Trump administration in 2006 and 2007, actually, everybody.
No, this is so the FBI Attorney General was
hey, dude,
of Florida was lying.
You're right, man. You are cooking us, bro. You're cooking us like we've never been cooked before, dude.
Because
holy shit, man. Are you serious? I've never been cooked like this before.
Oh
Seriously,
my God, guys,
dude.
he's admitting
I think every single statement that I've made on this
live,
live, it's been falseless.
No, because this is why you guys are banned all the time. Because you come up here and you spew these false claims with.
Wait, can we just get the source?
Substance.
Wait. What's the source?
I said New York. Dude, do you think the FBI general is lying?
Just give us the source from the quote unquote FBI general. Okay, then give us the file.
That's in the file.
Okay, so then give us the file ETF number, please.
And all we have in the files.
Wait, give us the file ETF number, please.
Donated multiple.
Give us the file ETF number, please.
How do you feel about Mondani's?
Wait, why are you pivoting?
Pivot. Deflection. I choose you.
How do you feel about Mondani's mom?
How do you feel about pivoting because you're a loser?
Dean, listen. Dean,
B2 Bomber, give the source.
Can you give me?
Can you give me the source? Yeah, you can give me the source.
I did. I said New York Times. New York Times notified.
Wait. What's the title of the New York Times article? And then Parker, you should just look it up real quick.
Yeah, you can. Look up FBI General notified the authority, or Trump notified the FBI authorities to arrest Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh yeah, well what you're gonna find when you look that up is that there's no evidence that being the case.
Well,
I asked you for the title of the New York Times article. Why are you not giving the title of the New York Times article? You're just giving the search query to verify that your claim is false instead of giving the title of the article to prove that it's true. I asked you for the source. You have failed to give a source because there is no source, because you're spewing bullshit, because you're a low IQ Trump supporter with no real evidence to substantiate your claims.
You're crashing
you believe in the
out.
lies.
You're crashing out. You're calling me a lowlife. What?
I'd call that an observation of reality.
Have some quorum.
What's the title of the New York Times article?
Have some quorum, buddy.
Okay.
Bring it down.
I have quorum, buddy. What's the
This is why you don't. This is why you can't get political.
Wait, this is why you can't give me a source?
I don't have a laptop.
You don't have a source? We know you don't
have
a source. We know that.
Yikes, bro. Now he's going to look for a source. Give him a minute, everyone. He's going to look for nothing in existence. By the way, you look it up. There's absolutely nothing that says that he actually came prior to the arrest.
Yeah, because it's a fucking lie, dude. that's why. Yeah, I'm going to press this motherfucker on this point because there's no evidence.
This is from CNN. Donald Trump notifies the Attorney General of Florida about Jeffrey Epstein's misconduct at Mar-a-Lago, and that's from CNN. And if you can,
what's the title again?
Oh, dude, do I have to repeat the title every single minute so you can?
Dude, hey, just repeat the title.
Trump told police. This is from CNN because I'm like I have to close out, so I'm double swiping right now, so it's a little bit hard. Trump told police in 2000s of Jeffrey Epstein misconduct at Mar-a-Lago when he was massaging people.
Okay, so this is from CNN?
Yeah.
Where does it say within the article that he came prior to the arrest?
All right, well, you're going to get fact-checked right here in front of 6.8K. Okay, are you ready? Because this is going to be embarrassing for both you and Dean.
Okay, perfect. I just read the CNN article. It says exactly what I said it did, by the way. It says that he called the police chief
he called
and told them,
Palm Beach
yes,
about the
exactly.
misconduct.
Yes, and told them that thank God that you arrested Epstein because he's been terrible. We've known this all along. Also, make sure that you investigate Ghislaine Maxwell. So exactly what I said happened is he reached out to the
Ghislaine Maxwell is the head of the snake. Look at her dad. Her dad
after
owns.
Epstein was arrested, right?
Ghislaine Maxwell's father
Wait,
owns
why are
a
you
very
pivoting?
prominent
This
company.
was after Epstein was arrested, right?
No, this was prior to his
Give
arrest.
evidence of that. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it, buddy.
Also,
Prove
like,
it, buddy.
Thank God you're stopping him.
Also, apparently, Trump obviously described Maxwell as evil, but then in 2020, after she was arrested, right, he literally said he wishes her well.
Yeah, also, he just read it off himself. He just read Donald Trump telling the police chief, quote unquote, thank God you're stopping him. It would make no sense for Donald Trump to tell the police chief, thank God you're stopping him, prior to the police arresting Jeffrey Epstein, when Jeffrey Epstein was not stopped. This was a call placed after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested.
What
that is the
year?
only sense in
What
which the
year was
phrase
he
"thank
arrested?
God."
What
One moment.
What administration? What administration was he arrested under?
One moment. Quite frankly.
What administration was he
One
arrested
moment.
under?
Quite frankly.
2019.
Quite frankly.
It was
Oh
under.
my God, he doesn't even know. He's arrested in the early 2000s for sex trafficking a minor.
And then he
Holy
was
wonder.
arrested again. So he was arrested twice under Trump's influence. So Trump arrested him.
Wait, you're
twice.
that's a false claim. Once again, you have not proven that this is something that Donald Trump told the police authorities back in the early 2000s prior to the original arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, the quote that you just shared from Donald Trump, quote unquote, thank God you're stopping him, would only make sense given that the call was placed after he was arrested because that's when he was, quote unquote, stopped. So once again, provide corroborating evidence to the claim that this call was placed prior to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest that led to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. You will not be able to do that. That's why you're going to pivot to the 2019 arrest. That's why you're going to pivot to asking about some other shit. And that's why you are blundering this debate and losing in front of so many people. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. So go ahead and admit that you are wrong or provide independent verifiable evidence that this phone call was placed to the police chief prior to his arrest in the early 2000s.
Cooked.
Okay, so the file is FD302, and it is a tip complaint to the authorities about Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait. Okay, so you just said that the file's an FD302. You're talking about a 302 form, which is an FBI interview
It's the
form.
2006.
That is a not. Wait, one second.
It's
Wait,
a
one second.
2006
You just
police
made a blunder.
notifying.
You just made a blunder. The blunder that you just made was generally referring to the FBI 302 interview form. You did not specify the ETF file number inside of the Epstein library. You just generally appealed to the FBI 302 interview forms. Imagine if I was asking you for evidence.
It's an FBI. It's an FBI file. Actually, so I apologize.
So you're gonna have to tell us the specific
it's
ETF number that demonstrates that this was a call made prior to his original arrest in the early 2000s.
Yeah, so he called them in 2006 prior to that arrest.
Prove it. That's just a claim. Prove your claim.
Documents containing Trump's call prior to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest.
Prove
and
that.
That is CNBC, and it's also I gave you the file number off the FBI too.
Wait,
so
you didn't
this
give
is
the
like
file
an
number.
ongoing
that's
investigation,
false.
low-key,
So first and
too.
foremost, give
Because
the
it is an
so give the
investigation.
article title from CNBC to Parker, so then he can
Dude,
look
I've
it up
given
and
you
verify your
3
claim.
articles. I'm not doing it again.
That's just the name of a
Next topic, you
publisher.
got
That's
cooked
not
out
the title of the article. That's
Because
the
I just
publisher
gave
of
you
the
the-
article.
I gave you the-
Hey buddy,
it's
hey
an
buddy,
FBI
hey buddy,
file.
hey buddy. Do you know the difference between the title of an article and the publisher of an article?
No, he doesn't.
containing the account of the 2006 phone call to the FBI. So he was the one who turned them in, brother man.
Okay,
He
you're
was
not
never
answering my
on the-
question.
He was never
What
on
is
the
the
island.
title of the article from CNBC?
Dude, I'm giving you a literal file of FBI document that might get my door kicked in, dude.
Oh, okay,
to be
perfect. So you're
honest.
saying that there's an FBI document that proves that it was prior to the arrest.
Like
okay.
you're gonna.
What is?
I'm talking too loud.
What,
Not.
what is the
Netanyahu's
what is
gonna
the
get me,
what is
bro.
the title of the FBI document?
He thinks the FBI is going to show up to his door and be like, FBI, open up!
FD-302 under Democrats' hostility, it would be like that.
You just blundered.
Under the Democrats' hostility.
One moment. You just blundered. That is not the specific name of any specific document. The FB-302 is a generalized form used in every single FBI interview ever. So this is like you asking me for the specific court documents in relation to Donald Trump v. E. Jean Carroll, and then me saying that the specific court document is nycourt.gov, which contains all documents related to all court cases in the totality of the state. The same way 302 forms contain all FBI interviews in all states since the FBI, was formed inside of this country. So you're going to have to provide the specific ETF number from the Jeffrey Epstein library. If that's something that you can't provide, then you cannot prove that anywhere inside of an FBI 302 form that Donald Trump tipped them off prior to his original arrest in the early 2000s. Thereby, you'd have to provide some media source. You said that you had one from CNBC, but then when I asked you for the title of the CNBC article that suggested that this phone call was made prior to his arrest, you said that you did not want to give it and that you wanted to move on, which honestly just makes me think that you were lying about this CNBC article, making shit up as you're going. So at what point are you going to recognize that with every word you say, you make yourself look worse, and you just need to set that ego aside and concede because you're wrong, buddy?
Concede not shit, dude. I literally gave you four different codes. I gave you the CNN article that said it was prior, and then
that's not true. Nowhere inside of that CNN article does it say prior.
You think the Attorney General was lying at the time that Trump notified?
We need to clarify here. Nowhere inside of that CNN article did it say it was prior.
Yeah, speaking of which, I'm actually going to the page right now, and I'm going to type in prior, and quite literally, nothing in it says prior in relation to that, because all it says in prior in the entire CNN article is referencing a prior interview with General Todd Blanche, which was specifically where...
Okay, Parker, this is... You guys listening? Because, this is from the BBC. The reported phone call took place prior in 2006 before the 2008 conviction about the phone calls being released.
So 2008 conviction, you're not thinking about the arrest. This was after the arrest. The arrest was July 2006.
Yes, the reported call took place during July 2006. Which was prior to the 2008 conviction.
Yeah, to the conviction, not to the arrest.
We're not talking about prior to the conviction. We're talking about prior to the arrest.
No, concede your point.
No, you got to concede the point.
Concede your point.
Not at one point.
Concede your point in front of 7,000 people. Concede your point.
Concede
not
what
at one
point
in this. Not at any point in this conversation.
Concede your point.
Not at any point in this conversation. Okay, have I mentioned?
Concede your point.
Concede. Come on, bro. Let's concede. Let's get real. But anyways.
Concede.
Okay, so the reason why nobody is going to concede. So the reason why I'm not going to concede. The reason why
concede.
The reason why I'm not going to concede. The reason why Parker's not going to concede.
Because you're just not man enough to concede.
Well, it's actually because you're just not smart enough to realize why this is a blunder.
The BBC said
we've never argued that this phone call took place after the conviction of Jeffrey Epstein in 2008. We've only argued that this phone call took place after the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2006. The word conviction has not been mentioned one time throughout the time that you've been on Parker's Live. The very first mention of the word conviction was your mention of the word conviction less than a minute and a half ago. So get real, stop trolling, turn your brain on. Once again, the position that me and Parker are arguing is that the reason why this phone call did not lead to the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein is because the phone call was placed after the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein, denoting the fact that this occurred before the conviction of Jeffrey Epstein 2 years later is completely irrelevant to the point. We understand that it occurred prior to the conviction. We're arguing here that it happened after the arrest. And by the way, I want to point out that for the last 15 minutes, you have been arguing specifically that it occurred prior to the arrest. That is a statement that you have repeated 500 times. That is a statement that you've tried to corroborate with an elusive FBI 302 form. That is a statement that you've tried to corroborate with an elusive CNBC article. That is a statement that you tried to corroborate with a CNN article that never said so. This is a statement that you've tried to corroborate with a baseless claim that that's what the AG said. This is a statement that you have been arguing throughout the totality of the live Only in the first time anybody has mentioned a conviction is now, after you've determined that there's no evidence that he placed this phone call prior to the arrest. So now you're shifting the goalpost and acting as if we don't have a brain.
Hey, and Zach, thank you for the $20
Alright.
YouTube super chat. This guest does need to have some more quorum. Yo, bro, have some more quorum. I don't have to mute you over and over again.
Michael Reeder was contacted by it was according to that's what launched the investigation from Michael Reeder he might be a false claimer, I don't know, but that's the guy. Trump told him he'd investigate them all. Next thing you know, he's arrested 2 years later. So I think that's a W in the books, getting a bad guy. Anyway, we pivoted from this from the successful war that's happening in Iran. We've seen great benefits ripple into our military. We've seen a higher, patrioticness in America.
We've seen a higher patrioticness. Okay, dude, that's the most cringe thing you've ever said, bro. You can't establish that, one. And two, I don't want to be more patriotic when my country is doing horrible shit. Also, don't want to be more patriotic when we're going and fighting wars for the state of Israel for no fucking reason. That's not making us more patriotic. What are you talking about?
We're fighting a global terroristic threat, and from the IFCG, they said that they have nuclear capabilities within 60% enriched uranium.
No, they don't.
From the
you need 90% to weaponize.
And what was that country?
You need 90% to weaponize, genius.
60% is very close to weaponize.
No, it's not.
If you're reporting
that's at least a third away.
Even if you're, not reporting it, which they have it all underground. I mean, we've seen that time and time again from the Iranian.
Yeah, but again, no U.S. intelligence
has said.
Hey, buddy, no U.S. intelligence, according to Tulsi Gabbard, indicated that there was any development of nuclear enrichment of uranium, right, since the original strikes about 8 months ago. Okay, if you're saying that that's true, you're saying that independent of any U.S. intelligence, of your vibes, your feelings, and quite frankly, your trust me bros. Alrighty, you swiped out of the app. He swiped out of the app. It looks like he's scared because he's getting dog walked. That's what it is, everybody. Fossey, by the way, thank you for the $9 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mackenzie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely very scary.
How long have you been on today, Parker?
I've just got over 5 hours.
Oh shit! I thought that you started an hour later than I guess you did.
No, you can hop on if you want. By the way, and I can send everyone over to you.
Yeah, I'll probably do that in the next minute or two here.
Alrighty, perfect. B2 Bomber, you want to come back with your source, or you just admitting defeat?
Yeah, the ASFA site has been reported to have nuclear capabilities in the Middle East. We've seen that from reports from Qatar. We've seen that reports from Dubai. We've seen them be, they're bombing countries that have nothing to do with
a city does
war.
Reports?
No, I mean, does your city do reports?
You just said that Dubai is done. You just said that Dubai has done reports. Do you mean Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, Dubai has done reports too because they've been directly attacked.
I think that you mean
they literally targeted one of the biggest civilian buildings.
I don't
think all time.
I don't think that local governments are going to be doing.
How do you
international
support
intelligence? One moment. I don't think that local city governments are going to be focusing efforts on international intelligence to learn about the nuclear readiness of another country. You're likely referring to the Saudi Arabia government, not the Dubai government. Yet another blunder. And sorry, not the Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
I thought you were referencing some other thing. Yeah, I was about to say.
I meant to say UAE. Yeah, I meant to say the UAE. So that's a
blunder. Yeah, the IAEA.
Yeah, nice blunder there, buddy. Nice blunder there, buddy. Sit down, buddy. You don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. The IAEA is an international nuclear watchdog.
Yeah, and they say Iran's a threat.
Well, actually, did you know that when we were in the JCPOA agreement with Iran, the IAEA never reported them breaking the agreement once, meaning that the reason why they're a threat if they were to be one is because Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA. So in other words, Donald Trump is a direct cause of them being a nuclear threat.
No, that's not true because they actually got richer under it. They were developing still. They still had militaristic capabilities.
They
And
weren't
they were only
developing
they
their
built it.
nuclear
Asfan,
capabilities though.
that same source said that they were building it underground too. With you know
No,
they
the
had
IAEA did
they
not
had
say that they were
they had
developing
a
nuclear
he had
weapons during the
Obama put a
deal.
3% tax on the Obama put a 3% tax on their nuclear like them getting like nuclear capability or nuclear like having like bombs and stuff. He put like a 3% tax on them, which got them filthy rich from that.
I don't
And
know
they
what you're
started building
talking
that.
about. So what they specifically did was they had surveillance over their enrichment facilities, right, to indicate that they weren't
Yeah.
enriching uranium.
Yeah, but he also had a 3% like tax on giving them money. Like he donated like
A
$60
3%
million.
tax on giving them money makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. Also, you're talking about their economy growing stronger because we relinquished international sanctions on them. So if you disagree with relinquishing sanctions on Iran, given that they are denuclearizing their military programs, well, then I just simply ask you, do you disagree with the Trump administration? Because in Caroline Leavitt's post on the day of February 28th, with the original set of strikes, she actually said that the Trump administration tried to pursue the means to an end of achieving a denuclearization agreement with them, which would mean we'd lift sanctions, but we failed. So in other words, you'd be disagreeing with the Trump administration here.
I mean,
how does it feel to get dog walked over and over again, buddy?
What was he yapping about?
Ralu, thank you so much. I really appreciate the racing debut. Yeah, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even want to listen to it because he got dog walked so badly.
No, what was the point?
That the Trump administration said that they tried to reach a denuclearization agreement with Iran that would include lifting sanctions to make them quote unquote richer, but failed. So are you disagreeing with the Trump administration here?
It failed because they already have it. They don't need more. They already have nuclear. You know, they already have nuclear power.
That's actually not true. So the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was subpoenaed and forced to testify in front of Congress 3 weeks ago under penalty of perjury, which means if she lies, she gets thrown in jail. And she said that all of their nuclear capabilities and their complete nuclear program was quote-unquote obliterated months ago, and they have not even put an effort into rebuilding them since.
Under
It's a false claim by a stupid guy.
Under the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, Obama they shipped out 25,000 pounds of enriched uranium to Russia, and
Yes.
that was under them. So, what do you think? They got nothing in return from that investment? We're seeing that investment pay off now.
Wait.
That's why we pulled out.
Yeah,
because we saw
you're actually just proving our point here. They had to give all of their enriched uranium to Russia, who's another country in the JCPOA, so that they didn't have the means to build nukes, my friends.
You're just proving that the JCPOA is 300 kilograms. He still said you can have nuclear weaponry. It just has to be under 300 kilograms.
Oh my God! No, what a blunder! He said that you could have enriched uranium under 300 kilograms, amounting to 3% enrichment, which is the level required for modern technology like X-rays in airports, and MRI machines in hospitals. So clearly, we're going to be okay.
Are they using it for that? Because they have some of the
uranium enrichment.
They have the worst
for
humanitarian
modern-day
rates.
technology.
No, because they're so underdeveloped, and they have the fourth.
Exactly. So yeah, if they're underdeveloped, then
they
why
have the
would we
fourth
limit them
because they're
from
building
good
their military
technological development?
because so they can control and be a dictatorship within their own country.
What does this have to do with 3% uranium enrichment?
Because they're not. They have the fourth worst humanitarian crisis.
What does this have to do with allowing 3% uranium enrichment?
It's letting them build nuclear capabilities.
It actually doesn't allow them to build nuclear weapons.
In the ASFA site, actually, they said that they had 60% enriched uranium prior to the pullout in 2000. Prior to the pullout in 2019, when this pulled out.
And if they were at 60%, were they increasing it?
They were at 60. They were at 60% before they even pulled out.
And were
according to ASFA side.
And were they increasing it during the deal?
They were, yes, dude, because of the billions of dollars invested into.
You said they were increasing their nuclear capabilities during
2015 nuclear deal.
Listen, you said that they were increasing their nuclear capabilities during the JCPOA. You know that Trump signed off on the fact that they weren't?
What bill?
Trump signed off on that. It wasn't a bill. He signed off on it.
On what do you mean signed off?
Here, I'll pull it up for you.
What a blunder. All these blunders, buddy. Blunder after blunder after blunder. How does it feel to lose?
Yeah, look at him pull up this apparent.
How's it feel to lose? Can I ask?
Dude, you lost that debate with that one chick, like not too long ago. What was her name?
I lost a debate with a woman. What
Yeah, of
woman?
course you did. It's pretty.
Are you
pretty
referencing
common.
Emily Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay. So
How did she ended your career, dude?
you think
Career
Emily
ender.
Wilson ended Dean's career? What the
Oh, for
fuck are you
sure.
talking
Because
about, bro?
I mean, like Dean fought with emotion. She fought with logic and capability.
This guy's trolling.
Have you seen that?
This guy's
Have you seen
trolling.
that meme
He's
where
got to
like,
be
the
trolling.
Dean's the devil and his like
Stop,
veins are,
stop.
like raging out of his neck? Have you
Okay,
seen
you
that
are
meme?
trolling. You are trolling.
Have you seen that meme though? Like with,
He's a pretty convincing troll. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but have you seen that meme? Like where
Wait, can you
Dean's all
admit- can
red
you
and
admit
he's
you're
got
trolling?
like veins popping out of his neck,
Can
and
you
he's like
admit-
the
can-
devil
can you
because he's
admit
just
you're
like
tro-
raging all the time.
Can you
Even
admit
though he
you're
gets debunked in every source, like we just talked about,
dude,
like
hey,
with
dude,
the ASPA saying that they had more nuclear.
Hey, dude, can you admit you're trolling now?
Dean's a troller, bro. He's the biggest.
Can you
troller
admit you are trolling?
And bully, and he bullies people.
Can you admit
bullies
you
little
are?
kids.
Can you admit you're trolling?
I would never do that in real life, dude.
Can
never.
you admit you are trolling?
I'm not, bro. We're having a civil debate,
being
which you
serious?
got cooked on. You got cooked onto the FBI prior notification by Trump. You're getting cooked
Wait,
on
so
the
you're being
Iran
serious?
situation with them,
Stop. Pause real
having
quick.
nuclear capabilities.
Pause real quick.
Yeah, I'm paused, bro.
Yeah. Can you admit you're a troll?
Is that pivot? Wow, pivot. Holy pivot, bro. Holy pivot. Dean was crashing out about this fictional war that he's fighting in his head that's not going to be beneficial for U.S. citizens to not worry about a domestic terrorist threat, which they've said that they're going to do. Soleimani has said death to the United States all the time. If if we got placed in Iran right now, they'd kill us, probably hang us, and do unimaginable things to me and you. So how can you defend that?
Okay. Can you admit you're trolling now?
Can you admit that this is an indefensible war? That at this point, when we see
Hey, dude.
Iran,
Hey, dude.
Indefensible war?
Yeah, he just literally blundered again. Yeah, I do admit that it's an indefensible war to support.
definitely a defensible war to support on the sovereign nation of our country.
He said it's definitely defensible, but like you just said,
Do
it
you
was
think Israel?
indefensible.
Israel has gay marriage, right?
Wait, hold up. You just said it was indefensible.
You support gay marriage, right?
You're just like you're gonna get kicked. Bye, bye, buddy.
I'm gonna go ahead and start my stream, Parker.
Go ahead. I'll
I know
send
that you've been
everyone
on.
over.
Perfect. I know that you've been on for like 5 hours, but if you want to co-host at any point today, feel free to join. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna post my videos and I'll probably join you for a little bit.
You bet. All right, I'm gonna go start
Alright.
that live. Parker, thank you so much for having me up.
Of course. Good seeing you.
Yeah.
For everyone here on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. I would really, really, really appreciate it as always. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It seriously helps get it out to significantly more people. As always, I'd seriously really, really, really appreciate it. I do these lives every single day, so if you like this content, make sure to do so if you have not already. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you have any questions, I'll answer them in the comment section for like the next few minutes until Dean hops on. We'll send everyone over to Dean. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube is the best place to do so, and I'll definitely be able to answer your questions. Otherwise, I'll try to get to some in the comments before Dean hops on. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the comment section right now. Parker, do you have a gaming YouTube channel yet? No, I haven't dropped it yet. I might try to make it here pretty soon. That sounds like a good idea. That does sound like a good idea. What's your favorite movie? I'll go with Revenge of the Sith. Favorite color? Blue. Definitely, definitely. Parker, do you have an editor? I do. I do. Do you play Mortal Kombat? I haven't played since I was very much younger. Haven't played since I was way younger. Madden, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. For if Trump called in, what would you say to him? I'd go crazy. I don't even know if I have a specific thing I'd say. I'd just go crazy. Make him look insane, like he already is. Bip, thank you so much for the level up. Thank you, thank you. Ever visited the UK? I have never. Doing anything fun for your birthday? Well, I mean, I'll get to see family today for Easter, and I'll get to eat dinner with my girlfriend, hang out with her for the day. I'll go live on the 7th, so I'll be live. That'll be fun. I already celebrated with my sisters on the 3rd, I think. Yeah, the 3rd. Terrence, think of the $2. I have never really played poker. What's... Have you been to Seattle? No, I never have. Never have. Do you have any pets? Not anymore, no. Have you been to Nebraska? I think so. I think so. Wait, yeah, definitely. Wait. Is it? I think I have. I'm pretty sure I have. Is it? Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I've been to Virginia. I don't think I have. Favorite song? I don't have like a specific song, I would say, like right now off the top of my head. Have you ever been invited to CNN? No, I haven't, but there's really no way they could contact me. I think I would go on it, though, and debate, kind of like I've seen Adam do it. Alright, Dean's live. Let me see if he's on... I doubt he's on YouTube. So let me check there. I might be able to stay on YouTube for a little bit. About to go have Easter dinner later, everyone. Yes, Dean is already on. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll be joining Dean's live here in probably a little bit. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone later. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Good night, or good day, good day, good day. I love y'all.